Chapter 51 Chapter 50 The Cruel and Inhuman Torture. What? On the side of the island, a soldier held a sharp knife and kept inserting it into a pirate's finger, licking his fingernails, and the blood dripped directly. The 10 fingers are all the same. It's not obvious to be poked by a soldier. The pain caused the pirate to tremble all over. He, who had only broken his thigh, kept shaking! %at. The pirate didn't know which language he was speaking. Yi Kai didn't bother to let the red dragon translate and continue to use torture by the soldiers. The soldier licked the corners of his mouth bloodthirstily and watched the pirate's grin. He took the hot boiling water, poured it into a glass cup, and walked towards the pirate. The pirate was frightened and incontinent, and wanted to resist, but was crushed by the other 2 fighters. Holding the cup with the boiling water, he pressed hard against the naked pirate's stomach, taking the boiling water and instantly wandering on his skin. The pirate gritted his teeth, howled frantically, and kicked with 2 broken legs. After a while, the hot skin turned red, and there were many blisters as big as pinky fingers. Their warrior moved extremely swiftly. He threw away the boiling cup, smiled grimly, took out the knife that was shining in the sun, and swayed back and forth in front of the pirates. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me go, please. I say everything, we all say," the pirate yelled frantically, but for Yitan, who is illiterate, "I don't understand this." "Let the fighters use it." The other pirates who watched the torture were so scared that they fainted, and the soldiers stepped on their arms to wake them up. The current screams are repeated. If ordinary people are here, the scalp will be numb, and the heart will follow. Did not dare to watch this cruel torture. Yitan squinted his eyes and forced himself to watch. If he didn't work hard, he would be no different from these pirates in the future. Their warrior's exquisite knife technique gently turned a circle on a blistered skin, gently lifting a corner of his nails, and uncovered the whole hot skin and blood in front of the collapsed pirate. Direct exposure to sunlight. When the pirate was scalded, he had already lost any intuition. Seeing the soldier picking up his skin, he almost fainted. The soldier who used torture took out a packet of edible salt and chili noodles from behind. Since they lost their intuition, let's wake them up. The salt and chili noodles were gently sprinkled on top by the soldiers. At first, the pirates didn't feel anything, but with time, the blood directly drove the salt, and the chili noodles flowed into the blood, and the whole body was so spicy. "Feel what?" The pirate shook his legs up and down frantically, trying to relieve the pain. "What?" After the pirate yelled out the loudest voice of his life, a thick blood slammed directly out of his mouth. His eyes widened, and he slowly lost his breath. Yitan was shocked in his heart. This pain actually screamed the pirate's lungs. The sound of the pirate just now was even louder than a subwoofer. The rest of the pirates saw this inhuman torture, and saw that they were brothers who were eating and drinking together the day before yesterday, and they were tortured to death. They were so scared that their whole bodies trembled violently, and the tears and nasal mucus came out directly. Their warrior who used torture walked up to a pirate again. Scared, that pirate stared directly, with a little blood in the corner of his eyes. "I wiped it." "Scared to death?" Yitan said helplessly. The soldier saw that one was dead, so he could only continue to look for others. When other pirates saw this demon-like warrior, they were so scared that they smashed their bloody calves on both ends, flicking wildly. This was like using their legs as weapons. The low-end man from hell. The pirates don't care about it anymore. As long as the tribe is in the hands of this demon, it doesn't matter if you die. Yitan saw that the shock was almost complete. He walked straight to a pirate and said coldly, "How about it? Have you thought about it? Can you recruit?" What Yitan said was directly translated by a soldier to the pirates. When a pirate heard this, he suddenly sprayed out a blood mist. His eyes were blank. His eyes were big, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. Why? We wanted to recruit for so long. You. Unexpectedly, I don't understand English. Why do I not know Chinese? If Yitan can hear it, he must roll his eyes. Why do I have to know English? My Chinese is broad and profound, right? The pirate was thinking about this question all the time. Seeing another dead, he is the only one left. Yitan didn't want to scare him to death. Looking at a pirate tenderly, he said, let's talk about how many people are in your pirate concentration camp. Seeing Yitan's gentle smile, the pirate's whole body trembled violently. In the pirate's eyes, this gentle smile was even more terrifying than the hell demon. He shouted directly, we have 36 islands and 72 holes. Each island has 20,000 people, and each hole has more than 10,000 people. After roaring, the pirate roared directly like the scared pirate. He died, looking at Yitan with eyes blankly, and there was a roar in his throat. Yitan frowned, thinking about the number of people in 36 islands and 72 holes, when the dead man's mouth suddenly sprayed blood, frightening Yitan to hide away. I wiped it. I was dead and restless. Burn all the corpses for me. Yitan clapped his hands and went straight back to the base. Now the base is functioning well. After 2 days of struggle, Yitan has more than 600 fighters, but compared with the 1.44 million pirates, it is still far behind, not to mention the sea areas occupied by the pirates. Countless. And every day, there is a surplus of 10,000. The tanks of the heavy factory came to the pirates before they had time to build them last time. This time they must build the tanks and the armored soldiers. That is the existence of Iron Man. Look, the portrait is not much different from Iron Man. I don't know what it will look like after being built. And when the delivery is in a few days, Tamron Group will be able to make a fortune again. Although he has left China, the company is still in China. When his empire is established, he must build the company on his own in the empire. He must now reassure the giant dragon of Huaxia, and don't give the dragon any benefit, who wants to be your backer. Now Tamron's mobile phones, energy points, etc., are already in a state of rapid operation. When the soldiers who bought rough stones come back, their energy points will surely increase sharply. That is, the rough stones bought with hundreds of billions will definitely not let Yitan disappointed. More than 2,000 words. I want to say a few words here. I hope you can understand that this Red Alert technology empire is different from all other Red Alert novels. I have already said before, this book is based on technology to assist Red Alert. Where did the unit come from? It was researched. How did the research come from? Made by the Red Police. However, some readers at the starting point said that trading with Huaxia is another way to hand over to Huaxia technology. I just want to say that the plot arrangement makes me betray Huaxia, enemy with China. In this case, there is no need to write this book. You will see this baby in the newspaper the next day. In addition, the trading technology is just one of the most rubbish existences for the protagonist, and it allows the protagonist to gain backing. In the later stage, the support of the huge empire of China is needed. Even this technology is not given. How can China believe you when you back no benefit? Will you help you if you let others help you? The protagonist is not selfish, and everyone is not selfish. Friends from the starting point don't need to talk about giving this technology to the country. You have to give it when it should be given, and it will not affect the plot. Can pass. Just pass by. I hope you can all enjoy this book. This Red Alert will bring you a different Red Alert and a different world. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 52. Chapter 51, Ghost Lord's Treasure. And when the wretchedness was growing that day, the warship that fleeing wildly had returned to the pirate concentration camp, and news of the death of the 2 island owners instantly spread in the pirate concentration camp and exploded. In the last meeting room. Hundreds of people screamed, kneeling in the middle of a few pirates, the captain and crew of the warship. It's so quiet for me, the bearded man shouted. The whole meeting room was quiet in an instant. Tell me, what happened? Nearly 600 people went there, and only a few of you were left when you came back. Where's Tom? Where's Black Zero? The beard was very upset by the messy atmosphere and roared angrily, Ghost Lord, the islands are all ghosts, and the sky is full of blue lightning. which smashed the Black Island owner Tom into dregs on the spot. The captain wailed. When the beard heard it, his face was full of anger. Lightning? Ghost? You are so funny to me. Then there is one of the 4 islands with my treasure buried. I don't like to go there anymore. You tell me there is a ghost. I think you are a ghost. The more Beard thought about it, the more angry he got. He originally wanted to send Hezo's mad dog to find out what the rich man came from. No one came back. Also brought back a nightmare directly. This is simply unbearable. Boom. The bearded kicked the captain sharply, and the captain fainted with a kick. Waste. The beard snorted coldly, then turned around to return to position. The island owner below began to whisper, saying everything. It is estimated that there are ghosts on the island. Even the 2 old pirates, Hazo and Tom, have turned into scum. There must be ghosts. A Buddhist believer put his palms together and kept begging. This foreigner didn't know when. Envelope Buddhism. Yes, yes. The Ghost Master has always forbidden us to go to that island. It must be because there are ghosts. Didn't you see that Ghost Master's face? It's uglier than shitwinks. TSK Tusk. 600 people, just come back. So few people. That Hezuo and Tom's men are really useless, a cave owner said. Yeah, you can do it. You can't do it. Don't beep. The island owner sitting next to him said disdainfully. The cave owner was as ugly as he had eaten shit. He couldn't hold a word for a long time, and sat down on himself with a hum location. The beard, that is, the beard who has been turned into a ghost master, stared at the desktop gloomily. There is a fart on the island. It must be the military base established by the rich man on the island. It must be a newly researched weapon. Otherwise, how can it be so exaggerated? No, if this goes on, one day his treasure will be found by the rich man. Do you really believe in the existence of ghosts? We have killed countless people, and the blood on our hands is countless. Do you believe in the existence of ghosts? The Ghost Master Beard sitting in the first voice said in a deep voice. This sound instantly stunned everyone in the room. Of course, they would not believe in the existence of ghosts, but this thing is too weird. You Ghost Master wants us to be cannon fodder. You have to have a natural reason. I just want us to be cannon fodder, when we are fools. Seeing everyone's expressions, the Ghost Master sneered. He was careful, and of course he really knew what these people were thinking. That lightning must be a new super weapon, and they have already built a lot of military buildings on the 4 islands. You guys, don't you understand? The rich must be a cover. They want to build military bases on the 4 islands. Catch us all at once. Suck. Everyone took a cold breath. The 4 islands are just above their pirate concentration camp. If a base is built there, it will definitely break the defensive formation of the pirate concentration camp. The first to bear the brunt is their base camp, where more than half of the pirates gathered. Once attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ghost Lord. When the Federation came, everyone was extremely opposed, but you agreed. At this time, you told us this, didn't you? Boom. The pirate hadn't finished speaking before he was headshot by the Ghost Master with a gun. Everyone was blinded by this sudden shot. There was faint anger on everyone's face, staring at the Ghost Master. If he couldn't give an explanation, everyone could tear him up. The Ghost Lord sat in the position of vicissitudes, and said nonchalantly, all my possessions are on the 4 islands. Wow. I wipe. The 4 islands have the property of the Ghost Master. All the property. Really? It turns out that the ghost owner buried his property on the 4 islands, wondering if he didn't know that we could go there. That's how it is. Everyone looked at the Ghost Master with jealousy. There is a reason why the Ghost Master is blocking them now. They have to rush forward. Why the Ghost Master has so many people and guns? It is because there is so much money, so many people are willing to join. His island is delicious and spicy, and he uses good weapons. And they are all poor. Now the pirate business is getting harder and harder. Few people go to the high seas, let alone make money. And the news of the Ghost Master is like a bolt from the blue, making everyone's eyes hot. With this ratio of funds, who can become the richest of all pirates? The Ghost Lord lowered his head. Vicissitudes of life, not looking at everyone's expressions, but he lowered his head with a grinning smile on his mouth. The treasure is buried in the 4 islands, but do you know where it is? Although you all rushed up to find the island all over, but if you found it, do you have the key and the password? The Ghost Master had a gloomy face. When he was hiding the treasure, he had built a huge treasury that could not be broken by ordinary rockets. On this island, the most powerful weapons are in his hands. Do they really think they will eat the treasure? Damn it, that rich man actually killed my brother Hizo, I must avenge him. A white man roared with red eyes. His hole was the poorest, he wanted money or guns. He was afraid of being poor. Had to fight the ghost owner's property. Everyone rolled their eyes. Hezuo and you, the white man, are brothers. Stop making trouble. Go, I'll go too. Tom is my good brother, I must take revenge. Well, since you are all gone, I can't be without me. Yes, I can't be without me. The Ghost Master sat on it and listened to their crazy attitude. He was immediately excited. The treasure was not on the island of the wealthy military base, but on another one. When they attacked the island, they would turn the treasure. The ghost will deal with the rich man without knowing it, and know his own treasure, and when they go to war, they will definitely consume more fighters, so that the unified pirate plan will become more and more smooth. This is simply 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 53. Chapter 52, The Anti-Gravity Sports Car is born. Okay. Since you all want to go, as long as any of you get the treasure, I only need you to divide it a bit. After all, this is all my treasure, the Ghost Master said with a pale face. His expression is more real than real. The brainless pirates were excited instantly. It seems that the Ghost Master did not fool them. The treasure is indeed in the 4 islands. As long as you get the treasure, give you a little bit of the Ghost Master? Go away, get the treasure, the first one to clean up is your Ghost Master. Go, brothers, prepare for battle. A group of pirates shouted arrogantly and walked out. So many of them are assigned, and a few island owners get together, and no one can believe it. Only the familiar collaborators can believe a little bit, and cannot be brand new, otherwise they will not know how to die. After they went out, the Ghost Master's eyes were shining brightly, and he was also thinking about how he could transfer the treasure quietly. The thoughts of the Ghost Master seemed to be known to all the island owners. After they returned, they were extremely quiet. No one rushed to attack the 4 islands because of the Ghost Master's treasure, but they all waited for the Ghost Master to take the lead. Your treasure will not lead the way, let us find it. Then we will be cannon fodder. None of these pirates is simple, and the Ghost Master is also burnt. And the time they held back each other just gave Yitanzu enough time for development. 3 days later, Yitan already had 1,500 soldiers and 200 wolfhounds, and had closely monitored the entire island. And tomorrow is the delivery time of the Tamron mobile phone. Yitan has already installed a full 15 million Tamron mobile phones, asked Eiffel to take a trip, and sent it back to the junction of China and the high seas. Everything was arranged by Tang Yulong and others. And Yitan sat in the control room on the 2nd floor of the base, turned on the virtual computer, and watched recent events on the internet. Since the last time that Zengxin roared furiously on the camera, everyone in China had worshipped Yitan. It only took a few days to defeat the Zengxin group. This energy was too terrifying. Since that incident, although the news of Tamron technology has been talked about, it has not been so hot anymore. Looking at the exchanges of many netizens, Yitan was all rushing goods. Yitan had to think about it. Now Tamron Technology is already a well-known company. It is estimated that half of the people on the planet know about this company. However, these are still too far behind for Yitan. Both the Science and Technology Empire and the Red Police Empire need to develop. Master, the anti-gravity sports car has been successfully studied. Yitan, who was looking at the official website of Tamron Technology, suddenly heard such amazing news directly in his ear that anti-gravity cars had been studied for a long time. When he was in the Haoshan base, He wanted the same car that pulled the wind. He had never had the opportunity to buy it. Simply let the scientists study a super-futuristic technology sports car. Driving out would surely envy everyone. Yitan ran to the research room quickly. At the entrance of the research room, there was already standing for 10 years to show that the scientist was looking at the sky and a gorgeous sports car was testing something. When the scientists saw Yitan's arrival, they all saluted. Master, the anti-gravity sports car has been studied successfully, and it has been perfected. Hearing the success again, Yitan was in full bloom. He couldn't wait to ride this anti-gravity sports car. Seeing Yitan's emotions, the scientist waved his hand directly, and the sports car floating in the sky fell without any sound. When it fell on the ground, Yitan Kai could clearly see the shape of this car. The whole body was black and red, and the model was extremely cool and sci-fi. Passionate. In the front of the car, the huge headlights are as huge as the Bugatti, but the rows of blue lights above the headlights are like breathing lights in the mobile phone. Every second, the small lights on the front of the car will roll over, become a plane, roll out the next second, looking very science fiction. Just like Iron Man's cervical spine to waist support pieces when wearing battle clothes. The whole sports car is very low and can only take 2 people. In any case, the appearance of these 2 sports cars is already the most attractive and sci-fi appearance in the world. It looks cooler than all sports cars. The scientist pressed on the glass, and a red light immediately began to scan the scientist's palm. In less than a second, the car door opened dripping. The breath fragments in front of the sports car suddenly made a dull whistling sound, like the roar of a dragon, not loud, but very shocking. They all watched Yitan stunned for a moment, as if a country bumpkin entered the city. Master, this glass is made of graphene. Graphene is a hexagonal honeycomb lattice composed of carbon atoms and sp2 hybrid orbitals. It is a two-dimensional material with the thickness of only 1 carbon atom. Graphene is the world's most expensive material, the thin but hardest nanomaterial. It is almost completely transparent and only absorbs 2.3% of light, which is higher than carbon nanotubes and diamonds. Graphene is suitable for making transparent touch screens, light panels, and even solar cells. All the glass materials of the anti-power sports car are made of graphene, and the anti-gravity overtaking body material is made of diamond, which is the strongest sports car in the world. There are fingerprint scans on all the glass and windows. There is no need for any buttons at all, said. The scientist opened the door of the car and let Yitan go up, while sitting in the co-pilot. Hearing what the scientist said just now, Yitan was already shocked, not wanting it. Now that graphene technology is not popularized in various countries, it is difficult to produce a large amount of graphene. Now the red alert can make it by itself. Scientists are too scary. Sitting in the sports car, Yitan felt that he was a turtle. This car is simply a futuristic technology. The screen was actually made with Tamron mobile phone, and it was not a realistic picture. It became a kind of animation or game. Screens can be switched at will. The virtual screen is printed on the car window, just like a person sitting there and playing on the computer. All the screens and displays are exactly the same. Yitan didn't even have to say about the steering wheel. Any shaped steering wheel contains the continuation of future technology, and the equipment in the sports car is simply tall, directly playing all the luxury sports cars. Master, this anti-gravity sports car has been installed with Tamron Assistant, which can drive automatically and so on. Scientists continue to introduce to Yitan, making Yitan a hot meal. Every man has a dream of a car, and it is a sports car. This has a major new attraction for all men, let alone counteracting it. Gravity sports car 2. You can drive freely in the sky, once the car is released. It is estimated that the whole world will be boiling. Even the jaws of those big countries will be shocked. Hundreds of billions of investment are invested every year, but a young man can easily get it out. This face is slapped. Chapter 54. Chapter 53, the shock in Eiffel's heart. Yitan drove the anti-power sports car and drifted wildly in the sky. The speed of the anti-power sports car has surpassed the speed of a fighter jet. As fast as it needs to be. The dignified wind blade is scratched on the black and red sports car without any wind resistance. While Yitan sat inside, there was no gap in the entire reactionary sports car, and there was no interference. In this closed reaction-powered sports car, Yitan did not feel any breathlessness. Master, there is an automatic circulating air generator in the reaction-powered sports car. The tumbling breathing light in front of the sports car can snatch air from the air every second, so that people in the car can breathe. Listening to the words of the scientists, is there anything on at all? Yitan personally controlled the anti-power sports car. He didn't have the control he imagined, but was very relaxed, like playing a game. After Yitan understood all the functions, he spent half an afternoon in the air before getting out of the sports car. A small reactor operated by a sports car. It can run for a whole year. Of course, this is only for making money, so it is set up like this, and Yitan like this. The energy of the reactor has a full 50 years. Looking at the sports car being painted, Yitan already had a big plan in mind. Since this car was researched by scientists, it didn't use many energy points, so each cost was more than 800 energy points. Yitan must equip the entire army with this kind of anti-power sports car. Isn't it easy to deal with pirates now? Yitan asked scientists to study the anti-power tank according to the anti-power. And the base now has 2 tanks, and the ferocious steel beast has become Yitan's transportation for these 2 days. Driving the tank and wandering around indiscriminately, this is simply a blast. Master, the troops that bought the rough have returned. With closed eyes, Yitan opened his eyes, excited in his heart, and finally came back. I don't know how many rough stones I can bring back this time. Standing on the side island, Yitan looked at the huge aircraft carrier in the distance. It was the aircraft carrier of the Eiffel family. Since Eiffel and Yitan met, they have been like dogs. As long as it is Yitan's business, it's more his business is even more important. Aha, old friend. Long time no see. Eiffel called to Yitan from a long distance. Yitan's mouth twitched. Damn, who is familiar with you? It's been a long time since I saw you. It's only a few days now. Yitan beckoned to Eiffel speechlessly. Ha, old friend, this time I'm the rotten rock of an aircraft carrier for you. I ran around several big countries for several laps. Those old guys were staring at me for fear that I would get one in their country. Terrorist attack. Ha ha. Eiffel stood aside and laughed. Yitan glanced at him, and didn't say anything. Instead, watching hundreds of soldiers continue to load and unload rough stones. Old friend, why do you say so many rotten stones? Eiffel said boredly. Yitan said silently, these are not rubbish. It cost me hundreds of billions of yuan. Suck. Eiffel took a deep breath and bought rotten stone on an aircraft carrier for hundreds of billions of yuan? This is too prodigal, right? Boom. Just when Eiffel was thinking about the effect of this on the rotten stone, a red-clothed soldier of the Eiffel family accidentally broke a huge rough stone. The larger the rough stone, the easier it is to break. The broken rough stone directly exposed the extremely huge jade. Damn, old friend, that's emerald. It's such a big piece, worth tens of millions. Eiffel roared without image from the side. Eiffel wiped his eyes vigorously, and trot all the way to the broken rough stone. There was a large piece of jade in the rough stone. The quality was very good, and the quality was close to the imperial green. Old friend, your rough stone is very valuable, Eiffel said with surprise on his face beside Yitan. Yitan looked at the exposed emerald, and knew that this rough stone was finished and there would be no more energy spots. Hey, a hot chicken stone. I'll give it to you. Yitan turned his head and walked away. An angry Eiffel almost vomited blood. What is a spicy chicken stone? This is emerald. It is worth tens of millions. Although the Eiffel family is rich and powerful, the feeling of gambling on rocks makes Eiffel very fascinated. Even if you spend a lot of money, you are worthy of joy and very successful. Sense. but Yeetan can throw a top-quality jade with a random stone. Are you sure you didn't tease me? Eiffel's heart is already messed up. Yeetan said that he bought hundreds of billions of rough stones. Could it be possible to produce jade in it? Suck. Eiffel was shocked by his own heart. If this is the case, Yeetan is too terrifying. An aircraft carrier's jade can be exchanged for as many dollars as possible. And Yeetanzing instructed all the soldiers to send all the rough stones to the energy mineral base, and the energy points were madly superimposed. In such a short time, Yeetan already had 130,000 highlights. And this is only a part of all the rough stones, that is all absorbed. How many energy points will it have? Yeetan couldn't imagine. Eiffel kept observing each piece of rough stone, and wanted to see if it wasn't for the rough stone that he didn't own, he would have cut the rough stone to see if there was jade inside. As for the thousands of soldiers, Eiffel is not used to it. In his words, Yeetan is that kind of mysterious man. It is not surprising that what happened to him, so he didn't care much about so many sophisticated fighters. I have no idea about the building of Yushin base. As long as I have money, a large project can be built in 10 days, let alone this building. Although it looks a little unusual, it was built by Yeetan. It's normal. I have to say that Eiffel looked pretty handsome, but he was actually a heartless dude. Give him a task, that is, to make good contact with Yeetan forever, no matter what method is used. As long as he makes good with Yeetan, the position of patriarch will be Eiffel's. Go, please eat our unique barbecue. Yeetan waved to Eiffel and shouted. Eiffel curled his lips. What is a unique barbecue? Isn't it the barbecue that he bought at China last time? Moreover, Yeetan's roasting, tut, can't compliment it. Eiffel walked towards Yeetan, only to find that Yeetan was standing next to a very cool sports car. The sports car had a very low ground, and the whole body was black and red. The blood dragon was beside the body, lifelike, and the sports car. The shape suddenly attracted Eiffel. This is simply the best in the car, the king of the car. Even some high-end private cars can't match it. Chapter 55. Chapter 54. A woman who doesn't fall in darkness. Yeej, I called you brother, can you give me the key? Let me drive around, Eiffel said imploringly in blunt Chinese. Yeetan looked at Eiffel's begging eyes, and almost got up with goosebumps all over. I rely on, I don't want to get involved. Cut, Eiffel, you must know that I am produced by Yeetan, it must be a boutique. If I am a land sports car, it would be too talented, Yeetan said, shaking his head. When Eiffel heard it, it was not a land sports car. Isn't it land or heaven? But the look in Yeetan's eyes didn't seem to be lying. Could it be? Eiffel didn't dare to think about it. This is terrifying. Could it be that the legendary anti-gravity has already appeared? Yeetan didn't tell Eiffel, but directly proved it to him with actual actions. Yeetan slapped directly on the car window, and a scanner appeared on the car window instantly and started scanning up and down. Ding, Yeetan, the owner, has been confirmed. Crack, the car door swiveled open, and Yeetan directly sat in the main driver. Eiffel's eyes were about to stare out, and he hurriedly sat in the co-pilot. Entering the car, Eiffel was completely dumbfounded. I wiped. What is this virtual game? How is it very similar to the outside display? Can scan even the size of obstacles. Are you kidding? Whether to enter autonomous driving, the Tamron assistant said directly. Yeetan chose automatic driving without saying a word. Slowly, the scenery on the screen began to rise, and Eiffel didn't feel that he was flying in the air at all, and he didn't believe it. But Yeetan directly adjusted the screen to reality, and he was dumbfounded at Eiffel. Blinded. They are now at an altitude of more than 300 meters. Looking down, you can have a panoramic view of the buildings. Brother Yi, is this really an anti-gravity sports car? Eiffel was already shocked to speak uncomfortably. Yeetan smiled slightly at the anti-gravity sports car, and flew towards the destination with a roar. The above speed directly reached 450 yards, which is almost the same as the fastest train speed. The speed is extremely fast, and the two sitting inside have no influence at all. I rely on. Eiffel had nothing to say, but swearing along the way. The destination has been reached. In less than a minute, the speed slowly dropped. This is an island far away from the 4 islands. This is a small island. Few people come here, but the prey on it is not few. There are many wild animals. Yitan didn't know how these animals survived in such a small place. Small, not small, as big as a hill. Yitan directly lowered the anti-gravity sports car and exited the door. He also saw Eiffel staring at the sports car dementially, looking reluctantly. "Okay, come out quickly. We have something to do after eating," Yitan said calmly. Eiffel curled his lips and walked out of the car door unhappily. The light in his eyes kept flashing. "Leaf." Yitan quickly raised his hand and said, "Stop. It will take a while for the anti-gravity sports car to be available. Don't even think about sending you one. This was only researched yesterday. If you want, wait for a while, no very long." Eiffel nodded helplessly, scratching his head like a hair, very itchy, especially wanting to own an anti-gravity sports car, which is more attractive than all sports cars and airplanes. And Eiffel finally felt the horror of Yitan, and even this kind of thing can be researched out, which is simply too enchanting. It seems that this weak genius must be protected well in the future. Well, Eiffel swears in his heart. If Yitan showed that terrible force in front of him, I believe Eiffel would definitely collapse. "Young master." Not far away, more than 10 soldiers ran toward Yitan with barbecue grills and other things. A few hours ago, Yitan asked these soldiers to come here with these things. Here, Yitan was very relaxed, as if free from all kindness and hatred. After a while, the soldiers quickly caught fire, and Yitan took the gun, and several soldiers from Eiffel came to the village forest and started looking for prey. Boom. "Ha ha ha, brother Yi, I missed again." "How many times is this already?" "Ha ha ha, if you continue like this, you have never caught it." Eiffel held the pheasant in his hand towards Yitan. "Ha ha," said with a big laugh. Yitan curled his lips. Don't know why, shooting by himself is such a dish. He's clearly aiming. He doesn't practice the gun less at the base, and the soldiers teach him day and night. He has strengthened his brain. It's just inaccurate. I can't hit it anyhow. Even the goal of 50 meters is. "Oh, there is movement," Yitan said softly, holding the light sniper rifle given to him by Eiffel and aiming at the shaking grass in the distance. Eiffel and the others were also staring attentively, expecting Yitan to be hit by this shot. The grass was shaking more and more, and Yitan's forehead was sweating, and his fingers kept rubbing the trigger. Almost. Coming out. Suddenly a woman jumped out of the grass, followed by a vicious man with a knife. But Yitan shook his hands subconsciously when he appeared so suddenly. Boom! The bullet burst out instantly, and the gun was aimed at the woman. Of course the woman could see clearly, so close. Who could not see clearly? The woman cried in her heart and finally escaped, but now she died so miserably. But when the bullet flew towards the woman, it drifted slowly in the air. He shot the fierce man directly in the head. The woman who looked was stunned, and Eiffel who looked was blinded. "Let me wipe. What is the situation?" The woman fell on the ground, and your muzzle is also moving toward the ground. The bullet can hit it, or the eyebrow. Eiffel in my heart. Furiously complaining. Yitan saw someone killed. Suddenly, he had never killed anyone before, but he could not see too many dead people, so he recovered his expression after just a moment's stun, and when he saw the man, he was not good. Not a good bird. Yitan directly defined the man as a villain in his heart. Seeing the man being chased by their marvelous shooting method was used to kill, the woman was extremely happy, and she also had a trace of worry, watching the group of people walking towards her. "Hello," Eiffel greeted with a smile, and Yitan followed Eiffel and looked at the dark woman. Hello," the woman said in fluent English. Eiffel couldn't hear any accent when she listened. He looked like a little foreigner at that time. She looked at this woman in darkness and could see what the hell was coming. Eiffel shook his head slightly towards Yitan. Yitan frowned and waved his big hand. The soldiers behind him directly erected the woman and walked towards Yitan village. "No. What are you doing?" What are you doing? The woman yelled frantically in English. Yitan whispered towards Eiffel's ear, and Eiffel's eyes lit up. Directly behind the soldiers, shouted, "What's your name?" "Our boss hasn't seen a woman for a year." "Still a woman, although not a bit dark. You can also use it." There wasn't a magic smile on Phil's face. It was a coquettish. Chapter 56. Chapter 55. The Secret of the Island. The black woman was directly frightened by Eiffel's lewd and vicious expression. He was carried back to the camp directly, stupidly. This camp is only Eaton's temporary supply point, which is a barbecue place. Their warrior kept the dark woman directly on the ground. Yitan stared at her and said in a deep voice, "Say, who are you and who are those chasing you?" Yitan was very confused. This is the high seas, and it is also a pirate concentration camp. How could anyone come here? When Yitan paid so much money, no one came to do the construction, let alone ordinary people. "I am from Huaxia. I was kidnapped and came to this island. There is a huge military base under this island. They are desperados. They kidnapped many people," the woman said tremblingly. When Yitan heard that he was from Huaxia, his eyes narrowed. He didn't expect to see fellow villagers here. The bigger news is that there is a huge military base under this island. It's not easy. Although it is far away from the pirate concentration camp, there is a military base here, which is a bit interesting. Yitan sneered at the dark woman, and waved his hand directly, asking the soldiers to throw the woman into the sea to Washington. And Eiffel didn't have such a big heart to care about this. He had already started roasting the game that he had just beaten. After a while, Yitan ate the hot barbecue. Not to mention, the meat of Eiffel cow was better than Yitanko's. Yitan ate a few bites. Their warriors with the black and white autumn had already returned, and behind them was a woman who almost blinded Yitan's eyes. The woman's eyes are small, but her eyes are clear and transparent, like a clear spring. And her face is even more beautiful as a god. The woman's long wet hair is draped behind her, like a goddess who just came out of a bath. The figure is extremely hot, the convex, the concave place is concave, very perfect. But when the woman saw Yitan and the others, she shrank back, extremely afraid of Yitan and them. It was the first time Yitan saw such a beautiful woman. After a few seconds of sluggishness, he recovered his expression. The woman was also taken aback, saying that her appearance was a disaster for the country and the people. But the man in front of him just stared at himself for a few seconds before he recovered his expression, which was unique. But Yitan felt that although this woman was very beautiful, she had to be vigilant before she knew her details. Yitan 2 generations were humans. He hadn't talked about the object before, and he was made to death by God. The owner of this body had talked about one, and compared with this woman, it was a difference between heaven and earth. But this woman hadn't had any thoughts about Yitan, and Eiffel just looked up at this stunning beauty, then lowered his head and continued to play with food. He is the rare rich second generation in this world, and he has never seen a woman. "Do you know the entrance to that underground military base?" Eiffel said, lowering his head. The woman was taken aback, raised her head, her beautiful face looked at Eiffel and said, "I don't know. A few days after I was caught, I was brought out blindfolded by someone, and they were going to take me back to the boat. And then I sneaked out while they were not paying attention, and then they found me running away, and sent people to chase me. Then I met you." After that, the woman secretly looked at me with a playful look. Looking at Yitan, in the heart of the woman, among the more than 10 people on the scene, it seemed that they were all around the man who looked at the ordinary man. The man had such a very attractive charm that made her feel a little heartbeat. Hearing this answer, Eiffel looked at Yitan speechlessly. Shrugged. But Yitan frowned. He didn't expect that this underground military base was very tightly hidden. No wonder there were so many animals on this island. It is estimated that someone built a secret experiment here. Yitan subconsciously touched his chin, kept rubbing, thinking, and the woman he was looking at had different emotions in her eyes. "Well, let's go back first. Since we rescued her, let's take her back together." Yitan clapped his hands and said. Eiffel nodded, eyes full of excitement. That excited look, It was like a big bad wolf pounced on the little sheep. The woman who looked at also got goosebumps, looking at Yi Tan with a questioning expression. Yi Tan smiled and said, "Leave him alone, he's just like that. Let's go back by boat." Speaking of this, Yi Tan took more than 10 soldiers and women on the boat and drove back, while Eiffel gave a violent howl and rushed to the reaction-powered sports car at the ship, finally belonging to him. On the ship, Yi Tan stood with the woman, and the soldiers stood behind him. Once the woman had something wrong, the soldiers behind him could instantly kill her. "Yi Tan, doesn't he really need to take a boat to get there? That sports car doesn't seem to be able to drive on the island," Annie said from the side. After boarding the ship, Yi Tan took the opportunity to introduce each other's names. This woman was Leonie, 21 years old. The Red Dragon is also under investigation. Yi Tan looked at Eiffel, who was constantly stroking the anti-gravity sports car. This was like stroking a woman's look, which made people panic. "Annie, don't worry about him, you'll find out later," Yi Tan said with a shrug, and then sat on the tanker's deck, enjoying the sun. Just when Annie was about to turn her head, she only heard a dull dragon roar. Then I saw that the sports car actually flew into the sky, in the sky, like a dragon hovering back home. Shocking. This. Annie opened her small mouth and looked at the flying sports car in the sky in disbelief. Yi Tan walked over and looked at the Eiffel who was above him and said, "Nothing to look at. It's just an anti-gravity sports car." Annie's heart was shocked, and her face looked at Yi Tan incredibly. "There is nothing good about this yet. This is an anti-gravity sports car, the floating car that everyone dreams of. This car is simply the car of the new era. If it is released, the global automotive industry will disappear." "No, that's not right. That sports car is with the Tamron Group logo on it. Could it be?" Annie's eyes lit up and she turned her head. Are you a genius, Yi? The person who founded the Tamron Group?" Annie said in a shocked whisper, covering her mouth. Annie's breathing stopped, and the man in front of him shocked him too much. She knew now that the man in front of him was the world-famous Yi Tan, Yi Dacian, the man who founded Tenglong Technology Company. Unexpectedly, this genius-like character would appear by his side like this. Annie couldn't calm down. The Tenglong Group was already a household name in China, and she didn't miss the news of Tamron Technology Company. She is also a fan of Tamron. Chapter 57. Chapter 56. The Wall. In the base, Yi Tan, Annie and the others took more than 3 hours to come back, and Eiffel was so happy that he was exploding in the air over the high seas. In the periphery of the base, Yi Tan has asked the soldiers to build many simple houses, which are complete with everything, no different from the mainland. Yi Tan arranged for Annie to stay. Annie, who had escaped from the dead, was already exhausted and fell asleep in bed. Yi Tan waited early tomorrow morning and asked Eiffel to send Annie back. He didn't want to have outsiders in his base, which was very uncomfortable. And Eiffel also begs to live outside the base. He is reluctant to let go of the anti-power sports car. Living here, at least he can drive this cool sports car every day. If he is not here, then it is really impossible to drive on it. And Yi Tan had no choice but to let him live. Anyway, there will be more places for him in the future. After all, he is also the first friend to make a lot of. In the base, Yi Tan looked at the energy points and had already broken through the 400,000 mark. The rough stones bought back for hundreds of billions of dollars finally gave Yi Tan a feeling of being rich. These 300,000 energy points. What do you want? Red Dragon immediately allocated 90,000 energy points to build fighters, and 20 scientists are building. 10 Guardian tanks are being built. Yi Tankai said boldly, these things added up to 120,000 energy points. But rich and willful. Yes, dominate. Arrange immediately. Each warrior needs a period of time to build each time. These 30,000 energy points only need one night to summon all warriors. With 90,000 energy points, a total of 300 fighters can be built, which is also a powerful force. After Yi Tan arranged everything, He came to the laboratory. Yesterday he asked the scientists to study the fence. This red police is a pit. The fence has not been unlocked because the authority has not been reached. But Yitan couldn't wait. The base was exposed to everyone. This was simply too dangerous. Dominate. When the scientists saw the arrival of the master, they all saluted in a hurry. Yitan raised his hand to let them continue to work. In the third room, a huge black square was piled up, and two scientists were continuously studying. Master, the wall stone has been researched successfully. This kind of wall is made of alloy materials and graphene. This kind of thing can be mass-produced and is very strong. As long as it is stacked in pairs, it will be tight. There is no analysis. In addition, the defensive power of this wall is also strong, and it can defend against the power of C.4 explosive packs. Generally speaking, as long as you don't use strong force, you can resist them, the scientist said from the side. Yitan was also very satisfied. It has always been said that the wall is very important in the Red Police game. It can defend the enemy and protect the base. TSK Tusk. If we can add that kind of memory metal, this kind of wall is simply the strongest defense of our base, a scientist said, shaking his head. When Yitan heard it, his eyes lit up suddenly. How do you say? Master, memory metal can be entered into memory individually. When it is damaged or destroyed, it can wake up the memory, and then slowly return to its original state. If we can have this memory metal, we can build a real defensive wall. This kind of memory metal defense is very powerful. Yitan's heart jumped wildly, and he asked, can't you research memory metal? The two scientists shook their heads and said, Master, we can't study this kind of memory metal. Our current level is too low to be a first-level scientist. To truly study memory metal, at least a third-level scientist is required. The level of scientists is the same as that of fighters. They can all be upgraded at the training base, and fighters can be upgraded by killing enemies, but scientists are different. They need constant research to upgrade, and they don't know it's the year of the monkey to upgrade. Yitan frowned, and the training base didn't know when it would be unlocked. Master, if we have memory metal samples in our hands, maybe we can also study them, a scientist said. Yitan shook his head slightly. The world's largest material now is graphene. Graphene is too far apart from memory metal. Memory metal has never been discovered. Even though they have been discovered before, they are all topics under research. Red Dragon, can the research wall be added to the Red Police unit? You can dominate, mainly to research useful units, all of which can join the Red Alert. Red Dragon's words made Yitan's heart finally relieved. As long as it can be solved with energy points, it is not a problem. If you can't, you will have to hire workers. Who is willing to come here? Master, join the unit's wall, each with 10 energy points. Each block is 10 square meters. Red Dragon said from the side. Yitan nodded indifferently. This energy point was still acceptable. It took thousands of energy points to study this wall, enclose the surroundings of the base. The height of the wall is 6 meters. What is the total cost? Yitan said toward the Red Dragon projection while walking towards the base. The Red Dragon floating in the air and the red eyes produced a trace of electricity, and then said, Master, to enclose the entire base, a total of 150,000 energy points are needed. Red Dragon's words made Yitan almost fall. Beat the dog. I have worked so hard to earn more than 400,000 yuan. And you need 150,000 yuan for your special mother, Mardan, can't bear the children, can't hold the wolf. Yitan chose to pay directly. It will take 6 hours to build. Tomorrow morning, the master will be able to see the wall. Yitan was taken aback. So fast? Wouldn't Eiffel and Annie be able to see the scene during construction? In Yitan's mind, the Red Dragon said directly, Master, you can pay for energy points, and I can let them default to the base, and everything that the base builds is to go with the flow. What do you mean? Yitan asked. It's such a master. One of the base units is telepathic, which allows people who do not belong to the base to default to everything that happens in the base. They will think that the base unit is dominated by your hard work. They won't have any doubts in their brains, so the master can build the wall with confidence. Red Dragon's explanation made Ethan's eyes bright. He didn't expect the base to have this function. It was simply tall. How many energy points need to be paid? 10,000. I rub percent at percent hash percent dot dot hash. Ethan muttered, Red Dragon, did you deliberately cheat me for energy points? Is it easy for me to earn energy points? Ethan said aggrievedly. Chapter 58. Chapter 57, Send troops and take underground bases. Ethan looked helplessly at the drastically reduced energy point, and spent hundreds of billions of dollars to get such an energy point. This red alert is simply a big pit. At night, the red police base emitted red lights that were invisible to the naked eye and directly affected the entire island. On this night, the memories of all outsiders in the base changed. The next day, Eiffel and the others got up and saw the tall wall without any doubt. They felt very normal. Ethan saw their expressions and immediately put down all the stones in his heart. Now the base is in an embarrassing situation. There are originally some things that need outsiders to do. But in the pirate concentration camp, no one comes here at all. As a result, everything has to be done step by step. It seems that the pirates still need to be eliminated before anyone is willing to come here for construction. Ethan sat in the base and looked at the 4 islands on the map. When the base is unlocked again, the offshore oil base can be constructed successfully, and energy points can be extracted unlimitedly on the seabed. At that time, the base will become active. Overlord of the sea. What needs to be done now is to get rid of the pirates first, and then the 4 islands can be rebuilt. Build into a giant empire. Ethan frowned. The pirates seemed to have disappeared these days, without any movement. I don't know what they are brewing. And Ethan didn't dare to relax his vigilance. These pirates, but they didn't blink. They were probably waiting in the dark for a chance to give you a heavy blow. And the news that Annie brought to Ethan, the underground military base, always made Ethan feel very strange. The Red Dragon invaded the classified documents of many countries, but did not find any country that would establish a military base on that island. This thing is weird. Ethan frowned and thought, but at this time Hong Long brought good news. Master, I invaded the information of all countries and finally found some clues. This small island seems to be a military base built by Germany before, and finally abandoned. Now I don't know who occupied the abandoned military base. According to the documents, this small island was the base where Germany used to study secret weapons. After their defeat in World War II, they abandoned the base and hurried back to China. Abandoned research base. Ethan's eyes lit up. Germany used to lead all countries in technology. During the Second World War, Germany was the fastest growing country in the world. In the end, because of the defeat and economic damage, many German geniuses could not continue to study technology, and the United States became the largest country. The creatures that were released on the island. It seems that the Underground Research Institute must be researching biology. Ethan squinted his eyes and thought. The more Ethan thought about it, the more it itched in his heart. He wanted to know what exactly was the researcher below. Looking at the information given by the Red Dragon, when the German left, in order to hide the base, he blew up the entire island, and then just left in a hurry. If such a big thing can blow up the island, there must be important research below. Ethan affirmed in his heart. Red Dragon, can the satellite dial the surface? Master, the satellite has not reached that level, but the entrance to the base can be calculated. Red Dragon said from the side. Ethan thought about it in his heart. He didn't know how many people there were in this space, and he didn't know the situation inside. What should I do? Master, I have already scanned it. There are no monitors or defense projects on the surface of the island. Ethan's heart moved, and the island has no defensive engineering, which means that all the armed forces are underground. If it is underground, this kind of thing will be easy to handle. Prepare, we are going to attack the island and occupy my island. We must spit it out for me. Ethan's eyes were shining, he straightened his back. and said confidently. Hong Long gave him a humane look at the side. "You are so rightly arrogant to grab someone else's things. This face is really no one." On the fence, there is a soldier every 30 meters, and the soldiers keep patrolling back and forth. And outside the fence, there are many wolf dogs squatting. In the surrounding wall, Yitan has assembled more than 300 soldiers. 300 soldiers standing neatly at the base, fully armed in the sun, looking so dazzling. Many people have a sense of awe in their hearts. And they stood upright, and in front of them, one was wearing a red dress with a golden dragon printed on it, a small red helmet on his head, and a thin body. The whole air was full of despair. "Master, we are ready," the 300 soldiers roared in unison, and their strong voices pierced the mountains and rivers and rang through the sky. Yitan was wearing a special combat uniform for the master, looking at the hundreds of soldiers in front of him with blood in his heart. He was all excited by the blood of these soldiers. "Set off." Yitan waved his hand, and the 300 soldiers all walked towards the 3 large planes. These 3 large planes were exactly what Yitan borrowed from Eiffel's aircraft carrier, and it is estimated that he will never return. This kind of large warehouse aircraft can hold more than 100 people each, and it is not crowded. Yitan also walked into the plane. The people who flew the plane were all Yitan's fighters. Yitan didn't tell Eiffel when he went to the underground base this time. He just said that there was something. After all, the less such things, the safer people know. On the plane, Yi Tanzing looked at the map. The map on the island had a red dot on it, which was the entrance to the underground base. "Do you understand the mission?" Yi Tan said in a deep voice in the combat channel. "Understand. Promise to complete the task." With that said, the 3 huge plane doors opened directly, and the soldiers flew towards the ground one by one. The combat uniforms on them had that kind of ultra-thin wings, which could soar in the air and slowly descend to the ground. A small team has reached its destination. The second team is ready. C4 has been placed and can be detonated at any time. The soldiers kept reporting in the channel, proceeding step by step according to the battle plan given by Yitan. Each team has 30 people. 5 teams are a squad, 5 squads are a battalion, 5 battalions are a regiment, and so on. "Start attacking." Yitan directly and calmly issued an order on the channel. Boom! On the island, a huge explosion occurred at the secret hole in an instant, and even the whole island was shaking. The soldiers swarmed directly, and rushed in pair by pair. And Yitan looked at the images brought back by the smoke helmets on the soldiers' heads. In the underground base, it was huge, with many small cars and various mechanical objects. Chapter 59 Chapter 58 Study of the Sun Country. In the underground base, a small group of soldiers constantly scanned the base through infrared goggles. "There is an enemy, and it is coming towards us at 3 o'clock. A soldier said. Then, just around a corner, more than 50 people with firearms rushed out. They uniformed their clothes and looked like the army. Yitan sneered at the video that came. It seemed that this base must have been leaked by some country. Did not even reform. "The war will start in one place. The red police soldiers directly attacked the enemy first, and shot at the enemies who were rushing. And just as the soldiers fired frantically, the people on the opposite seemed to notice that this enemy force was extraordinary. Directly issued a fierce boom order. Shoo! Bang! Suddenly, the soldiers of the underground base blasted a rocket, and then a huge explosion made the red police soldiers instinctively get down. The other side saw the fierce firepower of the red police soldiers, and they were all scattered directly, and they continued to bombard them. The underground base was blown up and down, and there were dull explosions and dust everywhere. The red police soldiers became more and more courageous as they fought, but the enemy forces were not very comfortable. The missiles they launched exploded in this underground base, and the huge echo sounded their ears deaf. Many enemy forces covered their ears with one hand and threw bombs with the other. Boom! Da. Boom boom. Boom! The battle was fierce. Although the red police soldiers fired frantically, they couldn't suppress the enemy's shelling. Seeing the red police soldiers being suppressed, many enemy forces are sticking to the root of the wall, preparing to wipe out the red police soldiers in one fell swoop. But they seem to think too much. As long as they come forward, they will be shot headshot, maimed or scrapped by the red police soldiers. In this gloomy underground, the red police soldiers are also very fierce. The ground that was bombed was already bumpy. Team 3 is ready to place C4, and Team 2 is covering. Team 1 is on standby. Yes, dominate. The soldiers of Team 3 rushed directly to the wall. At the corner, a small C4 was directly placed. This kind of bomb can instantly collapse a 5-meter wide wall. Behind this wall is the enemy. The bomb has been placed. After the report was completed, the third team retreated directly to the back. Although this underground base is large, it can make the combat more effective, so that it can hold 100 people, and the remaining 200 people are on the ground, waiting for the end of the battle below. The detonator lay on the ground and kept counting silently in his heart. Just now, because of the cover, the enemy was directly suppressed in the past. Now he is not close to the wall, as long as the soldiers approached. Hey, the detonator smiled bloodthirstily. Come, the detonator said cleverly in his heart, and then slammed a button, and the 3-meter wide wall instantly exploded. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the entire underground base shook. There were a lot of rocks on the underground base. Baga, run! The front is collapsed. A group of people kept roaring in the distance, and quickly retreated. Yitan looked at the small group of roaring people in the video. I knew it immediately. This group of people turned out to be from the Sun Country, and Mardan, as a Chinese, had a dream since he was a child, that is to slash a little devil. Hit, give me a tender death of them. On the channel, the soldiers seemed to hear the angry tone of domination, and their eyes turned red in an instant. The bullets were simply free of money, and they shot frantically. The enemy forces looked dumbfounded. Do you want to be so fierce, so desperate? In an instant, the soldiers' crazy firepower, they lost their confidence, and they kept shrinking. As the first line of defense was torn apart by the soldiers, the entire underground base grew bigger and wider. The remaining more than 200 soldiers also pew-pew in. The underground base is large, but most of them are built in research rooms, so they don't have much defense force. More than 300 fighters hacked and killed frantically in the base. Kill one when you encounter one. And Yitan also came to the underground base from the plane. He wanted to see what the base was studying. As soon as I entered the combat area, which was the last line of defense, those bullets were flying all over the sky, and rockets blasted everywhere. The miserable screams and the crazy roars could not cover the sound of the machine gun. Baga, who are they and why they found our base? A man in a white coat shouted. There are still several combatants guarding him firmly. Your Excellency General, let's go quickly. If we don't go anymore, it will be too late. A combatant roared from the side. His face was covered with blood and his whole body was covered with holes that were grazed by bullets. The police soldiers attacked frantically. How crazy it was. Baga, our Sun nation had a hard time analyzing the energy technology left by Germany. At the last moment, such a thing happened to support the army. Why didn't it come? The Sun nation general shouted angrily from the side. Is there any support army? We are here on the high seas, not in the country. The soldier snarled with his head down directly, snapped. The general of the Sun country directly slapped the soldier on the face. The distorted expression on his face was very unwilling. He has been working on this project for 10 years. For 10 years. There are so many 10 years in a person's life. Why did this happen at this critical time? General Sun Nation saw that there was a person among the local forces fighting frantically. The person didn't shoot, just watched quietly. The Sun Nation general knew at a glance that it was the enemy leader. Did you see that person? Send the transformed person number 1 and kill him. The Sun Country general shouted frantically. The soldier's eyes shrank fiercely, and he asked timidly, General, Do you really want to release transformed person number 1? He is not stable yet, and he can't control it at all. Barga, just do it. If you let you do it, the base will be gone. Even if the reformers are stable and unstable, let them out and let them get their headaches. General Sun Nation roared from the side. The soldier ran unwillingly to release the reformed man. He knew that once the reformed man was released, his life would be completely finished. That modified man is just a failed product of genetic enhancement, with a cruel personality. Powerful horror. Kill as soon as you see. It is simply the existence of biochemical people. But this was the general's order, and I had to obey it. I didn't obey it, and only my family was implicated. The soldier closed his eyes relentlessly, walked directly to a huge iron gate, and pressed some troublesome codes. Chapter 60. Chapter 59, Crazy Monster. After the Sun Nation soldier pressed the troublesome code, the thick iron door made a harsh sound, like a sound of rubbing glass. The thick iron door opened a human-shaped passage, and a dark shadow suddenly burst out of it. What? The soldier was instantly rushed by the black shadow, torn apart, and scattered all over the ground. On the battlefield, Yitan stared at the stubbornly resisting soldiers of the Sun Kingdom with a cold look. The red police soldiers were even more frantically suppressed, the bullets pouring down, so that the Sun Nation soldiers dare not look up. What? Behind the Sun Kingdom warrior, there were bursts of shrill and tearing panic cry. Yitan was taken aback when he listened. What's the matter? Are the people from the Sun Country sick? A black object flew towards Yitan and the others, and the soldiers dispersed in an instant. After a concentrated look, they were instantly blinded. This was a rotten body that looked like a leg. The leg was scratched by something and it was no longer visible. There were scars and exposed red flesh everywhere. What's the matter? Yitan wondered in his heart. At this moment, the gunfire on the opposite side seemed to weaken, and their bullets were no longer directed at them, but behind him. Yitan's mood was a bit heavy. What happened, which caused the enemy to mess up? Roar. That roaring sound. Roaring on this battlefield. The loudness of the sound, it was like a beast-like sound. That sound was bloodthirsty and cruel, and made people numb when listening. Master, a monster appears. A sharp-eyed soldier roared in the channel. Yitan glanced at it and almost didn't show his eyeballs. My cow. Yitan subconsciously burst out swearing. That monster is a person, not a person. The three heads are fused together. The body is huge. The whole body is naked, and there is a huge monster hanging from the crotch. The body is huge, but the whole body is pustules, without A's, only a huge big mouth with black blood, and it is extremely ugly. If it were not for standing, Yitan would think it was a mutant beast. Ho 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 ho. That ugly monster, with a handful of Sun Nation fighters, like candied whores, inserted from their heart, and there was no life in an instant. The hundreds of Sun Nation fighters were so easily caught the ugly monster was killed. Yitan looked terrified. Yitan's eyes flickered. This monster must have been a failed product made by these beasts doing human body research, or else how could they kill them when they meet people? Fight. Yitan gave the order directly, and in an instant hundreds of bullets were ejected directly from the muzzle, madly hitting the ugly monster. Roar. The monster that was attacked frantically, angrily tore the human being inserted in his hands. The intestines, bones, and blood were scattered all over the place, and the monster was holding a few still beating hearts in his hands. A stuffy mouth. In an instant, the decadence that the monster had just been attacked by someone turned into a very excited. Excitedly patted his breast covered with pustules. Oh, how come this monster gets more and more excited when it hits it? No, you can't let this monster get close to the soldiers. Yitan gave the order directly, and the bullet shot directly at the monster like no money. Being beaten by countless bullets, he kept moving backwards. What? The monster let out a scream. The voice was male or female, and the listener panicked. Attack, C4 C4, blast me. What's so? This monster is going crazy. Yitan shouted from the side. This monster has become crazy now, and the pustules of the whole body are constantly floating. making people disgusting. Following the command of the master, several squads rushed directly to the monster, throwing bomb packets at it continuously. In less than 20 seconds, there were 4.5 dynamite bags hanging on the monster. Blast! Yeetan roared. Bang! In an instant, the explosive bag hung on the monster's body exploded in an instant. With the yellow blood in the sky, the soldiers hurriedly avoided far away. Who knows what the blood does? The power of those 4 or 5 dynamite bags was filled with dust, making it impossible to see what was inside, and infrared rays could not scan any living person. Yeetan and the others, staring at the dust in the sky. His heart kept beating. The yellow blood in the sky fell to the ground, instantly corroding the flesh, and blood scattered on the ground, and directly blew the hot blue smoke. Yeetan was all scalp numb when he looked at it. Fortunately, the soldiers had stood far away, or they would have corroded them. Just when everyone was lucky, a black shadow rushed towards a red police soldier. The speed was so fast that he could not see clearly with the naked eye. Before anyone could tell, the soldier had his head removed. The head and neck are constantly spraying blood like a small fountain. Yeetan's eyes reddened instantly, and his heart was furious. Damn it, fuck him, tender him. Although the black shadow succeeded once, but hurriedly ran towards his lair, which also allowed the soldiers to see clearly the current situation of the monster. The whole body was scorched, as if the skin had been burned off. The 3 heads were also exploded into 1.5, the huge mouth was also torn apart by the explosion, and the mouth kept biting up and down. Take advantage of his illness, Yeetan yelled. The soldiers shot in an instant. Without the hard skin, the monster was fragile. His legs were torn apart by countless bullets and he lay directly on the ground. Continue to be executed next to each other. Why didn't know that the monster wanted to escape? This monster also had a certain degree of wisdom. He knew that he was not the opponent of this group of fighters, but he was beaten into a sieve before he could escape. The monster lay on the ground, howling and howling. What he heard was a heart-piercing report. Master, the monster has been cleaned up. A soldier walked to Yeetan and saluted. Yeetan finally let go of his thoughts. This monster is simply terrifying. If a large number of them are put on the battlefield, it will be a big killer. But no one can control this kind of thing. It seems that those people who study this monster want to die here with this monster themselves. Yeetan's eyes were cold, and then he began to order the soldiers to search the underground base. This battle was the first time that Yeetan experienced a battle. He also learned a lot and grew a lot. At least he now looks more and more. The more you look like a commander. It's no longer the same as before. As the soldiers searched the base, the great commanders of the Sun Country also moved towards their own country from the emergency passage. But as soon as he left the island, he was seen by a large armed aircraft that had been monitored by the sky. Chapter 61. Chapter 60, The Silence Before the Storm. Quickly, let's get out of here. I must complain to the border guards when I go back. Such a big thing happened and they were indifferent. Baga, I'm so angry. Dazuo with a small beard shouted inside a small yacht. Tao. There are only a few people on the yacht, all of whom are important scientists, and they are all people involved in this research. Master, the target has been found. Do you want to attack? In the air, a soldier in the plane said on the channel. And Yeetan frowned. He didn't expect that there would be a fish slipping through the net. It seems that the group of people is the researcher who released the transformation of people. You don't need to stay alive, just attack them and kill them tenderly, Yeetan said on the channel. Yes, dominate. The soldier received the order, aimed directly at the yacht that was sneaking in the sea, directly pressed the button on the handle, and instantly the missile was ejected and directly followed the submarine. Dazuo, it's not good. The radar has scanned it, and a tracking missile is coming towards us. A man driving a submarine shouted loudly. That Dazuo wearing a white coat had a look of anger. It must be the National Army. If not, which private army can scan his advanced submarine? What? The Dazuo roared up to the sky in the submarine, very unwilling. With the roar of unwillingness and humiliation passed, immediately afterwards, the calm water surface violently like a huge wave. The target is destroyed. After the fighter of the plane murmured to himself, he continued to hover in the air and continued to detect. At the underground base, all the people of the Sun Kingdom were completely wiped out by the Red Police soldiers. There are a lot of research in the underground base, but Yitan didn't understand it very well, so he directly transferred 5 scientists from the base. As soon as the 5 scientists entered this underground base, they instantly became a pair of scientific madmen. They kept visiting all the research of the underground base. They were amazed and shook their heads along the way. Yitan was also very speechless. Seeing the excited look of the scientist, Yitan had no choice but to return to the base, and the underground base was protected by 300 soldiers, so there wouldn't be much problem. Yitan only has some eyebrows about what the underground base is researching, and the next step is to rely on the scientists. Back to the base, everything was normal, only that Eiffel drove the anti-gravity sports car and didn't know where he went. Yitan didn't worry either. The anti-gravity sports car was controlled by King Long. Once it encounters a crisis, it will automatically drive back. In the vast sea, Eiffel is driving a reactionary sports car with a look of excitement. A crazy pilot above the sea. Ha ha. Great. It's so cool. Eiffel cried out in the sports car. He is worth billions. What kind of sports car hasn't been seen? I haven't driven any sports cars, but those sports cars are simply incomparable with this anti-power sports car. Diddy, pay attention, has entered the peaceful high seas. The voice of Tamron's assistant sounded directly in the sports car. The peace on the open sea is the Silk Road of those overseas shipping merchants. There are no pirates in this high seas. So in this peaceful high seas, there are many merchant ships coming and going. Yitan once said that anti-gravity sports cars cannot be known yet, but Eiffel vowed to agree. Eiffel had a black line on his face, and he didn't expect that he would even get here. It seemed that he needed to go back quickly, otherwise he would play a big game. Eiffel thought, turned around and ran towards the pirate concentration camp. But he didn't expect that he had already played big. Goofing, he is a soldier. Although he has been retired for many years, he also yearns for life in the army. But God likes to joke with him. After he was discharged from the army, he was looking for a job. Came to the overseas merchant ship as a security guard. Just now, the smoker was guilty, and Lonely Pete came to the deck and lit a cigarette. Comfortable. It's really awkward on this sea. Goofing was doing stretching exercises with a cigarette in his mouth. What's that? Goofing rubbed his eyes and hurriedly looked into the distant sky with the telescope. Damn. Goofing scolded fiercely, unaware that the cigarette in his mouth fell on the ground. Goofing felt that his eyes were almost running out, and a car was flying that day. The cry of Lonely Mountain instantly attracted many security guards. They all looked at them with their binoculars. In the air, the suspended sports car was quietly suspended in the air. The pattern of the car body was a blood-red dragon, which was lifelike dots like a real dragon alive. Everyone seen on this deck was surprisingly quiet. Some people with brains hurriedly took out their mobile phones and patted all this clearly. Roar. The floating sports car let out a dragon roar, flew over the merchant ship with a sigh, and disappeared into the sea in the blink of an eye. But the shock of Lonely Peak was like a bolt from the blue. He was in the army and learned to drive combat power. He knew every combat power, ability and speed. But that suspended sports car simply gave alive his life concept. Distorted. Goofing roared crazy in his heart. Damn, have you ever seen a sports car fly? Special. Have you ever seen a sports car that can fly, flying a fighter jet? I've seen numbness. If anyone dares to say no in the future, can I shoot him to death? Lonely Peak now feels that he seems to be living in a different world. He is crazy. Many caravan security guards saw the red shadow disappear instantly, and all put down their binoculars and stared at each other dumbfounded. Lao Bar, do you see it? A security guard shouted excitedly at the next security guard. The security guard also responded with a look of excitement. Wipe, I saw it. So I saw it. It must be an alien. It must be. Yeah, I haven't seen a car that can fly. The speed just blasted all fighters. Ha ha ha, I just photographed it, it's very clear. This time I sold it to the news agency, and I have a bonus to take. A man with spine-turned eyes said excitedly. The rest of the people looked enviously at the dancing security guard, secretly annoyed why they didn't shoot. If they did, send it to the news agency, and they could make a lot of money. And the heartless Eiffel, the sports car whose driver exceeded the speed of sound, screamed crazy all the way back to the base. He was so refreshing today, but no one knew it, because Eiffel slammed once and the whole earth boiled. Yeetan once said that once this sports car was released, he didn't even know how terrifying it would bring. To be continued. Tomorrow will be even more exciting. 3 shifts every day. Thank you for your support, thank you. A rudder master plus 2 shifts, and disciples plus 1 shift. Love you guys. Thank you. In addition, some readers feel that writing is fast. I personally think that this book still has 700,000 to 1 million words on the earth. This book has a huge format. But please rest assured that there will be no comprehension. This is a pure technology. Contend for hegemony. Chapter 62. Chapter 61, The Global Boiling. Leal, a senior IT staff member, has not seen any shocking news in the past few days, and the supervisors have somewhat squeezed him out. But today, he received a strange call. The call said that it would cost 500,000. The news have told him that Leal didn't believe it very much. He decided to go to the supervisor. After all, the choice was in the hands of the supervisor. Leal looked at the uncertain face of the supervisor, feeling a little nervous. You mean, this news is about Tamron technology? The supervisor called Zudafu, with a huge barrel waist. The salty pig hand kept tapping on the tabletop, thinking with his eyes closed. When Leal heard this, he hurriedly lowered his posture and said, "Yes, the supervisor, that's what the man said. But but they want 500,000 yuan for the work fee." Then Zudafu opened his eyes suddenly. The eyes were as big as a bull's eye, and he yelled in disbelief, "Leal, you idiot, the news of Tamron technology is valuable. But are you sure it is big news? And still want 500,000? Why doesn't he go to heaven?" Leal was trembling all over by Zudafu's roar. "Right? If I become a supervisor in the future, I must quit this fat man. That's right, Leal is still handsome, and he is soaking in Weistong's daughter these days. The woman's looks, tusk, dare not describe it, it's horrible. Only Leal, an ambitious talent, would go down." Supervisor, we might as well let that person post a video first. We are making a decision. What if it's big news? Leal said with a face and a grin. Zudafu stood up and wanted to scold him, but then he thought, this kid is right. In case it is big news, then Tamron Technology is not another company, but this company is of global concern. Okay, let the person post a video. We have to see what the shocking news is, Zudafu said with a straight face. The contempt in Leal's eyes was well hidden. He really didn't understand how this pig-headed person could be a supervisor. Leal hurriedly dialed the number that did not belong to the country, and muttered a few words. After a while, the message was sent directly to a short video. Zudafu watched the video with Leal with a skeptical expression. The video is not blurry, it is very clear. But this video was actually taken with another mobile phone. In that video, the security guards who were watching silently on the open sea first appeared. Then the camera turned and looked towards the sky. As the camera pulled in, there were many exclamations in the video, and even Leal and Zudafu were shocked. There was a cool sports car floating in the sky, raging on the open sea. Like an alien spaceship. On that cool sports car, there was a huge snow dragon tattooed, and the car body suddenly issued a dragon roar. Crack. The video ends here, and Zudafu and Leal looked at each other in shock. This is simply the biggest news they have ever seen. This news is simply shocking. Leal, hurry up. Tell the seller that we will pay 800,000 yuan and buy all the video rights so that he will not sell it to others, Zudafu said in a trembling voice. Leal nodded fiercely, and hurriedly dialed the overseas phone number. After bargaining, Zudafu paid 1.2 million to buy the ownership of this video. After getting this video, Zudafu was about to be overexcited, his face flushed, like a woman who had just fallen asleep. Great. Great. It's easy to take the position of chief executive this time. Ha ha ha. Zudafu exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands constantly. After this short farce, in the afternoon, a huge news appeared directly on the homepage of Sina News. The position of this news was simply unique, and even the news of the stars was crowded aside. Wang Gang was idle and bored today. He was refreshing the Sina News and watching the country's dynamics. Suddenly, Sina News suddenly popped out a news item. The invention that shocked the world is coming, and Tamron Technologies' floating car is coming. Are you ready? Wang Gang's heart was shocked. Could it be that the suspension car has been researched out? Impossible, but that is the future technology. Using Huaxia technology, it will take decades to produce results. Is this again bluffing? Wang Gang directly clicked on the video. The video was no longer the blur of his head, but was very clear. The cool sports car sent a dull dragon roar and flew over the sea with a swish. It was extremely fast, even faster than ordinary airplanes. Be quick. The sports car was also clearly photographed. After Wang Gang watched this short few minutes of video, he didn't know when the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground, and his mouth remained shocked. I rely on. Wang Gang's shocked mouth is uncomfortable to speak. This video is simply earth-shattering. This Tamron technology is simply going to explode the world. This Nima, what is the difference between people so big? As more and more people watched this video, the uploads on the entire network were enthusiastic, and they were all shocked by this suspended sports car. That Zudafu is happy. Watching the crazy and soaring click-through rate directly drove the entire Sina shares, directly earned a lot of money for the company, and also allowed Zudafu to see opportunities for promotion and salary increase. However, the official website of Sina News was almost overwhelmed. More and more people come here to watch this video and comment. This video has been screened by many science and technology parties. Nothing in this video is true for CD. I'll wipe it. Yeetan is simply too scary. Even this floating sports car can be built. My mother asked me why I was kneeling, and I replied, I am afraid that the earth will be exploded by Yeetan Kai. Why do you all say that Tamron technology researches? Why not others? Paralyzed, there is a foreigner upstairs, and the head of a foreigner is also posted. Do you know the unique logo of Tamron technology? Look at the pattern on that sports car. Is it the logo of Tamron technology? Nima table. Support upstairs. The third floor is the watch. As the video became more widespread, even foreign media began to publicize the news in large quantities. New York Times, will the dragon of Huaxia be awakened? Huaxia 10 has only Yeetan, who has developed a real floating sports car, but what about our American genius? Yonhap News Agency, the floating car studied by Yeetan is as fast as a Boeing plane, but what about our genius? In Korea, these shameless sticks are starting to spat again. Korean national news. The floating car was studied by us Koreans, and Yeetan is the thief. Chosun Ilbo, Yeetan belongs to Korea, and Tamron technology is also ours. Levitation cars are our research. Regarding the sorrow of the United States and the shame of South Korea, the Chinese people all sneered at them and disdained to care about them. To be continued. If you want to enjoy watching, just use the rudder master to kill me, and the most unhelpful people have to kill me. Chapter 63 Chapter 62, A Domineering Declaration. As the floating car spreads around the world, everyone is crazy, everyone wants to buy one, and the auto dealers are all pale, sitting in the boss chair with melancholy. Once this floating car is launched, all the cars will disappear, like the Tamron mobile phone, disappearing into the river of history. They wanted to stop Yeetan's rise, but it was useless at all. Some people started to slant forward again. And in the far-away country an unprecedented meeting is taking place, and the discussion is only one person, that is, Yitan. A huge conference room. The most central location in the conference room is a super huge round table. There are a total of 12 seats around the round table. On each seat, there is a person sitting. At this time, the indoor light deliberately creates a dim effect, and everyone in the room can see the looks clearly, full of quite a sense of mystery. Today, the occasion where these 12 people are located is one of the most important meetings of the Pentagon, the Round Table. The 12 people who can sit here are all top figures in control of American power. They can be called the kind that can make the top Americans tremble with stomping. It can be said that every Round Table meeting is held when country M faces the most important thing. At this moment, one of the 12 people, holding a report in his hand, was slowly saying, Yitan, often, 21 years old, has an average life. Before this year, he was still a low-level person. But in this year, he turned out to be born, bringing a lot of spiritual technology that shocked everyone, each of which is a product beyond modern technology. However, he seems to be very mysterious. Apart from his appearance at the last press conference, he has never shown up again, so we cannot know whether these technologies are all researched by him. In addition, the floating car in this video, the people of the Academy of Sciences have reviewed that this sports car is extremely powerful, can exceed the speed of the plane we secretly research, and the car uses nuclear energy. That means that Yitan has developed a small reactor. Holding a few documents and constantly thinking about it is a general. He is the most powerful general in country M. When everyone heard the small reactor, they suddenly felt violent. They had studied this small reactor for several years, but they had only developed a large reactor. Unexpectedly, Yitan had already developed a small reactor. Everyone, the situation is getting worse and worse for our country. What do we need to do now? There. First right holder, said Obaro, who is always 3 millimeters. All the chiefs and generals in the audience whispered to each other. After a while, they seemed to have discussed it. A man in a suit looked at the first Obaro and said, President, we need to use an international voice to overwhelm Yitan. Since he belongs to China, then we are like China pressured them to restrain Yitan. Give us a period of time, and then we. The man said, wiping his neck with his hands. The others also nodded in satisfaction, just waiting for the first Obaro to make a decision. This plan caused Obaro's face to suddenly sink. They have not done this kind of plan, but they are all people who cannot influence history. But now, Yitan is Huixia's treasure. If Yitan were to be killed, Obaro would have thought of this group of people's ideas. Although he would be downgraded in a while, he didn't expect that they would think of themselves that way. Get down so quickly. If you kill Yitan, according to Huixia's temper, the next president will be compensated by Danda. But seeing that they all seemed to approve this plan, Obaro couldn't veto it, so he had to acquiesce in this decision. In the afternoon of the same day, the United States issued a condemnation on the internet, asking Huixia to give them an explanation, saying why this technology is restricted and why can't it be studied together fairly? Want China to develop the technology of floating cars. I almost didn't make the nose of Huixia's high-level anger crooked. Damn, you asked us to hand over the technology. Who do we let to hand it over? Yitan has already left China and does not belong to any country. How would you let us hand it over? And, Emperor, you are really shameless. Why did some technologies block us Huixia in the past? It's still shameless to ask us to disclose the technology, really Nima. As the American condemnation was spread on the internet by netizens, it directly exploded. The shameless dog said, aviation technology used to block us, but now we are allowed to disclose the technology. Why don't you disclose all of your technology? Cut. So what? Alas, I don't know what the country will do. Hand over a fart. How old are they? We have Yitan in China and we can lower them thousands of scientists. Ha ha ha. On the internet, everyone has a look of anger. The previous technology blockades have been made public this time, which suddenly aroused everyone's anger and led to an unprecedented unification across the country. Within 2 hours, Huixia gave an answer. Yitan has left our country and does not belong to any country. Wow! As soon as this passage came out, The entire internet went crazy. What's the matter? How did Yitan leave Huaxia? Why? What's the matter? Who knows where Yitan went? Who knows? Who knows? All netizens are crazy. They really can't accept this news. Why does Huaxia's genius leave Huaxia and why? But immediately after that, a paragraph that made the people of China crazy made the senior officials of China speak out. Although Yitan no longer belongs to the people of our country, our big family will always support him. If someone makes a small move, then don't blame us for fighting against you. Who offends China? Even if it is far away, it will be punishable. And, you want if the technology of the floating sports car is made public, then all countries will make all the technology public, and we will make it public. If not, shut up. Wow. I'm crazy. What did I see? China's domineering. Why did the group of bosses in China become so domineering? Is I dumbfounded? The boss answered so aggressively. It's so cool. Ha ha ha. The dogs of country M will definitely have a beeping expression. The whole Huaxia was going crazy. They didn't expect their country to be so tough. They just slapped all the countries in the face. This is crazy, and it makes everyone in the country feel like they gathered together. Unprecedented happiness. However, the senior Americans have a very ugly expression on their faces. They never thought that China was so tough that they could not refute it. Yes, China's development in the past few years is already a superpower. Do you, Emperor M, still want to dominate the earth? How about playing? To be continued. Ask for a recommendation ticket. The more the better, thank you. Chapter 64. Chapter 63, Genetic Modification Technology. The entire international forum was stirred up like a puddle of muddy water by the suspension vehicle. With regard to China's tough attitude, the shameless reasons of US Emperor, directly and indirectly divided all the big countries into teams. The entire United Nations is directly divided into 3 teams. Some support China, some support the largest country, and some directly choose neutrality. Regarding China's tough attitude this time, the face of the US Emperor was slapped, causing his president's face to be lost and clean, making Obama remember the hatred in his heart. Note: Obama is a harmonious word. It cannot be typed. I can only change the name. You can pronounce it as Obama. Don't blame it. And the protagonist of this accident, Eiffel, has returned to his family. Seeing the sky full of floating car news, he didn't almost run away. Fortunately, Yitan didn't love the internet too much. If he knew it, he had to peel off this time. In the 4 islands, Yitan didn't know that his technology was already known to everyone around the world. Yitan stood by the base and looked at the large group of troops on the way back. When Eiffel left this time, he also sent Annie back to the country, leaving behind a large amount of munitions and large planes before leaving. Those large troops returning from the underground base are the ones returning from research. A scientist saw Yitan standing there and trot all the way to Yitan. Report, Master. The underground base has been excavated. Yitan stared at the scientist intently and asked him to continue talking. Master, in the underground base, we found that the Sun country they were researching technologies such as genetic enhancement, so they only studied half of the technology, but they were not successful. The monster we saw in the underground base was the person they captured. Doing research, because the research failed, they created a monster, an uncontrollable monster. In addition, if this technology is successfully studied, it can increase the physical fitness of all humans by 2 times, and the lifespan can reach about 150 years. The scientist's words were astonishing. Yitan was shocked in his heart, and his lifespan could reach 150 years, which was terrifying. Rao Yitan, who owns the Red Police, was all surprised. Yitan's eyes lit up, looking at the scientist like a grandmother wolf and saying, "Can you perfect him with this technology?" The scientist frowned, embarrassed. "Master, this technology has exceeded the research scope of our first-level scientists, and it can only be studied unless we are upgraded to level 2 as soon as possible." As soon as Yitan heard it, his heart felt cold. At the 2nd level, Did it mean that he was promoted? Alas, Yi Tan sighed in his heart. It seems that he still needs to wait until the Red Police Unit unlocks the next step to see if there is a training center. After learning that the underground base has been destroyed by the soldiers, all the technical and other materials have been moved back to the base. Go straight back to the main base. As soon as he entered the main base, Red Dragon's projection stood aside and said, "Master, our floating car is known globally." Yi Tan stagnated, and looked at Hong Long puzzledly. "What's the matter? Did Eiffel reveal it?" Yi Tan's eyes were cold after speaking. Hong Long explained it, and told Yi Tan what happened. Yi Tan stroked his forehead helplessly. He wanted to wait for a while before releasing the anti-gravity sports car. But I didn't expect this heartless thing to be photographed by accident. Yi Tan sat in a chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. The embarrassment he was now in was getting worse. He must now break this embarrassing situation. Yi Tan thought for a while, his eyes really opened, and his eyes were full of unyielding, firm expressions. "Red Dragon, we are now in a pirate concentration camp, and we are embarrassed by the pirates. Now that the whole world knows it, we simply make things worse. Now the base needs a large number of people to transform the base, and no one is willing. Come, if you want to break this embarrassing situation, you have to do it again." "Master, what do I need to do?" Hong Long said quietly from the side. "How much does it cost to build an anti-gravity sports car?" Yi Tan said directly from the side. "Master, it takes 100 energy points to build an anti-gravity sports car," Hong Long replied directly. When Yi Tan heard this, he almost fell. 100 energy points. Too expensive. "Master, 100 energy points are built according to the special car you made. We can divide them into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. The price of each construction is different." Yi Tan heard that. Yes, this is built according to his own special car. Wouldn't it be cheaper if there were fewer things? Yi Tan burst into joy in his heart immediately, and immediately made the Red Dragon act. On this day, both Tang Yulong and Leagues received a call from Yi Tan, and within 10 minutes of the phone call, the two presidents looked excited under the eyes of everyone. It was like great news. After everyone refused to answer, the official Tamron official website changed its appearance. The golden dragon danced wildly in the video, followed by a roar of dragons, followed by the newly developed anti-gravity sports car of Tamron Technology. When the employees of Tamron Technology saw this, they all stood up and cheered and were very excited. They all watched the video and thought that this was a new product of Tamron Technology. But the presidents didn't let them make any announcements. They didn't move at all. But now the information about the anti-gravity sports car is presented directly, making everyone excited. This is true, even more true than real gold. What Yi Tan sent to them was the information. Let the employees of Tamron Technology Company understand first, let them make changes to the information, package it, and announce it to the outside world. Standing outside the window, looking at the sky with the red-bellied fish, Yi Tan took a deep breath. If this time the incident becomes serious, many people will definitely die. Yi Tan sneered. This time the technology is too amazing. The emergence of anti-gravity signifies that the Earth civilization will begin to explore the universe. Yi Tan smiled bitterly. Before the Red Police base was built and played, he developed the technology to explore the universe. It was really helpless. Looking at the pain of not eating cakes, if the base can now build aircraft carriers, Yi Tan can rush out of the Earth to explore the boundless star field. But what Yi Tan could think of, those big countries could think of, it seems that this time is a major crisis. But Yi Tan was not afraid. Even if it was a great crisis, Yi Tan could handle it. After all, he has a big killer. If anyone dares to provoke him, just launch a space-based weapon and see who can handle it. Live. If the anti-gravity sports car is successfully sold this time, then Yi Tan will once again have a lot of money to buy more ore. Master, we can buy those arms, or we can try to transform it. Red Dragon reminded him in a shocking voice. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. Yes, I wiped it. It can transform the aircraft carrier into a space exploration spacecraft. the resources of the universe, that is called a rich. Chapter 65. Chapter 64, Development in all aspects. Yitan looked at Red Dragon with excitement. He had never thought about transforming the aircraft carrier. He had never thought about it. He was always preconceived. When thinking about problems, he always thought about what he had first. If it doesn't, it's trivial. Red Dragon's thoughts made Yitanzan want to kiss him. As long as he has money, aircraft carriers can be bought. He doesn't have the strength to build aircraft carriers, and it doesn't mean that other big countries cannot build them. Buy an aircraft carrier and convert it into a counter-powered aircraft carrier. At that time, you can go out of the universe to search for energy veins, resources, and the Earth's resources are too few. Pitiful little. If you have this anti-power aircraft carrier, it is simply a robber of the universe. At that point, the energy points of the base must have been soaring, and it has developed more rapidly. Yitan thought about calling Eiffel, who was far away in the US. Eiffel is hugging left and right at home. For a heartless person like him, he has long forgotten the leaking anti-gravity sports car. Hearing the sound of Tamron's mobile phone, Eiffel trembled. He was the richest in his circle, but it was difficult to buy the scarce Tamron mobile phone with money, so few knew his phone. Eiffel pouted his mouth bitterly, picked up the phone, and saw that Yitan was calling, and suddenly felt 10,000 people didn't want to answer it. It's over, it's over. Yitan must know that I leaked the sports car. Eiffel was pale, and the sexy women next to each other looked at each other in a daze, looking at Eiffel's terrible expression. Is there anyone in this world who makes Eiffel scared? The future owner. Eiffel asked everyone to leave impatiently before answering the phone. Eiffel hadn't spoken yet. Yitan started talking over there. Why are you so late? Yitan's calm voice made Eiffel's heart tense. A typical guilty conscience. That. Eiffel couldn't hold back a fart for a long time. Yitan didn't bother to talk to him, and said directly, don't talk to me. I already know the anti-gravity sports car. Next time you don't want to drive the anti-gravity sports car on the base. Don't, brother Yi. I was wrong. Eiffel heard that he didn't let himself drive an anti-gravity sports car, which was just as painful as making him not play with a woman. If you want to drive, yes, go find an aircraft carrier for me. If you want an aircraft carrier of that kind, you ask me to pay. Yitan said on the phone. Eiffel was not happy when he heard that he could drive. He almost fell to the ground when he heard that there was an aircraft carrier. Brother Yi, what's the matter? Did the pirates attack you? Eiffel really couldn't think of what Yitan would do for buying an aircraft carrier. It can only be used by pirates. Don't worry, you just need to find the aircraft carrier for me. That's it. I'll give you 3 days. Yitan said and hung up the phone directly. Seeing the phone hung up, Eiffel was blinded for 3 days. You are when the aircraft carrier is Chinese cabbage. If you say there is it. 3 days, I rely on. There is no way. The family is almost ready for Yitan to accept it now. If Eiffel hadn't seen Yitan's extraordinary things with his own eyes, he would not agree with the crazy support of the family. But the situation is different now. Yitan conquered Eiffel with only an anti-gravity sports car. Eiffel hurriedly started contacting his contacts to see who had the aircraft carrier for sale. But all the calls in the past were answered. 3 days? Are you playing with me? Whose aircraft carrier have you seen that can trade in 3 days? Let me go. You are Chinese cabbage when you are an aircraft carrier. Everywhere. Do you think it is for arms trading? This is an aircraft carrier. With sweat on Eiffel's head, he dialed one phone after another, and everyone in Eiffel's network knew that Eiffel was crazy. But after Yitan threw this question to Eiffel, he sat relaxed on the beach, basking in the sun, and lived happily. Eiffel felt guilty for leaking the anti-gravity sports car. Yitan gave this issue to him, and he felt more relieved than others. He knew that Eiffel was more anxious than anyone else, and more anxious than Yitan. Master, Tamron video is ready. Do you check it? Yi Tan was stunned. He gave Hong Long the anti-gravity sports car advertisement for less than an hour, and it was done so soon. It's super fast. Yi Tan directly clicked on the video in the Tamron mobile phone. As always, the roaring dragon seemed to signal the birth of a terrifying technology. In less than 3 seconds, the dragon stopped, vomiting something out of its mouth. It is the anti-gravity sports car. After one night, scientists have divided the anti-gravity sports car into 3 parts: low, medium and high. Yi Tan doesn't plan to sell low and mid-level cars. He sells high-end anti-gravity sports cars first. Each price is not cheap. Yi Tan doesn't worry about not being sold. As long as you have money, a heavy factory will be built on one of the 4 islands, and then a lot of machines will be purchased to build Tamron cars. Yi Tan really doesn't want to occupy the resources of the base. If you can use money to solve it, you can use money. After all, Tamron mobile phones and Tamron automobiles have had a huge impact on the world, indirectly causing hundreds of people to lose their jobs. There is no difference between a high-end sports car and Yi Tan's car, except that a lot of Yi Tan specific functions are missing, but for modern people, it is also a technology beyond the future. Yi Tan was very satisfied with the advertisement made by Hong Long, and now the base is getting better and better. Master, do you start publishing official news? Yi Tan smiled and said, since the news about sports cars is released, then simply make it bigger. You go, post a message on the internet and call for builders across the country for you. The more the better the price. Tell them, come, we will not be in any danger here. Even if an accident occurs, we will compensate them with a large sum of money in excess. In addition, you are buying some car manufacturers now. It is estimated that they are now difficult to ride a tiger. The acquisition will be easy. Of course, Red Dragon knew what Yi Tan was going to do. To recruit builders across the country. This is a large-scale construction of pirates. It is now in the eyes of everyone. Although it has the support of people from all over the world, it will not let go of those self-interested capitalists. The acquisition of manufacturers, when the time comes, as long as scientists transform them, they can produce a large number of anti-gravity sports cars. Although these equipment cannot produce that kind of anti-gravity equipment, the body can still be built. The anti-gravity equipment only needs to spend energy points to buy it. Very cheap. As Yi Tan gave orders one by one, Red Dragon began to act. And the official website of Tamron Technology has changed its appearance. To be continued. Chapter 66. Chapter 65, Crazy Reporter. After Yi Tan gave all the orders, he needed to go to China for a long time. This time he went to talk about a big business, and no one would do it well for Yi Tan. Yi Tan could only find his backer in the capital, the suburbs. There were originally many heavy factories here, but since a Tenglong technology company was stationed, this suburb has directly cleaned up an unqualified heavy factory. The reason is, don't pollute Tamron Technology. The Tamron Technology company has directly built hundreds of high-rise buildings here, followed by a large area of technology buildings and residential buildings. Now Tamron Technology has grown to thousands of people. You have to ask what thousands of people do. What a company does. Today is the big day of Tamron Technology, because the boss of Tamron Technology is coming. This excites the whole company. Only the hundreds of old employees have seen the boss, and those new employees have never seen the boss. They just saw it in the video. Now that the boss is coming, they are not excited. The entire Tamron Technology company has begun to clean up. At the capital airport, thousands of heavily armed fighters have gathered, standing upright, as if waiting for the arrival of some big man. When the reporters discovered this martial law airport, they immediately gathered many reporters of all kinds, all trying to get the first news. The capital airport has not seen any large planes, and all flights to the capital have been cancelled. This surprised the Chinese people. Who is this to welcome? It's already noon. I didn't even see Mao in the air, which left many reporters speechless. Those who held heavy cameras had tired arms and waists. They also had to admire those soldiers, who deserved to be the pillars of the country. and they didn't move for so long. Just as everyone was thinking about it, the soldiers started to move and stood in a protective state. Among the crowd, a fat man ate the fried chicken and looked at the sky and shouted in horror, "Mcow!" The reporters who squeezed in the front were all shocked, and quickly turned their heads to look at the fat man eating fried chicken behind. Inexplicably asked, "Dead fat man, why roar?" The reporter who spoke was impatient with the fat man. "You are such a big body and you are not a reporter. Why are you squeezing in front? Also, you leaned on Lao Tzu so much that you almost smashed Lao Tzu's egg." "That was my only lunch, Mcow." The fat man did not answer the reporter's words, but stared at the sky. Other reporters also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly looked up. "My cow." Everyone is unified and I rise up, so that the crowds who eat melons are also me. "This is my cow. Let everyone give me cow directly." The reason for everyone is that there are hundreds of super sports cars floating in the sky. Just like the suspended sports cars in the video, the sports cars are blood red and the golden dragon patterns are vivid, like golden dragons in the sky. Coming from the cloud of blood. Roar. Those hundreds of floating sports cars let out a muffled roar for 9 days, and it shocked countless people below to be stunned. Cow, a floating sports car? The sluggish fat man said with his big fat mouth open. "No, it should be called an anti-gravity sports car." An old man squinted while wearing glasses. Everyone looked at the old man without answering, and the old man smiled slightly. "The suspension in your mouth is actually an anti-gravity effect." Everyone understood with a sigh. They didn't expect that the suspended sports car was anti-gravity. They always thought it was the effect of gravity. They didn't expect such a big news. Well, there was news again. "The name is just called." The old man said in a word the true face of the suspended sports car. Back to the main text. After the anti-neutral sports car hovering in the air let out a dragon roar, it slowly slowed down and descended towards the airport. Hundreds of sports cars revolved around a sports car and landed. This surprised everyone. The sports car in the middle must be the founder of Tamron Technology, Yitan. With the arrival of the anti-gravity sports car, a dozen luxury cars drove into the airport. Opening the car door, the Minister of Defense walked all the way to the sports car that landed on the ground. As soon as they approached the sports cars, everyone saw the 300 heavily armed soldiers coming down directly from those sports cars. Their eyes are piercing, and even if the world collapses, they seem to be able to resist with their shoulders. Comparable with the thousands of soldiers on the opposite side. Immediately afterwards, from the sports car in the middle, Yitan wore casual sportswear and looked very handsome. His hair that was constantly too long and his deep eyes looked like something in a pool. "Yitan, welcome." The chubby Minister of Defense smiled kindly and shook hands with Yitan. And those reporters saw this side of history and pressed the shutter frantically. The speed was almost like a unicorn arm. Yitan smiled politely with the Minister of Defense, and then he was about to get up in the car. At this time, how could the group of reporters not know they were leaving, shouting frantically, "Yitan!" It was the beginning of a woman, and the sharp voice directly deafened the people around her. The fat man who ate the fried chicken stared and shouted, "Mcow!" The reporters didn't know whether they were affected by the fat man or how they dropped. They all shouted in unison, "My cow, don't go, Mcow, Yitan!" When the reporters finished shouting, they looked at the fat man with murderous eyes. The fat man's voice was too strange and directly affected their next words. Some experts have said that when people are excited, what will others shout? You will also yell unconsciously. Seeing the murderous eyes of everyone, the fat man shrank his neck and shouted in his heart speechlessly, "Do you follow me and call me blame?" And Yitan is also a black line on his face. Is this the same for reporters now? Mcow? Who is this for? And when the Minister of National Defense saw Yitan's weird expression, his expression was even stranger and embarrassing. He didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen when Yitan came to the capital for the first time. It was too shameful. "Ahem, Yitan, let's go. The leaders are still waiting, the Minister of Defense said with an awkward smile. Yi Tan also nodded and was about to leave. He didn't expect that before raising his foot, the horrible screaming female voice began again. The screaming voice could almost summarize the real airport. After roaring, the woman turned her eyes and fainted. The reporter crowd directly exploded. Excitedly shouted at me. Cow quickly sent the woman to the car and rushed to the hospital, which was desperate. Yi Tan frowned and looked at the crazy reporters. They all said that reporters were the craziest. They could do anything for the news. It seemed good. Yi Tan had to shrug his shoulders at the Minister of Defense. Most of them walked towards the group of reporters. Isn't it just an interview? Just to warn those big countries. To be continued. Chapter 67. Chapter 66. Diz's attack. Yi Tan was left speechless by those crazy excited reporters and walked towards them. It was not that Yi Tan Fu was soft, but those who remembered to go west with excitement. After all, Yi Tan had seen someone scared to death. There are still roaring alive, let alone these people. Seeing Yi Tan approaching them, the group of reporters began to squeeze frantically again, all wanting to squeeze in the front, wanting to get the first news. The poor fat man who eats roast chicken is squeezed into a distorted face, and it feels like the fat all over his body has been squeezed out. As Yi Tan approached, the group of reporters shouted frantically, like a star chaser. Mr. Yi Tan, did you research that anti-gravity sports car? Mr. Yi Tan, why do you want to leave China? Mr. Yi Tan, will this anti-gravity sports car popularize everyone? Mr. Yi Tan. Yi Tan frowned and heard the mixed questions, but he didn't even bring a duplicate. Yi Tan had to admire. Quiet. I only answer 5 questions, and I randomly select people to ask questions. Yi Tan Yu said with a slutty smile. When the reporters heard Yi Tan say this, they all became quiet, waiting for Yi Tan to ask questions. That's you, Yi Tan asked, looking at a man in a suit. This man is a reporter for Penguin News. Hearing Yi Tan calling him, he was slightly taken aback, but he didn't expect that he could be selected. The man blushed and said, Mr. Yi, how much will this anti-gravity sports car cost? The man directly asked everyone's most concerned question. Yi Tan smiled and said, the price will be announced on the official website. The first one will be a limited edition and a deluxe edition. As for the price, don't worry, there will be a regular edition in the future, and every household can afford it. Wow! In an instant, the discussion started below. Every household can afford this regular version. Isn't it hundreds of thousands? This is the technology of the future. They were worried that they would not be able to buy it for a lifetime. They didn't expect Yi Tan to be so conscientious, and all reporters immediately had a great affection in their hearts. Later, Yi Tan pointed to a woman who was excited in her heart and hurriedly asked, Mr. Yi, did you personally research this anti-gravity sports car? When the woman asked, everyone thought about it. They really wanted to know such an answer, and many reporters had already started the live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, a large number of viewers have gathered, all calm and wanting to know the answer. Staring hard at the screen, not letting go of any details. Yi Tan's complexion remained unchanged, and said, neither red nor green. This anti-gravity sports car is actually a strange idea on the island I bought. After Yi Tan finished speaking, he paused. Suddenly the scene became silent, and even the air was frozen. In the live broadcast room, it was surprising that no one was refreshing the screen. After a pause, Yi Tan said with a sullen face, I don't have a car on that island. So, I spent half a month studying such an anti-gravity sports car. It's actually a trivial matter. There is nothing to study. As soon as Yi Tan said something, all reporters were blinded on the spot. Looking at Yi Tan dumbfounded. Mcow. You tell me this is a trivial matter? It's still half a month, Mcow. And in a live broadcast room, it even exploded. I wiped it. 6,666 Yi Tan Yu broke. And it took only half a month to research such a super black technology, so what else can he research for a year? Ha ha ha, pretend to be better than me in this life and only serve brother Yi. Ha ha, that's cool. I guess those foreigners have already blown their lungs. let them get rid of it, and now we are ahead of them by a lot. And in the distant United States, in the Pentagon, that Obama was throwing something crazy. Give me the special service personnel in China, let them kill Ethan for me and kill him. Otherwise, our empire will be destroyed. Opie roared frantically. Make all the staff standing in sweat. Going back to the main text, after Ethan answered the question of pretending to be, all the reporters were not well. As Ethan ordered another reporter, the reporter dementedly said, Mr. Yi, when will the anti-gravity sports car be on sale? As for when to sell, this still needs to be negotiated, and the results will be notified on the official website. You should pay more attention to the official website. After Ethan finished, he prepared to answer to another reporter. Boom! A sound of bursting glass sounded directly in the air, and the red police soldiers standing behind Ethan suddenly reddened their eyes, and their eyes were full of violent murderous sorrow. They knew that it was the sound of Barrett's sniper rifle. Barrett can break the existence of armored vehicles. Even if the target shoots at Ethan from a distance, the bullet travels through the air with a lot of obstacles, and its power is greatly reduced, but it can easily kill people and hit ahead. Into Slag Master. The fastest response was the red police soldiers, who rushed to Ethan frantically at the moment the gun fired. And Ethan also felt a sense of death. Ethan had no time to dodge. That bullet is too fast. Boom! Puff! Ethan was instantly hit by the bullet from the Barrett's blocking gun into his chest, and instantly flew upside down. The blood sprayed directly in the air. Flying in all directions. The reporters were splashed with blood. The reporters were shocked by the sudden attack. They had never seen such a bloody side, and the target was Ethan. There was confusion in their minds, and many people screamed frantically. The red police soldiers rushed to the front and directly used the gun mop to smash the group of reporters away, using the butt of the rifle to drive them away. In order to dominate their lives, they must ensure that the nearby clearing field is clean. Quick, 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 take it to the hospital. The Minister of Defense was also angry. This is the capital. This is the foot of the emperor. These capitalists are really crazy. Even if he did so, the minister looked fierce. The red police soldiers hurriedly hugged Ethan with a big hole in his chest and ran towards the anti-gravity sports car. Now the safest thing is the anti-gravity sports car. In the anti-gravity sports car, Ethan was lying there, covered in blood, and the phantom of the red dragon appeared, looking at Ethan who was lying on the chair and looking pale, and said coldly, "Dare to hurt the master? A group of just opening up natives die." In Hong Long's eyes, the anger was raging, and he could almost burst out fire. If Ethan were to see this scene, he would be surprised. The Hong Long remained tepid in front of him. Ethan will be angry. Following Hong Long's instructions, these soldiers sent Ethan directly to the military area hospital. The medical equipment here was the best in China, and there was no hospital unit in the base, so there was no way to treat it. Chapter 68. Chapter 67, The Crazy Red Dragon. Hundreds of anti-gravity sports cars soared into the sky, and the dull red dragon sound changed, and it became chilling. What kind of sound was that? The dragon roar, composed of anger, slaughter, and other emotions, rang in the air and rushed to the military hospital in a frenzy. In the military area hospital, the highest order has already been received, and the entire military area hospital moved instantly. They didn't know who was picking up this time, but when they saw the anti-gravity sports car roaring in the sky, everyone suddenly felt choked. When the anti-gravity sports car stopped, more than 300 heavily armed people ran, and the hospital people who looked at them all trembled slightly. The bloody air in these people was terrible. See you more than a doctor who has seen blood all his life. And this sound directly alarmed a large number of people in the military area, and all ran out. "Oh, what's the situation? Which big leader is in trouble? It's such a big show." A brawny man dressed in a meal medic looked into the distance and said. A person next to him slapped his lips and replied, "This is an extravaganza, but it has never been in a military area hospital. This must be somebody. Look, it's Dean Nan. I didn't expect that he would come out to pick up the wounded himself." The wounded came out. I saw it. It's a young man, Ilgo. These soldiers are too advanced in equipment. A man whispered among the crowd. People just noticed that those heavily armed soldiers were firmly protecting a young man. But the young man made the old carders in the courtyard frown. Whose brother is this? I don't know him. And these soldiers are even more so. Haven't seen it before. Is it a newly established team in the country? Look at it. Dinnan personally tested the wounded. A man exclaimed. Dinnan is the most prestigious doctor in the military area hospital, and he specializes in Western medicine. In the military area hospital, only the chiefs are qualified to let Dinnan heal his injuries. It is impossible for others to get it at any cost. That Dinnan is so powerful. But today, for a young man, he actually ran out for a diagnosis. This was unprecedented. The crowd was exclaimed, all inquiring about the identity of the young man. And Dinnan received an order from the Supreme Chief that he must save a person. This person is related to the future of the country. If it is not cured, then he is a sinner of China. This caused great waves in Dinnan's heart. When he saw the young man, he was shocked. The injury was horrible. There was a huge blood pit on the chest, the size of a fist. Next to the wound, you could vaguely see the beating heart, beating constantly. This young man can hold on to the present. It is simply a miracle. Fortunately, this injury was in the chest and did not endanger the heart. Otherwise, the King of Heaven would not be able to cure this kid. After sending Yitan into the exclusive medical room, followed by 200 soldiers, they surrounded the whole medical room firmly without letting anyone off. Now the master is at stake and must be tightly protected. And no one knew where the other 100 people went. Of course, none of these were arranged by Yitan, they were all arranged by Red Dragon. Red Dragon closely monitored the entire medical room to prevent those doctors from doing tricks. With Yitan rescued, the entire network exploded. The overwhelming Yitan was injured. The video was recorded and reposted frantically on the entire network. Everyone was worried about Yitan's comfort, and the senior management of Huaxia was very angry. Yitan came to Huaxia this time to discuss a deal with them. Of course they knew what the deal meant. It represented that Yitan would give them core technology for Huaxia to develop at a high speed, but he did not expect that Yitan was attacked with his eyelids down. And it was still a high-damage sniper rifle. Check carefully. He'd rather kill by mistake than miss one. The high level directly issued the blood kill order, and the entire state machinery was operating frantically. As long as it was a foreigner, it was strictly monitored. The foreign population was strictly investigated. As long as suspicious was caught, it was thrown into jail and waited. Review again. The entire capital is crazy. The screen names are also crazy. Even the weaker countries are beginning to worry. I was afraid that this Chinese dragon who had lost his heart was biting. It would be bad for them to vent their anger online. No, I don't believe that Huaxia has such a genius. Why is there always someone targeting him? Oh, my Tamron phone, my anti-gravity sports car. Yitan, wake up. Yitan, stand up. Kill those attackers tenderly and take revenge. Of course, Yitan couldn't hear all of this. On the same day, Huaxia directly issued a notice. Whoever commits me Huaxia, punish. Just a few lines of words made all countries feel terrified. They have already seen China's determination. This is a battle. How about the previous China? Why did a Yitan appear, and it was like this? No. It's not hard work with Huaxia at this time. If it gets upset with Huaxia, it will be bad. Huaxia now has red eyes, waiting for you. And the people of Huaxia were not at all happy with the official announcement. They preferred that these things didn't happen, and Yitan stood in front of them alive. Subsequently, some countries hurriedly produced notices. I said that I did not participate in this operation. I said in Germany that I absolutely did not participate in this operation. I said in Russia that I have never followed this action. And Huaxia is investigating frantically. As long as evidence is found, what about launching a nuclear bomb? What about detonating the third war? Damn, I just want to fuck you. But the Red Dragon was at the base, his eyes full of viciousness, staring at the huge screen with codes moving wildly on the screen. Searching. please wait. Searching, please wait. This sound kept echoing in the room. America is, you have to pay the price. Hong Long's eyes were crazy, as if a gambler lost a bet. It makes people look scared. Did he scan the counter-terrorist's stronghold? Do you start a space-based weapon strike? The mechanical voice rang in Hong Long's ears. The red dragon snorted coldly, smiled very humanely, bloodthirsty, and found. The red dragon fiercely pressed a button, and instantly, at the satellite base in the deep pit of the Four Islands, a faint electric current invisible to the naked eye was suddenly sent out, and this electric current directly covered the whole world. Invade all videos, computers, TVs, mobile phones, and radio instantly. To be continued, ask for a reward, ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 69. Chapter 68. The terrible space-based weapons. A golden dragon appeared in all electronic devices around the world, and the dragon is vivid in the video. When everyone saw this scene, they were covering their mouths in shock. Whether it was a head-down clown or a white-collar worker, the computer in front of him and the mobile phone in his hand were all that dragon. The dragon's eyes were fierce, and that monstrous fierce might felt terrifying. Hurt my young master, participants, kill and kill. The dragon roared fiercely, which made everyone pale. This is not an advertisement. This is a terrorist attack. All electronic devices have been disturbed. After the dragon finished speaking, a picture appeared directly. The first one was the iconic Pentagon of the US Empire, and the second one was the IS area in Iraq. Everyone who follows national news knows that there is the world's greatest terror molecular group, IS. What is this going to do? What's wrong? God. The picture has been frozen in the IS gathering place. Suddenly, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky. Look. What is that? Is it a nuclear bomb? Does anyone want to eradicate IS terrorists? Is the third war coming? Everyone wondered in their hearts that the bright spot of the sky was getting closer and closer to the IS. Boom. In the whole video, there was no movement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is a farce. Suddenly, the picture began to change. There was no light or fire, directly on the IS site, and there was a huge wave. The land seemed to be set off mercilessly with some weapon. The soil layer turned up is 1,000 meters high. In less than 3 seconds, the violent vibration was gone. Looking at the IS area, it turned into a huge pit and ruin. Deathly silence. People all over the world looked at all this dumbfounded. What kind of weapon this was, and instantly razed his strongholds to the ground. There is no pollution attack. What is this? This shocking scene was seen by all countries, and the fear appeared in their eyes. They thought that Yitan was an inventor, but they did not expect that the weapon he invented was far ahead of all countries. This is especially the space-based weapon. What? Everyone is terrified. Even Huaxia became silent. He didn't expect Yitan to be so powerful. Had it not been for this attack, no one would have known that Yitan had such a terrifying weapon. And in the US Emperor's Pentagon, on the top floor, Obama's office. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. There was a rapid knock on the door. Opie still had time to talk, but hearing a bang, the secretary in the black suit broke in, sweating profusely. President, SS legal emergency. The secretary in black suit hurriedly unfolded the documents in his hand and said anxiously, "Just 20 minutes ago, the largest network intrusion attack occurred in the history of the world. All computers, mobile phones, televisions, etc. appeared. The dragon, and what did this dragon say to avenge his young master? One is and the other is our Pentagon. Just now, the dragon launched a space-based weapon and exploded is into a deep pit." What? President Obama stood up abruptly and looked at the secretary incredulously. Space-based weapons are a super technology, and it is difficult to study successfully. Now someone fired space-based weapons, which is terrifying. Obama couldn't believe it for a long time, but this is an SS legal document. But it's really true. Opie said hurriedly, "Hurry up. Immediately call the Security Bureau, SHIELD." Yes. The secretary in the black suit turned and walked away quickly. Another staff member walked in. The president, The director of SHIELD has been waiting outside. It seems that he is very anxious. Let them go to the meeting room first, and he'll come over right away. Yes. Conference room, this is the emergency handling center. At this time, not only the people from the Security Bureau and the Cybersecurity Working Group have arrived, but there are also a lot more people, such as the Director of SHIELD, the Director of Secret Intelligence, the Minister of Defense, etc. Everyone, to make a long story short, everyone is already clear about this raid. The other party has space-based weapons and invaded all computers in the world, leaving all countries out of control over satellites, leaving us blind. We are now in danger, Ube said quickly. In the first place, the director of SHIELD Bureau frowned and said, "Your Excellency President, according to the clues provided, the dragon said it was for revenge for the young master, and according to my intelligence, we did not use our hands or feet in China at all. Is there any misunderstanding?" Nobhe's face suddenly darkened. The director of SHIELD Bureau saw Obhe's distorted face and suddenly became angry. He saw that this was what he did. Don't think about it, we have been dragged down by Sumion's stupid behavior. SHIELD director said disdainfully. Pop. Obama slapped the table angrily. What do you mean? Because this giant dragon is Tenkong technology. The young master, he said, was Yitan, and my intelligence personnel told me that Yitan was killed in China today, and it was the IS terrorist who was instructing them. Our dearest President Obama. The director of SHIELD lay down on the chair and said disdainfully. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Obahe's face is distorted. Although he appears to be the President of the United States on the surface, the power is always firmly grasped by some people, and those people are members of the State Department. The director of SHIELD is a sword that belongs to the US State Department and the sword of the United States. This director has the same rights as the President of the United States. If it is said that the director of SHIELD wants to replace him, it is too easy. The President of the United States is just a puppet. Obey. I will definitely hand over the stupid things you did this time to the State Department. SHIELD director said disdainfully. Obey slumped in a chair, pale and feeble, knowing that this time it was a big deal. He looked at the crowd palely and said, even if I get the punishment I deserve, will you be able to escape this crisis? I believe the day-based weapon is aiming at us. The director of SHIELD Bureau looked at the pale and feeble Obey with disdain. Idiot, you have been obsessed with power for too long and can't use your mind at all. Is it that day-based weapons are so easy to launch? There are certain things about this kind of thing, Buffer, and during this time, we must discuss a way to confront. As soon as the SHIELD director's voice fell, the Pentagon suddenly sounded a very harsh alarm. Later, more than 20 security guards in suits broke into the house, protecting the important people in the meeting room. What's the matter? Obey shouted with a distorted face. He is now anxious in his heart and regrets it. Why should he kill Eden? Report to your excellency. The radar scans thousands of signals coming towards us very fast. We need to hurry up and don't leave. At this point, all the important people sitting in the meeting room's faces sank, and they exclaimed badly. Chapter 70. Chapter 69. Blasting. Obey and the others have a solemn look, and there is a squeak in their hearts. The radar installed in the Pentagon is the top radar in the world. Even the technologically advanced Russian stealth submarines cannot escape this radar scan. But now, that fast target can't even be locked by the radar. This made Obey and others' faces sinking. Mr. President, let's go to the underground shelter. A security guard put his hand on Obey's shoulder and ran towards the underground shelter. This underground refuge is very sturdy and contains an iron house more than 10 meters thick. Even if it is a large-scale bomb, it is difficult to reach it. And above the Pentagon, hundreds of red lights and shadows flew in the sky, flying back and forth extremely fast in the sky. The sharp dragon roar, like thunder in the sky, was very loud. The sky was shaking slightly. Omega, what is that? UFO? Has the aliens poured into the earth? In the distance of the Pentagon, many people stood. They saw the live broadcast of the Pentagon on the video screen. Everyone ran here to see what happened. As soon as I got here, I saw the red shadow that shuttled fast in the sky. The speed was so fast that people could only see a red shadow with a sharp dragon roar. Of course, this scene was seen all over the world. Everyone held their breath and watched. This is a challenge to the American Emperor. This Pentagon symbolizes the American Emperor. Now that someone is going so rudely, what will happen next? Roar. The dragon roared sharply, as if there was endless resentment, and then, the hundreds of red shadows stopped in the air, and no longer shuttled back and forth. After stopping, everyone fixed their eyes and took a breath. In an instant, that extremely angry mood rose in everyone's hearts. That's right, there are hundreds of anti-gravity sports cars suspended in the air, and the logo on them is Tamron Technology. Yitan was attacked and his life was dying. This is known to people all over the world. They don't know who wanted to eliminate Yitan, but now, Tamron has come to the door. Can you still know who it is now? All Americans were shocked, and they were cold deep in their hearts. They did not expect that their country was behind the scenes. Kill. An extremely angry voice came from those hundreds of anti-gravity sports cars. The voice was almost like a hell demon. It made people feel numb when listening, and they were in hell. With Xiao Sha's order, the two side doors of the sports car suddenly shrank upwards, and then two huge Vulcan Gatling, a Gatling formed by 18 tubes, also had rows of rocket bombs under the body. This scene made people all over the world take a breath. This is the rhythm to drown the Pentagon. The hundreds of Vulcan Gatling in the sky began to buzz and turn. Puff puff. The Vulcan Gatling had no warning, and all ejected golden bullets. Those Gatling speeds were extremely fast, and the bullets were directly trained into a line, like a yellow laser. The exhaust pipe at the back of the anti-gravity sports car was constantly pulling golden bullets. Hundreds of anti-gravity overtaking vehicles, nearly 200 Vulcan Gatling, overwhelming bullets, all dumped on the Pentagon. Boom. I didn't know what the bullet hit inside, and it exploded directly. Countless people ran wildly from the Pentagon. The basement under the building could only hold dozens of people, and there was no way for these employees to survive. The Pentagon covers an area of 2.359 million square meters, which is extremely vast, and the number of employees in it has reached nearly 40,000. Although these 40,000 people ran out in an orderly manner, they couldn't stop Vulcan Gatling's crazy sweep. Boom. In the video, everyone saw that dozens of staff members were directly beaten into slag and minced meat by Vulcan Gatling, and the sky was full of blood. No matter how big the Pentagon is, there are hundreds of anti-gravity sports cars for one person and one corner. I don't believe you can't come out. Let me launch rockets and blow up the Pentagon. Red Dragon said coldly and cruelly on the base of the 4 islands, without putting 40,000 lives in his eyes. He wanted to force out the culprit, and the Red Dragon knew that the culprit was hiding underneath. If he does not come out, he will kill all these 40,000 people. Following the transmission of the Red Dragon's order, the anti-gravity sports cars, the rows of thin rockets below, slammed a burst of fire, and shot straight towards the Pentagon. Ouchie. N. Oh no, don't. Why? When the American people saw the thin rocket launch, everyone felt fear. That was 40,000 people. Could it be that they were killed like this? Where are the Empire's warships, troops, and protectors? The Americans confessed in their hearts and asked God to stop the demons like Tamron Technology. Wow! All the rockets under the anti-gravity sports car were launched together, directly forming an overwhelming flame in the sky. Boom! In an instant, the Pentagon exploded directly, regardless of the thin rocket, which was a conventional bomb, terrifyingly powerful. The Pentagon was directly blown up, and many houses collapsed directly. All the people who watched the live broadcast looked at the collapsed Pentagon with trembling whole body, so it exploded. Many people can't believe that this is the primary building of the American Emperor, so it has become a ruin. Eiffel was trembling all over looking at the bombed Pentagon, sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect Yitanzan to go back to bomb the Pentagon. Eiffel really wanted to cry now. Yesterday, Yitan was attacked. He was very anxious. He wanted to go to China to visit Yitan, but suddenly a message appeared on his Tamron mobile phone, which was sent from the Four Islands, saying that he wanted a batch of arms. Eiffel knew that this was a message from the Four Island bases, and hurriedly sent a batch of high-risk weapons. Unexpectedly, the Tamron technology directly bombed the Pentagon today. If this were to let those capitalists know, Eiffel would think of this, but he didn't dare to think further, and his whole body trembled. However, he was also very refreshed in his heart. He didn't expect that the American emperor wanted to kill Yitan. It was an inexcusable sin. With a round of bombing, the Pentagon became like an exploded watermelon, with stones and ruins scattered everywhere. Hand over Behindthesen's instructions. Otherwise, kill, kill, kill. When people were stunned, the anti-gravity sports car roared again. In an instant the entire United States moved, shouting obey to get out on the street, not to implicate innocent people. Below the Pentagon, Obama looked angry and distorted. He knew that he was finished, and the Pentagon above was also finished. At this moment, a security officer walked in from outside and said something in the ear of SHIELD. The director of SHIELD faced Obama with an angry look and shouted, "Damn you!" He said that he hit him with a punch. Chapter 71 Chapter 70 Crazy Warrior. The director of SHIELD slammed the remorseful Obama with a vicious punch. "Fuck you, fuck." After he knocked down Obama with a fist, he ignored him and walked straight to a blue old-fashioned telephone. This kind of telephone only has a single line, so it is not at all the interference of the Red Dragon. Therefore, the phone can still be used. After the SHIELD director pressed a few buttons, he answered the phone. The director said a few words with a heavy expression and hung up the phone. It has been more than 20 minutes since the Pentagon was raided. From Tenkong technology to the Pentagon raid. The existence of ruins. Now, the behemoth American emperor has begun to act. After hanging up the phone, the director of SHIELD had a deep face. This time the idiot Obama had completely shamed the entire face of the great American emperor and caused others to bully him. This is intolerable. Over the Pentagon, hundreds of red figures are still floating in the sky, waiting for something quietly. The ruins of the Pentagon are full of people's screams of grief. This sudden attack, only 20 minutes have passed, shocked people all over the world. Everyone is at a loss. And the large American forces are rushing here frantically. All radar monitoring is interfered by the Red Dragon. It is impossible to identify the anti-gravity sports car above the Pentagon, nor can the anti-aircraft gun be activated. Whoosh! The sound of a rocket fired directly towards the anti-gravity sports car in the sky. It was the elite American troops who had arrived. Boom! The rocket exploded on the anti-gravity sports car in an instant, like a small mushroom cloud. Everyone watched with wide eyes. Roar! With a roar of the dragon, the red anti-gravity sports car rushed out of the fire, making a sharp dragon howl in the air, and flew madly towards the place where the gun was fired. It's a conventional missile. There is no damage. 6666. This anti-gravity sports car is too sleek. At the place where the missile was launched, countless armored vehicles, tanks, and many soldiers were in ambush. The anti-gravity sports car that had been bombed was left with only one Vulcan Gatling humming wildly. Da-da-da-da. The anti-gravity sports car swept directly towards the elite armored cars. Vulcan Gatling is powerful, but his power is not enough to break the tank. The bullet hit the heavy tank, constantly making dull knocks and some small holes. Below, several heavy tanks fired a few shells towards the position of the anti-gravity sports car. As for the anti-gravity sports car, at the moment the shell came, the body flicked to the right and deviated from the position, and the shell shot out. Hiss. Anyone who understands munitions took a deep breath. Those bulky tanks are not garbage tanks. They are the latest tearing artillery researched by the United States. The target is first locked and the shells are fired. The shells have tracking capabilities, allowing the shells to be made in the air. The ability to turn to the limit, and there are countless steel nails inside the bomb, and the steel nails are also bombs. If it hits the target, it will be invincible. It's amazing. The reaction speed of this anti-gravity sports car can be compared with how many fighter jets. Yes, that anti-gravity sports car seems to be wearing some device. Those tracking shells are not tracking. It is terrible. That device is simply the nemesis of the new US tanks. What is the opening of Tank Kong technology? The anti-gravity sports car can open a new chapter in exploring the universe. Several arms dealers who were watching the live broadcast kept discussing. When everyone was shocked, a group of fighter jets appeared directly above the Pentagon. All are loaded with conventional missiles. Flying Eagle found the target, and the cleanup operation began. The fighter group rushed directly to the suspended sports car. It was the first time they saw this situation, and they were all shocked in their hearts. Red Dragon saw this scene with no expression on his face. He knew that going deep into the United States and bombing the base camp is to provoke the American imperialism. They will surely eliminate it to the end. All this depends on how the backers do. Thinking of this, Hong Long directly issued an order, which directly caused the anti-gravity sports car floating in the air to emit a sharp dragon roar, which made people numb. Hundreds of anti-gravity sports cars began to spin Vulcan Gatling crazily, and the bullets shot frantically without money. And this crazy anti-gravity sports car, the bullets directly formed a torrent of bullets and ran toward the group of fighters. Fighters don't have heavy defenses. They are directly torn to pieces by a sports car that is not afraid of this day, not afraid of the ground, and cannot move. More and more fighters were torn apart by bullets and exploded, causing the group of fighters to disperse in a hurry, continuously bombarding them. And the group of American Imperial forces that dared to come below are all driving cruise artillery shells and V-3 rockets. As long as it is a big killer, all are scattered and gathered below. There are more fighter groups coming here. The fighter planes in the sky are flying around and exploding like flies. The underground artillery array, regardless of the 3 or 720, just fire. Weng buzz. It was the sound of Vulcan Gatling without a bullet, which became smaller and smaller. Everyone is excited in their hearts. As long as there is no bullet, it will be like a toothless tiger. And at this moment, those anti-gravity sports cars gathered together, quietly suspended in the air. No one knows what the soldiers inside are doing. And the Red Dragon knew that the soldiers inside were facing the direction of Huaxia and respecting the best etiquette of the Red Police. Huaxia has their masters. Suddenly, the hundreds of anti-gravity sports cars rushed towards the group of fighters like crazy. Boom. The speed is so fast that people can't react at all. The anti-gravity sports car directly hits the fighter group, and the fighter group can't stop it. The anti-gravity sports car directly disassembled the unreacted fighters into pieces and fell down. Everyone saw this scene. It was too intense and too crazy. Is this the rhythm of suicide? The dragon roar that made people crash, with unyielding and angry emotions, is now so crazy that many people are worried. What kind of emotion is that? The anti-gravity sports cars without Vulcan Gatling and rocket bombs can only hit with their hard bodies. As one car was destroyed, more and more anti-gravity sports cars exploded and fell from above. Many people saw this scene with their mouths open, not knowing what to say. Opie and others hiding in the basement were listening to the good news one by one. The face of the Empire cannot be beaten like this. Chapter 72, Chapter 71, Ares Missile. And just after the anti-gravity sports cars exploded, the entire battlefield came to a halt. Many soldiers and survivors at the scene were sitting limp on the ground, looking at everything in front of them numbly. Just tightly tightening more than 100 sports cars, they destroyed this place like this, which is simply too scary. There are ags, ruins, and broken bodies. There was also a scream of death. Is this war? At this moment, the Tamron group staged a real war for mankind around the world. In less than an hour, the number of casualties has reached more than 7,000. Most of them belong to the staff of the Pentagon. In the basement, the director of SHIELD stood there, watching the intelligence sent continuously by his men. He frowned and got a general understanding. The loss in this attack was too serious. The entire Pentagon was in ruins, and thousands of employees were killed. Not to mention that the American emperor's face was beaten loudly. Seeing Opie sitting slumped on the ground, the director was horrible and hated iron and steel, and wanted to pinch this stuff to death. Is it bad for you to be your president? Hee, Yetan is the one we deal with. You have a relationship with you, so you rush to assassinate. The director became more and more angry, but he was really angry, and strode to Opie again, staring at him firmly. Opie saw the director's hideous face, and his heart trembled. What are you going to do? The director's distorted face said ferociously. What do you say I'm going to do? He said. He swiped two military fists toward Opie's face. Boom! A punch directly knocked out Opie's nosebleed. The head of SHIELD had a very special status. Generally, as long as it was something the country could not handle, they would do it. And only obey the orders of the State Council. Therefore, the sword known as the American Emperor also has the same status as OB. One master kills and the other master politics. That OB was the director's opponent, and he collapsed to the ground in 3 hits. After he was relieved of his breath, the director wiped the blood from his hands, took a deep breath, and walked outside. He had to clean up the mess. Now that Yetan is under the strict protection of Huaxia, the American Emperor wants to find his face. How is that possible? Is it going to war with China? The ghost knows how long the day-based weapon buffer is. That's why the secretary was so angry. You said that if you want to assassinate Yetan, you also have to clean your hands and feet. Everyone knows that the hands and feet were made by the American Emperor. This time is tantamount to a huge dumb loss. As the director walked, he thought angrily, really wanting to go back and beat Naobei once. After the director left with his front foot, Orbe stood up weakly. There were no security personnel around him. They all followed the director to leave. It's all about the end of my own president. Orbe smiled bleakly, but the smile was too big, and the broken wound that was directly pulled made his face sullen, and everything was given by Yetan. If it weren't for Yetan, why did he fall into this position? Yetan shouldn't have appeared in this world. Just then, the new phone in the iron house rang. Opie turned his head angrily, looked at the phone, and answered him directly. Report, sir. The destroyer Jalen is ready to return. Whether to launch reinforcements from God of War. A heavy voice rang on the phone. Oba. Isn't this the destroyer patrolling the 356 waters? Obama's eyes lit up, and the destroyer Jalen had a cruise missile spanning half of the Earth. That is a powerful missile. Where are you now? Obama said calmly. President. Report to the President that we are in 480 waters. Awaiting orders. 480 sea area, that was close to Huaxia sea area. And Orbe's heart was beating suddenly. This Jairon destroyer must be patrolling where it went. It should go back now. If I were. Orbe's face was distorted, and the words outside hesitated whether to say it. Mr. President. Mr. President. The heavy voice on the other end of the phone kept circulating. Oba once regained his consciousness. Damn it, fight it, anyway. He can't be president. It's better to get rid of a big scourge for the United States. Orbe hurriedly picked up the SS Sleevel document thrown on the table by the director of SHIELD, and it was printed on the front where Yetan was rescued. After reading it, Obama said directly to the phone, Soldier, immediately launch the Ares cruise missile. The target, China. The military hospital. Coordinates, 30:20. Opie repeated it again. The soldiers on the opposite side were stunned, and almost didn't suffocate. This is launching missiles to China, starting the third war. Is this, President? Please state the command code. Opie blurted out a few lines of code and hung up the phone. Sitting on the ground, he was madly laughing. He was mad, and a man who used to be aloof was suddenly knocked off the altar, which he could not accept. He must die if he wants Yetan. As the director of SHIELD had just walked out of the ruins of the Pentagon, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he was surprised that it was bad. In Sea Area 406, there are 7 huge destroyers parked above the sea area, with huge American flags hung on them. And under these 7 huge destroyers, there are 3 Swiss black submarines. Following the input of Obama's code, the 3 submarines began to move slowly. Inside the submarine, there was constant huge friction and mechanical gruesome noises. The magazine is open. Loading. The target is locked. In the main control room of a whoosh destroyer, a man in military uniform directly pressed a button. Emission. In an instant, the submarine on the seabed burst into huge bubbles, and the entire sea began to boil. 3 huge and sturdy Ares cruise missiles flew directly towards the Huaxi Military Region Hospital, braving huge sparks and flying away at speed. Apart from being close to China, it didn't alarm the warships of other countries. As soon as the 3 missiles entered China, they were scanned by the Ministry of National Defense. A missile is coming towards us. Missile attack found. Sound the alarm. In the China Ministry of National Defense, the numerous alarms sounded, directly awakening countless people. The Ministry of National Defense stared at the 3 Ares cruise missiles on the screen. The 3 missiles were extremely fast. Calculate the landing position. Also, "I'll stop it." In the last sentence, the Minister of Defense roared, his eyes full of anger. They also have such missiles. They are rare in the world, but it is the American imperialism who developed them. American Emperor. The angry expression of the Secretary of National Defense can almost tear the American Emperor to pieces. Chapter 73. Chapter 72, Iron Man. The Ares cruise missile was extremely fast, flying directly across several major provinces towards the capital. "Stop him! Stop him for me!" the Minister of Defense yelled in panic. "There is no need to calculate at all. This missile must be aimed at Yidan. In the capital and other provinces, countless fighters flew frantically towards the capital. In hidden places in major provinces, many anti-aircraft missiles rushed towards the 3 Ares missiles in the sky. Wow! Anti-aircraft missiles passed by the Ares missiles. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the distance position is getting shorter and shorter, and more fighter jet groups are chasing frantically, firing anti-aircraft missiles continuously. At this moment, when a group of missiles rushed towards the Ares missiles, suddenly the Ares missiles suddenly turned left and flew straight ahead. A large group of missiles suddenly lost their target and passed by. Everyone is desperate at this moment, and the Minister of Defense is even more angry. Will China's glorious future be so ruined? But they can't give up. Fighter groups, underground anti-aircraft missiles, madly jetting missiles. By now they have understood that this newly researched missile of the United States has its own latest evasion scanning radar and jamming system, which is simply an invincible missile. Many countries watched the live broadcast. As early as the moment when the missile was launched, Red Dragon had already switched the screen, and he was watching it. If this kind of missile is launched on the territory of one's own country, what effect will it have? Leaders of many countries took a deep breath. For so many years, every country has been immersed in chasing after the American Emperor. Unexpectedly, the American Emperor has never fallen behind and will always surpass them. Boom. Finally, thanks to the unremitting efforts of the fighter group, a God of War missile was destroyed, and a huge mushroom cloud erupted directly in the sky. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. This turned out to be the most powerful bomb that could destroy a province in an instant. Although one missile was destroyed, there were still 2 missiles traveling at high speed, and even the above was anxious, sending out Huaxia's low cargo to stop the missile. "Enter the capital," shouted one of the people in the crowd. Everyone was shocked and looked nervously at the fast-moving missile in the screen. 200 kilometers ... 160 kilometers ... 110 kilometers ... 60 kilometers. People are constantly estimating the distance in their hearts. It only takes 3 minutes for this missile to reach its destination. Is it true that Yitan is going to die? Some people saw this tense scene and closed their eyes tightly, They did not dare to imagine how Yitan's fragile body could prevent the destruction of the missile. The missile was getting closer and closer to the military area hospital. Yitan was in the rescue and could not be transferred at all, while the others had been dispersed early. The missile is coming. The Chinese soldiers guarding the military area hospital looked up, without a trace of fear. They knew that today everyone might not be able to go back today. And just when everyone was desperate, suddenly there was two bright lights in the sky over the military area hospital, and the speed was faster than the missile. What is that? Everyone who watched the broadcast saw the bright light rising into the sky and all hissed loudly. Those two white lights seemed so bright in this somewhat gloomy sky. The two white lights rushed towards the flying missile, and when everyone thought it was a certain type of air defense missile from China, the two white lights were tightly attached to the missile. Everyone was puzzled and didn't know what it was. Just when everyone wanted to know what it was, the live footage pulled in. Everyone suddenly shrank their eyes when they saw it, and their whole body trembled. My cow! Iron Man, Nima, Iron Man? Is this really Iron Man? Everyone shouted swearingly. Iron Man could not be more familiar to them, a movie that many people like to watch. That is the armored soldier lying on the missile. It is the fourth unit of the barracks. It is armored with a huge body behind it. The artillery. Both hands can spray out ice cold, freezing any target. Both feet are the aircraft, which is much faster than missiles, and is comparable to anti-gravity sports cars. Humans wear armors and all have the name of a mobile arsenal, which is a real killer. In the screen, the armored soldier is very similar to Iron Man, but the armored soldier is more real and more shocking than the Iron Man in the movie. Moved. The missile flew towards the sky. As someone shouted, everyone looked at it and saw that the missile was fiercely resisted by the armored soldiers on the shoulders and flew rapidly toward the atmosphere. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The pilots of the fighter group flying over China were stunned. They saw the first sight, and they still watched it in person. They even almost collided with each other. Below, the Ministry of National Defense and others are also in a daze. In their eyes, this is simply a miracle. Can missiles be played like this? Ha ha ha, it succeeded. There are always one or two crazy people shouting among countless people around the world. With this cheering, more people were attracted, all cheering and excited. Successful. Ha ha ha, Yitan won't die in catastrophe. There must be a blessing. I can finally drive a gravity sports car. So happy, it's even happier than marrying a wife. Blast the American emperor and sink them. As one person shouted, more and more people around the world yelled along. This time, the American emperor completely angered all human beings. They dare to launch this Ares cruise missile to kill Yitan, which is simply inhumane. Everyone in Huaxia looked at the two rays of light in the sky and kept flying towards outer space. They all prayed silently in their hearts. Don't let anything happen. And under the American emperor, under the broken Pentagon, the director of SHIELD is frantically hammering the Hangzhou bar. Wipe your uncle, CNM. You are the fuck. The director of SHIELD is rude, and he is not to blame. Oh bar, this is almost no different from neurosis now, and dare to send cruise missiles. This Nemo, is it going to start the third war? Report that the Ares cruise missile failed to detonate in China. An assistant reported loudly outside the door. The director of SHIELD's eyes shrank suddenly, and then his face was distorted. It was the most advanced cruise missile, but the excavation from that place didn't have any effect. Impossible. What happened? The director of SHIELD's crazy growler, killing Yitan is okay. If he didn't kill Yitan, then Yitan would get revenge. Yitan now represents all mankind. What? The assistant did not dare to delay, and hurriedly put the video in front of the director of SHIELD. The video was being broadcast live. Seeing Iron Man, the faces of S.H.I.E.L.D. were twisted together. Neema's Iron Man, detonate for me, special. The director of SHIELD Bureau detonated the Ares cruise missile without stopping. Chapter 74. Chapter 73. Energy stone. Following the command of the director of SHIELD, a big hand appeared directly at the submarine console in the 406C area. He slapped a button hard. Detonate. In China, when countless people cheered, suddenly the sky suddenly thundered. The sound shook the sky, and many fragile glass shattered directly. Everyone looked up in horror. The whole sky is like daylight, and there is a huge cluster of light over China, like a small sun. Exploded. Exploded. Everyone was sluggish and unexpectedly exploded. If the huge sun in the sky fell on the ground, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. The strong high temperature in the sky, in the air, can ask the strong smell of gunpowder. It makes people feel numb. At the moment of the explosion, the flames swallowed many fighter groups, and countless steel fragments, and the fuselage fell towards the capital. More and more fragments were smashed toward the military area hospital. Those fragments were falling from a high altitude. Once they hit a person, it was simply an existence that could smash a person into flesh. In the military hospital, Yitan was still in the rescue process, and it had been more than half an afternoon. And above the rescue room, it was firmly covered by more than 200 anti-gravity sports cars, preventing any piece of debris from falling on the house. And the Red Dragon's face was icy. The American Emperor was dying, and there was no end. Red Dragon clicked on the satellite map and directly searched for Pearl Harbor, the largest fleet harbor of the American Empire. The Red Dragon didn't even look at it and launched directly. In outer space, the spy satellite, which is 3 times larger than an ordinary satellite, is like a huge rod, surrounded by iron rods. Very high-tech. Target is locked. Loading is in progress. If there is a sound in space, you will definitely hear such a passage. I saw that the spy satellite began to change, like a needle, a pointed needle protruding from the stick. How gloomy and hideous in the dark universe. Loaded, ready to launch. Do you want to launch? And the people watching the live broadcast suddenly changed the picture and everyone was taken aback. How did it change? How did it look so familiar? Isn't this Pearl Harbor? This is to dry Pearl Harbor. Everyone was stunned in their hearts. This is really going to heaven. Pearl Harbor is the largest fleet production site and birth of the US Emperor. If it gets dry and sunk here, the US Emperor will be injured. People around the world are dumbfounded. And China is dumbfounded. The people of the US Empire were dumbfounded, Russia was excited, and Bangtsigo was stunned. The Sun country is stupid. Forced. This live broadcast screen appeared at the moment Yitan's accident occurred. The first time the screen was switched, it was the stronghold, which directly exploded into a huge pit. The second time, the White House was directly swept to the ground. The third time was China. The 3 nuclear bombs would kill Yitan. This time, it turned out to be Pearl Harbor. What is it going to do this time? Everyone stared excitedly. They had never been so excited before. Many people with heart disease have been admitted to the hospital by this live broadcast. The major hospitals are full. Is this going to bomb me? Pearl Harbor? An admiral in Pearl Harbor asked tremblingly. The people next to each other shook their heads. This shot was like a death sickle. Wherever you looked, there would be death and injury. At the Pentagon, the Obama had fallen in a pool of blood, convulsing constantly. His face was swollen like a pig brother, and he could no longer see the vigorous Obama. The director of SHIELD looked at Pearl Harbor in the live broadcast with horror. It was the largest fleet harbor in the empire. Nemas. If it detonates. The people in this room don't have to live in this world. The head of the SHIELD bureau pulled out his mouth. His face was twisted and hideous, like a hell demon. Give me a call from Tamron Company, the director roared, and the bodyguard standing next to him trembled. He hurriedly dialed the number of Tamron Technology Company. If you don't find the right owner, wait for the explosion. Human beings around the world watched with horror, waiting for the following. But the picture has not changed for a long time. Is it preparing? Just when everyone hesitated, the screen suddenly changed and 2 small boxes appeared, just like a video call. Tenglong Technology. In the screen, the man in a suit, golden hair, and very popular appearance. This man is the director of SHIELD, and he said suspiciously to the video. In another small box of the video, the author is a mighty and domineering man with piercing eyes, and there is no lack of crazy looks in those eyes. He is a warrior who speaks for the Red Dragon. And Hong Long stood by, watching the conversation between the two in the video. We were wrong in this matter. I admit that your Tamron Technologies space-based weapons are powerful, but we are not without powerful weapons, the director of SHIELD said calmly and slightly anxiously. Wow, damn, big news. This American emperor actually admits it? Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you hear that it is a space-based weapon? That is a strike weapon that is more powerful than a nuclear bomb. TSK 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 TSK. Don't admit it, you can go down. Probably Pearl Harbor disappeared in history. Ha ha ha, cool, there is still such a day. Fucking her mother, MD, let him ride on our head every time. This time we have to stand on his head and pee. Ha ha ha. During the discussion, the representative of Tamron Technology spoke. Hand over the people behind the scenes. Otherwise, kill. I don't know why. That sentence directly made people all over the world shudder. After such a time, they already knew the power of Tamron Technology. They would launch space-based weapons if they didn't agree with each other, and would not hand over the people behind the scenes to sink you. In fact, the Red Dragon is at the end of the crossbow. He can't shoot a space-based weapon at all. It needs to pay 300,000 energy points to launch one. How many energy points he has already paid can defeat Yitan's family. The Red Dragon picture is the huge treasure of the American emperor, and a sense of fear. The head of SHIELD's face twitched, and his heart kept roaring. It's paralyzed. The master behind the scenes is the president. Why is Obama useless? That's why he is also the president. You are a technology company and want to hand over the president. Is that possible? Paralyzing. Ahem. Are we discussing this matter? We will compensate you in a large amount for the Tamron company. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. held his breath and said furiously, hand over the people behind the scenes. The director of SHIELD Bureau only felt a puff of blood toward his head, and really wanted to yell at the man, wiping your uncle, forcing me to finish the whole world. But this is impossible. The eyes of the whole world are looking here. If you say this, you will directly be the enemy of the whole country. What do you want? You said, it is impossible for the people behind the scenes to hand it over. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said coldly. As expected to be a big man, he instantly recovered his calm. Hand over the people behind the scenes. I rub. @ #. The director of SHIELD yelled inwardly, and his body trembled. Nima, I'm telling you about compensation. Can you stop being so compelling? When SHIELD didn't know what to do, a man muttered in the ears of SHIELD without knowing what was said. Then SHIELD looked at the warrior on the screen with joy and confidently said, we can compensate you for something, but don't refuse it in a hurry. This thing was found by the American emperor on Mars. The secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D. picked up a picture. There is a bright red jade block on the photo, emitting a little bit of starlight. The Red Dragon suddenly shrank his eyes when he saw this. This is a cosmic compressed energy block. This energy block is commonly known as an energy stone. It is produced during a cosmic storm. The energy points contained in it are very huge and can supply the Earth with 100 years of electricity. It still consumes continuously. A cosmic storm is a very terrifying existence in the universe. Just like the heavens, there are thunder and lightning everywhere, and the Earth can be blasted into debris. As time changes, some energy stones will be formed in the cosmic storm. These energy points, it is the electricity produced by thunder and lightning. It seems that this thing must have been floating here when the star is floating, and the Red Dragon's heart was suddenly excited, but he didn't expect the American emperor to have this thing. The director of SHIELD Bureau looked confidently awaiting the soldier's reply. He was very convinced that they had a reason to ask for this energy stone. This is where it comes from. To be continued. Interstellar will not be triggered so early, only relics, and relics will appear after many chapters. The next is more exciting. violent. Thank you for your support, thank you. Chapter 75. Chapter 74, Tragedy. Electricity flows back and forth in the red dragon's eyes. That energy stone is very useful to the base. At least it can absorb 1,000,000 energy points, so that the base can develop rapidly. The director of SHIELD looked at the warrior on the screen with confidence. He knows how attractive this energy stone is. Many scientists have studied for 10 years and cannot absorb the energy inside, but can detect the powerful ones. The energy point, but it can't be absorbed. It is as uncomfortable as Wang quenches his thirst. If this unusable energy stone can be exchanged for the production site of Pearl Harbor, it would not be worth the loss. And audiences all over the world, all staring at the gem-like picture, watching with suspicion. Just such a stone can keep Pearl Harbor. Ordinary people don't understand this stone, but no one in the country knows this stone. The moment the director of SHIELD took it out, they all took a deep breath. This is a treasure that has been cherished by the American emperor for more than 10 years, who moves and who is anxious. None of the leaders of each country is simple. For the details of this energy stone, how many intelligence agents and agents they paid, the US emperor kept it tightly guarded every time. Unexpectedly, this time, they actually took out this stone. It seems that they are really not willing to this harbor. On the internet, many people started to spray, wipe, just a stone, still want to keep Pearl Harbor? Are you kidding? This stone is not simple. It has a faint light. It must be a high-end product. Mentally retarded upstairs. If you don't explain, as long as it is a smooth glass material, it will shine. This stone is at the diamond level at most. What use can it do? Everyone talked about each other. And SHIELD had a confident face, smiled and looked at the soldier sitting still on Mount Tarzan in the video, and there was a thump in his heart. What if they didn't know the goods? Impossible. This stone was a sensation at the time. How could they not know? The soldier on the video screen moved, took out a red button the size of a cigarette box from his arms, and said to the video side, "Why do we want this broken stone? Since you don't give instructions behind the scenes, then let Pearl Harbor disappear." As he said, the soldier patted a hand toward the button. Slow. SHIELD's face was excited and pale, and shouted at the video, "Don't press, don't press, listen to me. This stone contains a lot of energy, which can supply the Earth for 100 years. It's what nature describes. It's not cheap." Their warrior was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the stone with a greedy and enthusiastic expression, stared for a while, and then said, "Edit, continue to edit. How can such a small stone hold such a huge energy point?" The director of SHIELD was stunned by the soldier's question. "What kind of problem is this? Why should I entangle this? This stone has powerful minerals on the surface. This mineral is formed by meteorites that have been suppressed by lightning for many years. This mineral can be used to build a spaceship. Of course it can hold 100 years of energy." Although the director of SHIELD spit out inwardly, he explained excitedly. Hearing the director's anxious roar, the soldier frowned slightly. Although his expression was very serious, he couldn't hide the greed in his eyes. Seeing the greed in the eyes of the soldiers, the director of SHIELD sighed with relief. He was not afraid of the enemy's greed, but was afraid that the enemy would not know the goods. The global audience has already been shocked. They didn't expect that just such a stone contains such a huge amount of energy, which is simply incredible. If this is successfully studied by humans, how powerful technology must be created. And in the headquarters of the State Council of New York, a group of gray-haired elderly people sat at a round-table meeting, watching the negotiations in the video. His expression was suffocated, and his heart was bleeding. When the soldier heard these words, he let out a loud noise and stood there excitedly, holding the small box tightly with his big hands. "Really?" the soldier said tremblingly. "This can almost scare the Americans out of neurosis. Your sister, can you not get excited? You are holding hundreds of thousands of lives in Pearl Harbor." Everyone stared fiercely at the dancing warriors, for fear that when he was excited, tried hard, and accidentally pressed the button, Pearl Harbor would completely disappear. The head of SHIELD's mouth twitched, and his whole body was faintly trembling and afraid. Don't get excited. It's true. I use American honor as a guarantee. Really? The soldier roared with an extremely exaggerated expression. The voice almost didn't scare the director to pee. You are so excited. Don't hold the controller. If you press it, I will force the dog. It's true. Don't get excited. You put down the controller. Can we make a good talk? The director said in tears. The soldiers' chests kept rising and falling, as if they were so excited to death. Hearing what the director said, he was shocked, and then he opened his mouth and said, "What's wrong?" "My Nima." The chief roared in his heart. Why did he meet this guy and still face up, and said something to me? What's wrong with you? The secretary felt that he had fallen into the blood mold today. How could he encounter this stuff? Listen to me. As long as you put down the controller, I will send you the energy stone now. The soldier still held the remote control tightly, and the innocent child said, "Really?" Seeing that the soldier took the bait, the director was fierce, and said anxiously, "Of course it is true. We, the Emperor of the United States, say no. We have more." "What?" the soldier roared with staring eyes. The secretary's face was pale, and he just wanted to slap his ears and shave his mouth. What to force? The mouth is cheap. Seeing the cannibalistic eyes of the soldier, the chief nodded helplessly. Crack. What sound? The voice was crisp and sounded in the soldier's room, making everyone heard clearly. The director looked into the video in horror, seeing that the soldier didn't know when his thumb was on the button. But the soldier seemed to be surprised as well, still maintaining that kind of excitement. Everyone is stunned. The leader is stunned. The director is stunned. And the American people are stunned. All stunned. Pressed it. People around the world stunned and trembled. When the chief saw it, he spit out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a wow. Director, chief. The bodyguards behind him hurriedly picked up the chief, who was sitting on the ground. I didn't mean it, but what he said made me excited. You all saw it. The soldier stared directly at the screen. When the director of SHIELD got up, he saw the scene of the soldier, anxious, vomiting a large chunk of blood, and fainted straight behind. Seeing this scene of the drama, people all over the world are dumbfounded. Just because of one sentence, they ruined Pearl Harbor. Chapter 76. Chapter 75. Become history. Have you pressed it? This is the question in everyone's heart. This dramatic destruction is unacceptable to everyone. Even if they can't accept it, they can't change that fact. In outer space, in the orbit over the United States, space-based weapons creaked, spread like petals, revealing the huge long stick inside. The launch begins. The countdown is 10.6. In Pearl Harbor, there has been a mess. Countless people are madly fleeing into the distance. They have not seen the horror of day-based weapons. That is huge stronghold directly exploded into a huge deep pit, evaporating hundreds of thousands of people. That is not a cause for trouble. For play. Coming. It's coming. Someone among the fleeing crowd screamed loudly, and that sound was heart-piercing. Everyone in Pearl Harbor looked up, and on it, a huge spear emerged from the atmosphere, and the pointed end shot toward Pearl Harbor with a terrifying cold light. Even those who watched the live broadcast held their breath and looked at the life-threatening spear in silence. God, please save us. What did we do wrong? I don't want to die. The entire Pearl Harbor was shrouded in death. All people in Pearl Harbor were panicked. In the face of death, some people knelt to the ground, begging Grandma to sue Grandpa, and some people broke out of their own nature and slashed when they saw anyone. The real Pearl Harbor collapsed directly. The Navy all stood on the deck, looking at the spear flying above with expressionless expressions. This is the spear of God. Air domination. Boom. The spear plunged into the center of Pearl Harbor in an instant, and the entire harbor city shook suddenly. Then the land began to collapse suddenly, and then surged upward like a huge wave. When the spear was inserted into Pearl Harbor, the whole earth vibrated, as if someone had exploded a chrysanthemum. The sea area of Pearl Harbor directly set off huge waves, which are thousands of meters high. Hiss. Everyone inhaled, their scalp numb, and looked at the ruined Pearl Harbor in fear. Is this the power of space-based weapons? The entire Pearl Harbor became a huge pit, and the water from the sea rushed in. Pearl Harbor has become the dust of history. The director of SHIELD Bureau woke up and spit out a puff of blood and fainted again. When Pearl Harbor was over, he would follow it. Because of his cheap mouth, millions of people in Pearl Harbor died instantly. Everyone was stunned, their hearts were numb, and they no longer knew what to say. Cruel? Did the American emperor assassinate Yitan first? Do you still allow others to take revenge? It can only be said that all this is the responsibility of the US emperor. But millions of people evaporate instantly, and many people cannot accept it. Ahem, this is not what I want to do, you see. He got me excited and made me press it accidentally. You said that if he doesn't get me excited, I won't press it either. The soldier himself, he looks a bit fierce, but when he is nervous, he is very cute. This immediately makes everyone start accusing the boss of that shit. And if the chief who was lying on the stretcher could hear him, I guess he would have returned to the West when he spurted blood this time. In New York, at the State Council round table, everyone looked angry. Snapped. One with grey hair and golden eyes, wearing a suit, slammed the table and shouted, "Fack. They dare to actually launch. I want them to die. Death. Enough." The second speaker, pay attention to your wording. The first speaker sat in the first place with a gloomy face and growled. The second speaker was yelled at, and sat obediently, with his head down. This time, our American emperor did fail too much. We have learned about the general situation, but according to the new situation I got, this Yitan is not ordinary. First of all, he can study one every month. High-tech is still a high-tech that we cannot break. Moreover, as far as I know, his whereabouts seem to be uncertain. How can he have time to study high-tech, unless someone behind him supports them? If we fight against Yitan at this time, we will always lose. By now, the supremacy of the sky is no longer ours. It is already Yitan's world. We must now study the scepter of God. The first speaker said solemnly. The 12 speakers present were shocked. Are you going to start? If the study of the scepter of God appears, it can rival Yitan. After the Red Dragon cancelled the screen, the global communication and video were restored. This night, everyone couldn't sleep. And they couldn't sleep after watching a day's battle. There is still a trace of shock and excitement inside. And early the next morning, countless news was overwhelming. The American emperor assassinated Yitan. Yitan was seriously injured. The revenge of the Tamron group shocked the world. This time, let me really know the next time in the war. 1 second, millions of people died. China has Yitan, but our other countries do. The whole world is boiling. The United States is clamoring in long streets to protest, demanding Obama to step down, asking Obama to come forward and explain. All of this was made by him, and there must be an explanation. Obama, who was beaten by the director of SHIELD, is not an adult. He is lying in the hospital and is receiving treatment. Now the senior management in the United States is motionless. No one has come out to explain, and the people are allowed to make a noise like this. It seems that something is brewing. In China, in the capital, military hospitals have been deployed, and armed troops are everywhere. In a team of patrols, tanks and anti-missile sports cars can also be seen in the distant streets. It can be seen how important China is to protect Yitan. In the military area, at the door of a rescue room, 300 heavily armed soldiers stood motionless, like a human wall. In other locations upstairs, hundreds of snipers have been ambushed. They are closely monitoring the surrounding situation, and if there is any movement, they will be killed immediately. Squeak! The door of the rescue room was pushed open, and Dean Nan walked out of it with a trace of fatigue, and dozens of people walked out one after another, all of China's prestigious doctors. Which one of you is in charge? Dean Nan looked at the motionless wall. As soon as the voice fell, a strong man walked out of the crowd and said, I am the captain of the squadron appointed by the young master. How is the young master? After hearing this, Nan shook his head and said, Yi Tan is now the crisis has passed, but his chest was pierced by a high explosive bullet. Although he did not hurt his heart, the bullet penetrated his spine. Even if he recovers, I can't stand up anymore. What? The wall of people that hadn't moved that night suddenly shook, and the master couldn't stand up? Impossible. 300 people suddenly uttered a terrifying murderous aura, and instantly awakened the soldiers surrounding them in a cold sweat. What kind of existence is this? How many people must be killed to be able to emit such a terrible murderous aura? Chapter 77. Chapter 76. Yi Tan wakes up. Without saying a word, the group of soldiers went directly in and brought out Yi Tan, who was lying on the bed with a breathing mask. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you know that Yi Tan needs to recover here? A group of men in fancy dresses ran all the way. They were all the second generation of Red in the compound, led by Jiang Shao. Dad told him the good news of meritorious service today, and he ran directly with a group of friends. Roll! A soldier shouted angrily, unmoved. His eyes were fierce, like a beast, and his aura was even more terrifying. That Jiang Shao suddenly trembled, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and the dude behind him had a trace of fear. Is this a Tamron warrior? Very scary. No, there is an order on it. Yi Tan can't leave Huaxia. You don't even want to leave today. Just after Jiang Shao finished speaking, the 300 soldiers stared at Jiang Shao with murderous sparks in their eyes. As long as he was talking nonsense, he would directly hammer to death. Jiang Shao was stared at by the 300 soldiers in fear, and hurriedly led a group of fox friends to the side to make a call. Less than 2 minutes later, Xiao Jiang hung up and ran to the soldier and shouted, "Stop, stop for me." 300 soldiers stared at him murderously. Jiang Shao's heart trembled. What he was afraid of, he had his grandfather to resist. General Jiang has an order. You must not go out of this yard, otherwise you will be convicted of assaulting Huaxia. Jiang Shao shouted. Battery. Then, countless soldiers rushed out from both sides, holding machine guns at the red police soldiers and Yi Tan lying on the bed. Obviously, they also received some orders. The eyes of the 300 soldiers were red, and they were waiting for the order of the Red Dragon. In Zongnanhai, in a small secret room, 2 grey generals kept arguing, and the chairman sat in the first place thinking, no, Yi Tan must stay in Huaxia. If you let him go back, this is simply letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Maybe sometime we will bite back. Fart. You are kidnapping Yi Tan now, and you are also kidnapping Huaxia. You have also seen space-based weapons. What would happen if you sent a shot against our Huaxia? Have you considered it? As long as we have Yi Tan, Tenglong Group and the people behind him will not dare to mess around, so we can have more technology. Enough. At this moment, the first chief stood up and shouted angrily. The quarrel between the two stopped in an instant. The chairman took a deep breath and said helplessly, Yi Tan can't move. We have good relationship with Yi Tan now. Maybe we have a chance for China. If we are guilty with Yi Tan now, wouldn't China have offended both? Can you not take the opportunity to suppress us? We can now stand up to the American emperor with our throats open, all because of Yi Tan. Is it that our Chinese etiquette teaches us ungratefulness? Chairman, the grey-haired general was still trying to say something, but was directly blocked by the chairman with a wave of his hand. Lao Jiang, I know you want to keep Yi Tan in China, and you also want him to contribute to the country, but you have never thought about why Yi Tan suddenly appeared. Why did so many high-tech researches? I don't know. We only know that there is a strong team behind him. They support Yi Tan. If Yi Tan disappears, will there be a second one? The chairman's words made everyone present take a sharp breath, sweat stains on their brains. Yes, if Yi Tan disappears, will there be a second Yi Tan? Boom boom boom. The secretary next to the chairman walked in and whispered in the chairman's ear, not knowing what was said. Lao Jiang. The chairman burst out after hearing it. The general named Jiang trembled and lowered his head. What do I say to you? Why do you want to stop Yi Tan's subordinates from leaving? Do you know how much this will affect me? You even let your dude go. Isn't it even more irritating to Yitan? The chairman gloomy yelling. Chairman ... Enough, Lao Jiang, you are the general of Huaxia, don't you understand these things? You did such a stupid thing, don't hurry up to let your subordinates leave. Let Yitan and others leave, said. Yes. Lao Jiang started to make a call, but no one answered the call, just a beep. Everyone was stunned. This was a call from the general who would dare not answer. Then Lao Jiang dialed other people's numbers, all busy. Broken, the chairman said anxiously from the side. And in the military hospital, a few minutes ago, the soldiers waited for the Red Dragon's order. But before the Red Dragon's order, they heard a weak voice on the bed. The soldiers looked and saw that Yitan didn't know when he woke up, leaning against the bedside with cold eyes, staring coldly at the surrounding army. Master. All the soldiers respected the highest courtesy of the Red Police when they saw Yitan wake up. Yitan nodded weakly, and looked at the soldiers around them holding guns at them coldly. Although he was just awake and didn't know what was going on, he developed his mind and only needed a few clues to think of a lot. Moreover, now everyone is holding a gun on your forehead. What's the matter? Yitan said in a faint voice. The faint voice with an irresistible domineering and majestic. Master. A soldier briefly explained the situation in Yitan's ear. Yitan was stunned for a while. He didn't expect that so many things happened and the American pearls were blown up. Port? This Nemo won't cross again, right? It's really beeping. Go. Let's go back. Yes. Then 300 soldiers carried Yitan and prepared to leave. Don't put these people in the eyes at all. Stop. You are daring to take a step, no matter what you kill. Zhang Shao and a group of people blocked in front and shouted. Yitan's eyes became cold suddenly, listening to the soldiers' dictation. He was now the most dangerous person in the world, and there was even an idiot standing in front of him. It was just looking for death. Whose order? Yitan asked gloomily. Zhang Shao trembled with everyone. Although Yitan was lying on the bed and weak, he lacked murderous aura at all. And he was stronger than those fighters, making him a little suffocated. But thinking that this was his grandfather's order, as long as he kept Yitan, he might have more rights. It would be very easy to fight for the position of patriarch in the future. Thinking of this, he listened to his waist. This is Shangfeng's order, you must obey it. When Yitan heard this, he laughed at himself. Shangfeng. How could Shangfeng be so stupid? I ask you. Whose order is it? Yitan roared weakly, and the 300 soldiers around him suddenly exuded murderous aura, dominating angrily, floating corpses thousands of miles away. Xiao Zhang's group trembled in their hearts, their legs almost weakened, and they fell to the ground, terribly murderous. Chapter 78. Chapter 77, Boom King Bo. I'm asking you, who ordered it? Yitan roared. Everyone felt the soaring anger on Yitan. Xiao Zhang is not stupid, he knows that Yitan is already furious. Did he see the big battle last night? If the camera was facing here, Xiao Zhang didn't dare to think about it, and there was a cold war all over. It is estimated that the world has a phobia of the red border video. Zhang Xiao didn't speak, but it didn't mean that no one spoke. You are Yitan, let me tell you, it was Zhang Xiao's grandfather. Mr. Zhang gave the order. A luxuriously dressed man who looked like a child of a big family wandered aside. When Zhang Xiao heard this, his whole body trembled suddenly. He understood, and finally understood why no one of his enemies came. Yitan, I was wrong about this, I will leave now. Zhang Xiao said babblingly. Xiao Zhang, why are you doing this? Didn't we detain Yitan? As long as we don't let him go out of China. The arrogant boy continued to say. The fear in Zhang Xiao's heart is getting worse and worse. He knows that his father is patriotic. This is well known. In China, there is such a young and powerful Yitan. Can the father rush to ask for it? And those opponents are quiet this time, if they use us. That. The fear in Zhang Xiao's heart grew bigger and bigger, and he slapped and slapped fiercely at the talking dude. Shut up. If you want to survive, just let me go. Zhang Xiao turned his head and walked directly, and the instigated dude had a gloomy face. He was actually slapped face to face by so many people. What does my Wang family say is that it is also ranked in the Huaxia family. Seeing Yi Tan being carried on the bed, Wang Bo was even more angry. It was this person who made me ashamed in front of so many people. I don't know how that idiot would leave suddenly, so that our plan could not be completed. And when he was stunned, Yi Tan stared at him. He just saw Wang Bo's eyes with a murderous look. This person can't stay. Seeing Yi Tan staring at him, Wang Bo was also taken aback. Then he looked at Yi Tan with disdain, then turned his head and walked away. He was just a useless person. I'm afraid the people behind Yi Tan no longer need it. Kill. There was a cold killing sound from Yi Tan's mouth. The soldiers holding the guns all trembles. They dare not act rashly. Just now, the order to evacuate has been issued from above. They were planning to evacuate, but Yi Tan suddenly came like this. They don't know what to do. Following Yi Tan's order, the two fighters slammed their fists, and there was a clicking sound in this empty place. What are you doing? Yi Tan, let me tell you, I am a member of the Wang family. Our Wang family is one of the 5 major families in China. If you dare to move me, my Wang family will definitely not spare you. When Yi Tan heard this, he snorted and smiled. What's special? I even dare to blow up the Pentagon in the United States, and even Pearl Harbor to a deep pit. Are you afraid that you are a little king? Keek. Of course, Yi Tan always shamelessly put his military exploits on himself. After all, Yi Tan wanted to do all these. The two soldiers walked bloodthirsty, unmoved by Wang Bo's words. The command of the ruler was greater than the sky, and the king of heaven, Lao Tzu, could not stop us. Kill. The two fighters suddenly burst out with a strong murderous aura, and Wang Bo, who was instantly suppressed, couldn't move. The two fighters then smashed Wang Bo's head with one punch. Stop. At this time, the old man following Wang Bo, who was Wang Bo's driver or bodyguard, moved violently and punched the two fighters. Boom. The soldier was beaten by the old man and took 2 steps back, and the old man directly spouted a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Uncle Pan, how are you? Wang Bo called anxiously from a distance. The man called Uncle Pan, half kneeling on the ground, with blood on the corners of his mouth, looked at the two soldiers opposite in horror. There has been a huge storm in his heart. He has been genetically modified, and he is twice as powerful as ordinary people. I didn't expect these fighters to be stronger than him alone. Who are they? Speed solved. Yi Tan yelled weakly while lying on the bed. The two fighters immediately walked towards Wang Bo. Uncle Pan, save me, save me. Wang Bao shouted with a crying face. He was already sitting paralyzed on the ground by the blood evil spirit on the soldier. There was a trace of sallow from the crotch. Faintly, you can smell the stench. The two warriors glanced at the cowardly Wang Bo with disdain. This kind of person has a family backing, is doing evil, and doesn't know how many people have been harmed. Kill. The two fighters shouted together, and rushed directly at Wang Bo's head with both fists. Why did you say it again? At that moment, Wang Bo's head was instantly like a watermelon, bursting open, white, red, like tofu brains, and Uncle Pan, who was half kneeling on the ground, splashed with blood on his face. That Wang Bo's head was directly bombarded by the soldiers, leaving only half of his mouth and neck, and the upper part was gone. The mouth is still one by one. The soldiers with guns were also stunned by this bloody scene. I wiped it. Nima is still a human being. His head was hit in half. Cow. This is the voice of all soldiers. Go. Yi Tan really didn't want to stay here anymore. Only when he returned to his base would he be the most at ease, and it was time to modify his body. Yi Tan's eyes were staring, and he looked towards the distant sky, where he had an important weapon for his victory this time, the space-based weapon. After Sanbei Min soldiers escorted Yi Tan to the anti-gravity sports car, they all took the anti-gravity sports car back. When the chairman and others arrived, Yi Tan had already rushed into the sky. Chairman, Thera gone. The Wang family boy was fucked and blasted his head and died. Zhang Lao said impressively from the side. He was also afraid of being able to beat a person's head like this. It was too fierce. Fortunately, his grandson was smarter and didn't participate. If it was his grandson who died, he would have to fight Yi Tan desperately now, and he would directly pull Huixia into the water. Thinking of this, Zhang Lao got wet behind his back. The chairman looked at the anti-gravity sports car flying away in the sky, and sighed, go well, stay here, sooner or later, something will happen. Since we can't keep it, let him fly high. We wait. With his growth, I believe that Yi Tan will definitely grow to another stage in this war. The chairman booed. Lao Zhang was stunned. Is Yi Tan really as good as the chairman's evaluation? Does the chairman know anything? On will Yi Tanzan stay proud for 9 days in the future? Pass it down. Send a group of fighters to escort Yi Tan to fly out of China. When you leave China, don't follow, the chairman said before leaving. Chapter 79. Some things the author wants to say, everyone sees here. Stop. This book has been published in less than 17 days. 160,000 words have been updated. Basically 10,000 words are updated every day. Sometimes it's just busy during the day and no time to write. After all, the author also has to work, and he is still a hairdresser. This time is the peak season for hairdressers, and the daily workload is very heavy. No time to update. Even if I don't have time to update, I won't stop the update. The code words are all before 12 o'clock. I will post chapters quickly, and then stay up late to update. Having said this, I really appreciate your support, so that the baby has made the top 3 on the list. And thank you for your reward. Only then have my motivation. I hope everyone doesn't worry. I say with my conscience that since I hurt the rudder, I have been 4 shifts every day. That's all I'm insisting. Even if there is a shift during the day, I make it up at night. I am very tired. If you want to watch more, then I also need time to update. I write a chapter with 2,000 words, basically 40 minutes. If you encounter a cool plot, it takes 1 hour to measure and change. Chapter 4. It takes 4 hours to go to work, 16 hours, 20 hours in total, which is terrible. I dare not count. You may think it should be. If you write a book, let it be read. If you are tired, don't write it. What I want to say is, everyone, don't worry, it's cooler and better at the end, so why bother? I said that I will make up for what I owe. Stay up all night. I have to make up for you. This is to thank you for your support. In addition, if you want to change 5 times a day next week, you need to recommend a vote to reach 3,500 chapters. This week has reached 2,500 chapters. I believe everyone can do it. If you want to add more changes, give a reward to a rudder master and add 1 more exclusively for you. In fact, rewarding does not make money for the author, it is just a sense of accomplishment. You let me gain a sense of accomplishment, and I make you look better, don't you? I hope you can greatly support the baby to go on. If you don't abandon it, I won't monitor it. I am here especially grateful to those who voted for recommendation, rewarded, and commented 5 stars. Thank you. I hope you don't comment on 1 star in a hurry in the future. It makes me uncomfortable and the score will be very low. Okay, that's it. Everyone, let's cheer together. In addition, Group QQ 1.4.9.8.4.7.9.3.2 Chapter 80. Chapter 78. A fluke. Yi Tan was lying in an anti-gravity sports car. This anti-gravity sports car was about the size of a motorhome, and it was like a bus flying in the air. Hundreds of supercars surround the anti-gravity motorhome. On the periphery of the sports car, there was a dense circle of fighters. The red flag is painted on the aircraft cluster. This is an aircraft belonging to China. This kind of protection measures, even if the Ares missile came last time, Zhang will be able to do so. The fighter group escorted Yi Tan out of China, and then left. After leaving China, the anti-gravity convoy accelerated sharply and quickly returned to the base. In the base, Yi Tan lay in the nutrition cabin. This was built by scientists overnight for Yi Tan. It can only relieve the condition, but cannot treat it all. Yitan, lying in the nutrition cabin, with his head exposed, looked at the red dragon standing in the distance and said helplessly, "How many energy points are lost this time?" At the moment when he came back, Red Dragon reported everything to Yitan and also let Yitan understand the craziness of the Red Police. "Master, all energy points are emptied, and 300,000 energy points of the Red Alert system are overdrawn. You need to return them within 10 days, otherwise the humanity will be wiped out," Hong Long said blankly. Yitan frowned. He never knew that the system could overdraw the energy points, but the time to return it was too fast. "Okay, fortunately we found the energy stone. Everything is in the plan." Yitan sighed and said, "By the way, what's the situation with my body now?" The red dragon's expression moved slightly, and then quickly recovered. "Master, you were hit in the spine. Scientists cannot treat you yet." Yitan's heart sank. He knew this would be the case for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. "Is there no solution?" Yitan asked unwillingly. "Master, there is another way, that is to pay a lot of energy points. Let the system recover for you." "What?" Yitan stared at his eyes. He didn't expect the system to be repaired. Seeing Yitan's puzzlement, Hong Long said, "Master, this is only the right you have at this stage. You can only repair your body and overdrawn energy points. There will be no one-time only, unless you can make the Red Police Empire becoming the first heaven in the universe. In that case, there will be more authority." Yitan took a breath. He didn't expect the scheme of the system to be so big. He hasn't even established the Red Police Empire now. It's too far away to break out of the universe and establish a heaven in the universe. "How many energy points?" 300,000. 300,000 is 300,000. "And the rest of the plan is left to you," Yitan said with a sigh. "Yes, dominate. Promise to complete the task," Hong Long said blankly on the side. Then he walked out. Yitan watched the red dragon leave with a bitter smile in his heart. After experiencing this catastrophe, he felt that he was still very small. Red Dragon once told him that the universe is more than a civilization on the Earth. The civilization of the universe is as bright as stars, and the Earth is just a small indigenous civilization, and there are still many places for him to grow up. Yitan slowly closed his eyes, and kept arranging his future path in his heart. From this moment, he has grown up in his heart. He used to rely too much on the red dragon, and his super brain is also defective, so he has to grow up, meet the gods and kill the gods, meet the demons and kill the demons, and let him tremble for these 9 days. And as Yitan slept in the nutrition warehouse, the whole world boiled over the news that Yitan could not heal. "Have you heard that Yitan was hit in the spine and he couldn't move his whole body in this life?" "I heard it. I heard it. This America is simply hateful. It's hard to find a genius in China, and he was so shattered by him. I don't accept it. I want to call America." Cow, is Zhao Yushan upstairs?" "No, I believe Yitan will stand up. He is so smart and has developed such a powerful mobile phone and car. He will definitely study the potion that will help him recover." "I believe him." "I believe too. +1. The whole country of China is in grief and feels it is a pity, but the high-level people in the United States are already happy. In the State Council, the 12 speakers, Oban the director of SHIELD, all gathered together. Although this time caused us the United States to suffer heavy losses and lose face, it is not without results. Yitan has become a useless person. After a while, we will find out the details of Yitan, and we will let them stay here completely. Disappeared from the earth. The second speaker laughed. Obai is too stupid this time. He should be judged. Let him go, and be replaced. At this time, the third speaker, who had never spoken before, said with disdain. Obama looked pale, and looked at the 12 speakers present in fear in his heart. The world doesn't know what they are, but Obama knows that the previous presidents, as long as they are relegated, will evaporate in the world. They did everything. Did I? And the director of SHIELD, who was sitting on the side, looked at Obama with a sullen face. "Making you mad, mad and boundless. Now it's all right, Get out. The first speaker closed his eyes and thought. And the speakers below began to discuss. Obai, who pricked his ears. The expression on his face changed every second. It's getting darker and more distorted. The speaker discusses all his past actions, and all of them are negative effects. After the first speaker carefully weighed it in his heart, he opened the blue eyes and looked at the people and said, "No, Obama can't step down yet. Although the impact on the United States this time is too great, we need it. A scapegoat, let him be a fool. If he continues to serve as president, if all countries are now prepared, because a single Yitan disrupts all the global status, only the low, middle and high levels are left. There is no real overlord. What we have to do now is to appease the American people and let Obama take care of it. In addition, we need to form an alliance to study God's scepter together. Let us regain the supremacy." After the first speaker finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Yitan was really scary for him, and the day-based weapon was even more scary. If he came to the United States 10 or 20 times, then the United States would become a historical existence. Moreover, no one knows how to defend against space-based weapons. So it is better to prevent conversion to offense. But when Ob heard the words of the first speaker, his heart was immediately exasperated. As long as he does not die, he can do anything. Isn't it just to appease the people? This is the best. Thinking about it, Obai scornfully despised the director of SHIELD. Director, the angry director of SHIELD charged with blood, and he almost caught Obama's beating. The next day, Obama was interviewed at the White House, and outside the White House, a dense crowd of people held white signs, all of which told him to get out of office and step down. This is the first appearance of Obama after the war, and people all over the world are paying attention. They want to see what kind of explanation Obama can give. As usual, Obama stood on a podium full of microphones, wearing a suit and leather shoes, looking at the camera with a decent smile. And all around them are national reporters, not private reporters. Korea Bangtsai, excuse me. The president, why did you send someone to assassinate Yitan? As the Korean stick asked, everyone grabbed their breath and looked at Obama to see how evil he was answering. Chapter 81 Chapter 79, Abnormality and Death. Excuse me. The president, why did you send someone to assassinate Yitan? With the question of the Korean stick, everyone fell silent and listened quietly to Obama's answer. Obama's eyes flashed, and he started his performance, looking at everyone in surprise. What? I will assassinate the super genius of China? How is it possible? You can't frame our American emperor, according to my information. I know, is colluded with one of our agents to assassinate Yitan. I really regret what happened to Yitan. One of the people nodded and lowered their heads disdainfully. He can really pretend, but Oba has acting skills. Tusk are not so good. It is estimated that many people will be deceived by him. A reporter from China, shining brightly, asked questioningly, then, why did the Tamron group bomb the Pentagon? As far as I know, your country's agents are not eligible to hide in the Pentagon's security room, right? The aggressive questions of the Huaxia reporters caused many reporters to suddenly stop. Yes. Why did the Tamron group let the people in the security room come out? Does the agent have that qualification? Obe was stunned, exclaiming in his heart how he had forgotten this. Seeing everyone's questioning eyes, although Obe was a little flustered, he still said calmly, of course the agents are not qualified to enter the safe room. Why did Tamron group force the people out of the safe room? I don't know. But I only know the Tamron group must have made a mistake. Obhaya looked righteous. The following group of reporters were silent. Yes, no one saw who came out of the safe room, and the Tamron group had not shown evidence. Neither side had any evidence, so the topic was over. The Russian beauty reporter hurriedly said, then Mr. President, what will you do with this next? Obahaya showed his big white teeth, put his hands on the podium, and slightly bent over and said, this time the Tamron group has caused a lot of harm to our country and caused great losses to our country. In addition, the stateless Yitan has become a disabled person. People, but our kindness and kindness let Yitan go. But the Tenglong group that invaded our country is impossible to let go. Obhaya looked at the people below who were shocked by his words, and shouted with joy, "In less than a month, we will also study the scepter of God." Wow! Everyone talked a lot about what God's scepter is. Many people know and have seen his terrifying power. The scepter of God was once proposed by a scientist in the United States. And then every country has researched it. It has been abandoning this terrifying technology because it has no ability to send the atmosphere and accurate strikes. But unexpectedly, the United States will soon succeed in research. Isn't it that Tamron Group is not the master of the sky? The internet is noisy, bragging. Space-based weapons have been so successful in research. The United States has already unified the country. Obey is so terrible. I seem to pinch him to death. I said, I want to. Ordinary people don't know, but high-level people in various countries know that although space-based weapons may seem scary, their structure is simpler. Outside space, everything is a vacuum without gravity, and day-based weapons are like guns that emit high-speed bullets. The bullet passes through the atmosphere, is attracted by the gravity of the Earth, and strikes the target more gravitationally. That kind of technology is simply a big killer of modern civilization. If the research is successful, the supremacy of the sky will be in the hands of Yitan and the US Emperor. The leaders of various countries were anxious, and quickly launched the sealed space-based weapon research project. Back to the topic. Hearing Obama's answer, the reporters from various countries were dumbfounded. This is simply a shocking news. To get rid of the Tamron Group, and to study the scepter of God, not in vain. A German journalist asked immediately, "Mr. President, if you want to get rid of the Tamron Group, do you still count the deal with them?" Opie showed his big white teeth when he heard it, and said desperately, "For the peace of the Earth, the Tamron Group must get rid of." Everyone's heart shook suddenly. Are you afraid of America, so anxious to get rid of the Tamron Group? They also understood Obey's answer that the transaction did not count. When Obey spoke in front of reporters, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of New York State Affairs was a crazy growler. Bang, bang, bang. The second speaker slapped the wooden table frantically with his hands and shouted, "Obey, this idiot, he is crazy. He is crazy." He told everyone that this is simply pushing the United States into the abyss. Yeah. How could O become so abnormal? What's wrong with him? Has he been the president for too long? Think we are the overlord? The other speakers also shouted, "Fuck, we must die young Oba. If Tamron Group knows, can our God's scepter be kept?" The second speaker yelled frantically. The first speaker's eyes exuded a cold murderous aura. He really didn't expect that Obama would lose his heart and go mad. To say so in front of the media of various countries is simply a death. The director of SHIELD is looking down at the crowd with his eyes secretly. He doesn't know how happy he is. Being at the top of the United States, he doesn't know how he died if he is not careful. So he has been looking forward to it. The position of the president still requires some means. Obahi's abnormality, he. The director of SHIELD smiled gloomily in his heart, with a slight curve hanging from the corner of his mouth. The Sun Country Little Shorty reporter also asked, "Mr. President, are you not afraid of Tamron Group's revenge?" As soon as these words were said, the whole venue was quiet in an instant. The silence was terrible, even the sound of the needle falling. The reporters also thought of something. They moved a short step back and looked at Ob with a frightened expression. Yeah, what if the Tamron Group heard it? But his smile directly gave a solid, die-hard smile, and his heart suddenly filled with panic. What's wrong with me? How can I say this? What I just did? Orba, he yelled frantically in his heart. The suit he was wearing was soaked with sweat behind his back. But suddenly his head was dumbfounded, and his consciousness began to be confused. After that, he closed his eyes and said in abrupt English into the microphone, "America will survive, and Tamron will die." Wow! Crazy, crazy. Everyone was frightened in their hearts. Nima, the war has just passed, and you are here today. Are you looking for death? People all over the world were blinded. and only then discovered that Obhai seemed to be crazy and nervous. At this moment, everyone can see mobile phone screens, computer screens, billboards, etc. The camera turns. Chapter 82. Chapter 80. I was engraved. What? The photographer carrying the camera screamed in horror. The reporters didn't know what had happened. They looked up and saw that the big screen on the building far away from the White House changed instantly. The familiar red frame video looks so dazzling on that building. If people all over the world can't remember anything, they will definitely remember the red frame video. That death-like lens. He appeared on the huge screen so suddenly. The faces of the people in the White House suddenly turned pale. Are you going to attack here? This is the question in everyone's mind. The picture in the video is the White House of the United States. Everyone at the White House was shocked by this scene. It must be the frenzied Obama who brought the Tamron group people over. Those who paraded in protest against Obama's resignation saw this situation and left the White House area with a shrugged leg. Whoever stopped here was looking for death. The reporters weren't fools either. They ran away with the camera in fear. When Obama said that sentence, he slowly woke up. When he saw the video on the huge screen, his face suddenly became pale, and he fell to the ground. What the hell is going on? Those words are not what I want to say. Orbe growled in his heart. Suddenly a video box appeared on the big screen, inside which was the soldier who accidentally blown up Pearl Harbor last time. The transaction doesn't count. You want to kill my Tamron group? The soldier's eyes were full of murderous aura, and he said grimly toward the Obehino area. When Orbe heard this, fear entangled his body and mind, and his whole body began to tremble with a swing. It was over, it was over, he was really going to die here. And I can't say that I didn't say it. If I quibble, it will not bring him to die alone, and even his wife may disappear from the world. Seeing Orbe not speaking, the soldier snorted coldly. His eyes looked like a dead person. At that time, a large group of military vehicles drove from outside the White House, and 100 soldiers came down directly from the inside. The surrounding area of the White House was surrounded by the army at no time, densely packed. From one of the cars, a person walked out. It was the director of SHIELD who was vomited by soldiers last time. Hundreds of fighters followed behind him and walked directly towards Obhai. Everyone looked up, wanting to know what happened. I saw that the director of SHIELD took out a document full of English letters, and said to Obama in his hand, Mr. President, you are now being voted by 12 congressmen to step down. You are no longer suitable for doing this. The president. Obhai suddenly raised his head. He didn't expect that he would be shot. He looked at the face of the director. His eyes shrank suddenly, lowered his head, and said viciously, you do everything right. You drugged me. In the last sentence, Obey just growled. The director of SHIELD smiled disdainfully and said, wrong, you are responsible for all this. Don't blame me. Take away. After SHIELD, 100 soldiers directly imprisoned Obama and took away. This scene made everyone confused. What is this for? Why did you tie the president? People all over the world are dumbfounded and their brains can't keep up. What's the matter? The director of SHIELD, Bureau looked at the soldier in the big video after watching Obhai being taken away, and said, Your Excellency, during his term of office, the former President Obhai did not know that he took drugs, which caused his nerves to be abnormal. We have obtained evidence. The evidence shows that Ob suffers from mental disorder. What he said just now does not represent the United States, nor does it represent us. Speaking of SHIELD, took out a piece of paper, the English on it roughly said that Ubey was insane. Your Excellency, our transaction is proceeding as scheduled, and we hope you can restrain your space-based weapons. If you infringe on our United States in this way, we will pay all the costs and wipe you out. SHIELD director said gloomily. The soldiers did not speak, but the people of the world exploded. Wow! Nemo exploded. The first time I heard that the president is crazy. Shit reason, US Emperor, can you still make up a worse reason? This reason ... I serve ... Everyone was stunned, and even the leaders of the country had a solemn face. The chief figure of the country, what kind of existence is that? Everyday food must be checked, physical examinations, etc. How is it possible to get neuropathy? Even if it makes it neuropathy, how can it not be discovered for so long? Everything is a conspiracy. What can you do if you cover up the facts? What humans around the world care about is that as long as Tamron technology provokes the United States, the United States will eliminate Tamron technology at all costs. It seems that the American tiger is about to wake up. Just when everyone was talking about it, the soldier spoke and looked at the SHIELD director and said, "Yes, as long as you don't provoke us, Tamron technology, we will not do anything out of the ordinary. If you provoke us, even if you kill me, I want you. Destroy a city. Suck." Everyone took a sharp breath, which was too cruel. Killing you alone will destroy another city. Is this American too worthless? The director of SHIELD snorted in his heart. As long as the United States is given 1 month, the scepter of God can be launched. Then, what will your Tamron empire be crazy about? You bring me the energy stone to the White House now. We want to take it away, the soldier said coldly. The head of SHIELD's supportive heart turned into a feeling of aggrieved feeling again. The dignified United States, because of the suppression of a space-based weapon, was simply too aggrieved. The secretary waved his hand, and the heavily armed soldier behind him took the white password box and placed it directly in front of the White House. "Take it, well put it here." The director watched the big video and said, "The look is absolutely terrific, it's just that you quickly pick it up. I beg you for that expression." This made everyone complain about it. This product is simply too shameless. Just now they said that they don't disturb each other. Now they put a trap to let others jump in? Who are you, an idiot? When the leaders of all countries saw this, they smiled disdainfully. They knew what the United States was doing. They were testing and testing who the Tamron group was in power. And what's the backing? Everyone stared at the soldiers in the video. They wanted to see what the soldiers did. I saw that soldier took out a remote control. The remote control was a space-based weapon controller. The big killer that destroyed a harbor last time was taken out again. Everyone was shocked and looked at the soldier in fear. The soldier looked at the chief and frowned, and said to him, "Yes, you are awesome, you are lightning, and you plug the wire with a big sling." He said, he just pressed the button without saying anything. Note: ha ha ha, the above paragraph is not too expensive. What the main thing is, you can guess for yourself. It's just that I think it's a bit funny. Chapter 83. Chapter 81. The unlocked unit will be unlocked. Seeing the soldier press the button directly without saying a word, the director of SHIELD Bureau was all ill, and screamed towards the sky, "Stop, stop, you said where to send it, we will send it to you." As he said, his hands were still dancing in the air excitedly. The soldier snorted disdainfully. "Some people just owe it to clean up." He stared at the director of Hit me on Tamron technology, then wait for our anger. With that said, the global video was restored, and the leaders of all countries all over the world are smiling bitterly. Who is so okay to provoke you, right? One is cheaper than the other. Do you have no space-based weapons to bully us? Although half of the whole Earth is night and half day, it can't resist people's excitement about this kind of thing. The entire Earth has done something for Tamron Corporation twice. They all doubt that this Earth can withstand the toss of Tamron Technology Corporation. Is this still a company? This is simply torturing the Earth. And Hong Long has sent 200 anti-gravity sports cars to the target, very fast. In the waters, a large aircraft carrier was parked in the waters, and there were many fleets escorting the aircraft carrier, and many soldiers gathered on the deck of the aircraft carrier. And 200 anti-gravity sports cars flew directly to the plate armor of the aircraft carrier, and stopped directly on it. 400 deadly soldiers walked out neatly from the inside, all fully armed. pointing their guns at the US military. One armored soldier walked out of the 400 soldiers. It was almost wearing a steel suit. It was exactly the same as the one in the movie. The US soldiers looked confused and began to wonder what happened to us. Crossed? Where is your commander? The armored soldier made a cold voice from the helmet. The US soldiers were taken aback, but did not dare to relax a bit, watching the red police soldiers vigilantly. We brought things. At this moment, a man walked out from behind the US Army. The white box in his hand was the box with the energy stone. The armored soldiers walked forward, causing the US soldiers to squeeze the bolt of the gun with agreement, facing the red police soldiers. Huh? The eyes of the armored soldier's helmet flashed red, staring at everyone. The man holding the box, with a cold sweat on his forehead, is a clerical job himself. So why let himself come to trade? Isn't this letting yourself die? The armored soldier snorted coldly, took the box with one hand, and then took the anti-gravity sports car, gave out a roar of dragon roar, and instantly disappeared in front of everyone. After the red police soldiers left, the US soldiers let out a sigh of relief. They were so nervous to die just now. Those soldiers were simply not human. The expressions in their eyes seemed to be incongruous. Your feeling. There is also the armored soldier, which gives people the feeling of being in hell. They can't breathe at all. If they fought just now, the US Army must have been completely destroyed. This is the thought in everyone's mind, but no one of them speaks out, quietly performing their tasks. They are not scared, but are completely shocked and speechless. They have doubts about their country. In an instant, the morale of the entire army dropped a lot. Air of gloominess. Back at the base, Hong Long sent scientists to open the code lock and took out the energy stone that could glow in the sun. That's right, it's the energy stone. Red Dragon is a little happy, showing a human smile that a super brain shouldn't have. The Red Dragon took the energy stone and threw it directly into the mineral base. In an instant, the mineral base made a sound telling it to operate. Yitan slept in the nutrient warehouse, feeling that his body was recovering quickly. Yitan hurried up and saw that his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He understood that the task was completed, but he also had to lament that the system was omnipotent, which was beyond the boundaries of science. After sighing, Yitan Pan was quietly recovering in the nutrition warehouse. Early the next morning, Yitan stood on the accusation desk on the second floor of the base, looking at the frantically rising energy points. Now it has exceeded the 600,000 mark. Yesterday, he absorbed more than 500,000 and was taken by Yitan. It took 300,000 to restore the body, and absorbed more than 400,000 overnight. Seeing so many energy points, Yitan felt refreshed. Red Dragon, how many soldiers are there in the base now? The Red Dragon stood aside like a butler and said, Master, the base already has 1953 fighters, 2 armored soldiers, 10 tanks, more than 500 wolfhounds. Is this all power? Yitan said helplessly in his heart, still too few. The biggest bug of the Red Police is the violent soldiers, crazy violent soldiers. Now that there are a lot of energy points, Yitan Kai said boldly, I will seal up 200,000 energy points, and now I will start building more soldiers, 8 armored soldiers, and 10 of them. In addition, the wolf dog has enough to make up to 1,000, and give me the whole small island. The scientists are building 30, and the tanks will be supplemented to 30. Yes, dominate. Yitan looked at the construction screen with excitement, and calculated from just now, the remaining energy points were used to build fighters. How many fighters would appear? Thinking about Yitan, he was extremely excited. By the way, Red Dragon, how many days can the energy stone absorb? The Red Dragon directly returned and said, Master, the energy stone is almost exhausted. I believe it will be absorbed tonight. Yitan nodded clearly. After calculating it this way, he could still get more than 300,000 energy points at night. This time, he didn't lose, and he didn't lose so many energy stones for one gun. Although I am now the thorn in the eyes of all countries, I am also safe. I seem to be the weighing scale of all countries in the world, so that all countries are balanced and no one can claim hegemony. Time passed slowly. It has been 3 days. Yi Tan looked at the enriched figures in the base. They were all soldiers, with more than 5,000 people. As for the people standing on the wall of the base, slowly the embryonic form of the empire will appear. There are still 10 ferocious tanks under the wall. They are waiting for battle and attack at any time. Just as Yi Tan was shaking, a voice suddenly rang in Yi Tan's mind, and he trembled all over, and ran toward the main base with a roar. On the second floor of the base. Yi Tan looked at the construction unit icon with excitement. Several of them were already shining. The new unit is unlocked. That's right. The new unit is unlocked. Yi Tan endured his excitement and looked at the entire list of units carefully. Chapter 84. Chapter 82. A shocking unit. Yi Tan stood on the second floor of the base excitedly, looking at the 5 bright spots on the platform of the construction unit, which meant that he had unlocked the 5 units. Well, Yi Tan happily clicked on the first flashing unit in his heart. Dock. The dock is a huge battleship production base. Any warship can be built, only need to pay a certain energy point. In addition, the dock base can only build Earth-level battleships. If you want to upgrade the built battleships, ships, etc., you need scientists to study fusion, and you can upgrade the construction units. In addition, the shipyard is equipped with a sea area petroleum refinery, which can continuously extract abundant oil, minerals, and energy points in the sea. It can absorb 80,000 energy points every day. Shipyard construction requires 100,000 energy points, and the time is 12 hours. After reading the introduction, Yi Tan smiled. This is so cool. As long as the dock is built, it means that the daily energy points can be more than 100,000 points per day. I was finally out of poverty, and finally I didn't have to buy rough stones so hard. And as long as you build the dock base yourself, you can build your own aircraft carriers, frigates, battleships, etc. The biggest advantage of Red Alert is that it can build units quickly, as long as it has energy points. This will simply dominate the entire sea area. Haha. Yi Tan endured the excitement in his heart, and then looked down. In the next unit, Yi Tan's eyes stared at the size of a copper bell. Patriot missile. Build energy points, 10,000. Construction time, 12 hours. Patriot missile. He is an automatic defensive missile tower, which monitors the entire base through satellites, and has its own intermediate intellectual brain. As long as they do not belong to the base aircraft, missiles, etc., they will be shot down by Patriot missiles, instantly disintegrating all targets. Yi Tan took a breath. It wasn't that he had never seen the world, but that this Patriot missile was too bad. Looking at the Patriot's detailed introduction, with the current level of civilization on the Earth, the nuclear bombs and Ares cruise missiles developed cannot be penetrated into the base. As long as they appear over the base, they will instantly collapse. However, this Patriot missile has a flaw, that is, it cannot defend the surrounding area of the base. As long as the enemy launches a missile around the base, it will instantly spread to the base. To change this defect, you need to constantly unlock new units. Of course, since the Patriot missile appeared, Yi Tan wouldn't be foolish to let others blow up around his base. Yi Tan watched with excitement. He watched 2 of them, and they both brought him incomparable surprises. These 2 were too important to the base. Yi Tan continued to watch. This time a new unit appeared in the barracks. It must be a Hera-level character. It must be a Hera-level character. Yuri, or Natasha. It is also a Lily if it is bad. Yi Tan closed his eyes and prayed in his heart. Engineer. They are the cheapest arms in the Empire. They are also the best workers. They can be competent for any construction unit. With them, construction units can speed up. But they didn't have any force. They only knew about construction projects and so on. They don't need wages, wars, marrying wives and children. They only need to provide them with food every day, and they can make a huge contribution to the Empire. They will never betray because they are clones. Born for empire building. Each build 1 point. The time is 30 seconds. After Yi Tan finished reading it, His heart jumped sharply. This time it was not a powerful unit, but it was not bad. With engineers, there is no need to recruit workers, no outsiders to build Tamron mobile phones, etc. Just have them. With the arms, the 4 islands can be fully constructed, and the prototype of the Empire is about to appear. Yi Tan smiled happily. Once again, hold back the excitement in my heart. There are already 3, which is so exciting. However, the following units made Yi Tan not excited at all. But that energy minecart increased by 2. Yi Tan once asked Red Dragon why the base is not the same as in the game. It is not an infinite construction. Hong Long replied that after the large nuclear power reactor is built, all units can be built at will. And the nuclear power reactor does not know when it will be built. Yi Tan skipped the mining truck directly, and then looked on. Horror robot. This lightweight robot can attach itself to enemy vehicles and slowly tear them apart. And they can also work underwater, and ships, etc. can easily poke a big hole. Comes with electrons to stagnate light, which can emit light to make the target lose power and then destroy it. The defense is extremely poor. As long as the energy storage source is hit, it will be immediately scrapped. Each fraudulent 2000 energy points. The time is 1 hour. My brother is awesome, Yi Tan said excitedly. This horror robot is a unit that Yi Tan likes to play when he plays Red Police. It can kill warrior wolf dogs in seconds, and can be built frantically, rushing into the enemy's tank camp, and directly killing the enemy's tanks. Yi Tan was a little excited, and closed all units satisfactorily. Keep your head down and think about how to rationally arrange these newly unlocked resource personnel. Red Dragon, how did the engineer improve the construction of the building? The projection of the Red Dragon radiated from the side and looked at Yi Tan. Dao, Master, the engineers are built in real objects, and the system is built in virtual, which requires a lot of time. The engineers and soldiers dominate the construction of 10,000 and 1,000. Everyone can build a house by moving a brick. Therefore, they divide the unit construction time evenly and increase the unit time. Yi Tan understood that as long as you build more engineers, you can quickly build units, and the specific time depends on how many workers there are. Red Dragon, immediately build a dock for me in the middle of the 4 islands. Yes. Dominate. In the middle of the 4 islands, a huge phantom appeared. The phantom had twice the main base. You can imagine how big he is. And the reason why Yi Tan built the dock here is because it is built in the middle, and the base can control the entire 4 islands and build it at will. Same as Red Alert. If it is out of the scope of the main base, it cannot be built, and it needs to be linked to each unit. Yi Tan then directly installed 2 Patriot missiles. And 5,000 engineers. There are another 20 terrorist robots built. And 2 minecarts. After doing this, Yi Tan stood by the base window, watching the constantly changing shadows outside. The base is finally about to usher in a period of rapid development. Yi Tan confidently looked at the vast sea in the distance. His first step was to conquer the pirates. Loot all their property. Chapter 85. Chapter 83, God's Scepter. Early the next morning, Yi Tan stood by the main base and looked at the huge dock. The dock base covers an area the size of 2 bases, and Yi Tan looks very small in front of this behemoth. There are 4 huge stone pillar foundations under the dock, which are firmly inserted into the sea, like Monkey King's golden cudgel, with countless dragons carved on them. There is a huge space in the base above, which is the size of 2 heavy factories. And there is a huge long hook on the dock base, which constantly hooks a huge drum. And in that drum, there are energy points. And below the dock base is an empty hollow, linking the base above. Here is the place where large ships are built. And there are dozens of scientists who are constantly building things. Although they are all built by scientists, the main force is still a magical system. Do a dozen scientists want to build a fleet? Just kidding, it's just a deception. Now the base also has ordnance, and when the time comes to build ships, the speed will be doubled. The ships built can all sail out of the 4 islands. After all, The separation between the four islands is too great. Yitan drove the anti-gravity sports car directly to the dock base. The shipyards inside and those big country shipyards are almost a world, and the equipment inside is more sophisticated than the other. Yitan can guarantee that this is from the unprecedented high-tech shipbuilding technology. It is almost the same as 3D printing technology. In an extremely safe workshop, there is a huge screen on which, like a platform for building units, countless fleet icons are dimmed. Only one icon is shining. Shark submarine. Construction needs 6,000 energy points. Construction time 12 hours. The Shark submarine is a new type of submarine that can destroy any surface ship. It must float to launch torpedoes, but it is invisible when it is submerged. Its guided torpedo can severely kill and injure sea targets. Super torpedo. The submarine fired 2 torpedoes in the front direction. They can cause huge damage, and a frigate can easily make a huge hole. But his weakness is very obvious, that is, when launching a torpedo, he must surface. It also gives the enemy a target to attack. Who designed this? The ghost only knows. Yitan directly chose to build 5 of them, ready to let them patrol around the 4 islands, and they won't show up when they are not necessary. They are the biggest killers. Their whole cards. Yitan returned to the base. The base is now full of strength. Men in construction site clothing and helmets are everywhere, building the base wall. Yitan walked to the side of the heavy factory and saw the condescending Patriot missile. Viewed from a distance, the bottom of the Patriot missile looked like the bottom of a red wine glass, tightly attached to the ground. On the pillar found by the tire, there was a huge square iron box. Yitan could see from below that the iron box was all densely packed with golden warheads, facing the sky in a gloomy and terrifying way. In front of the huge iron box, there is also a round ball with the size of a human head. The ball is the Patriot missile's monitoring system, and a slight red light is continuously emitted from the ball. Yitan can guarantee that as long as someone comes to attack, the orb will burst out with a huge red light instantly. Remind the base. Seeing this big guy, Yitan felt confident in his heart, and no longer had to worry about being killed by a missile at night. At the entrance of the heavy factory, there are 20 scary robots lying neatly. They are only 1 meter tall. Like a spider, it has 12 sharp mechanical legs. This is easy to cut through the tank. The mechanical legs of the sea fleet, in the sun, look so dazzling and cold. Crack. Seeing Yitan's arrival, the 20 terrifying robots stood up abruptly, and the front mechanical legs were bent and their bodies tilted, as if they had met the Supreme. Yitan was shocked. Hong Long said on the side that this was just a military salute to the terrorist robot. Looking at the red eyes of these scary robots, Yitan felt so cold. The cold eyes seemed to slaughter the world without taking a knife. The confidence in Yitan's heart is getting stronger and stronger. With this kind of thing, at least he has the strength to survive. Now the base earns nearly 200,000 yuan a day, but it can't cover the base's 1 day's expenses. On average, Yitan can save many energy points every day. The more so, Yitan found it super fast. More than a week passed. On the internet, that earth-shaking news is slowly disappearing. People began to come back to the usual days. But the senior officials of all countries have become busy. The whole world has become very familiar with each other for a while, and has been working hard on new technologies. And every time they researched a technology, they hyped up and screamed. Wish the whole world knew. This is true in countries all over the world now. And on this day, suddenly the United States broke out in astonishing news. New York Times, our scientists have finally developed the scepter of God, which will be sent to space at the end of the month. I love America and God bless America. The news came out, and the whole world was boiling. The last time people thought it was Obama who got frustrated and talked nonsense on the podium. I didn't expect it to be researched out so quickly. This is simply too fast. Doesn't the United States become the overlord of the sky? There used to be high-tech competitions before, but now Yitan's life is horrible, and he can't stand up anymore. let alone research any new technology. The leaders of the various countries felt a chill. They originally grabbed Yitan, a shit-cutter, and disrupted the entire dominance of the American emperor. They did not expect that they would still work out it. The leaders of these countries still miss Yitan's existence at this time. Although Yitan is talented, he has no foundation and needs to grow, but the United States is different. It is hoped that Tamron Group can blow up the American laboratory at this time and make space-based weapons disappear. When Yitan received the news, he smiled disdainfully. What shit, God's scepter was at best a semi-finished product, and he was able to speak correctly. In the afternoon, Tencong Group directly released official news for a day. What shit, God's scepter? How can it be launched into space? Can you hit the target? You are not underestimated. Your God's scepter is just a spicy chicken. You can hit it right when you talk. If you can't, don't talk. Go home, go for milk. Wow! The internet exploded directly. Nima, the Tamron Group has appeared again. This time it will not give the United States face directly, which is so cool. Idiot upstairs. Does the Tencong Group need to give anyone face? If you don't agree, I will just kill you. Ha ha, cool. Now it's time for the US side to be flat again. Every time we have to pretend to be B, but we have Tamron. This slap in the face is so loud. Ha ha ha. Chapter 86, Chapter 84, Global Military Exercises. See the clamor and contempt of Tamron technology. The United States was aggrieved and afraid to speak. Nima, the American emperor, was suppressed to this point by a weak company. It was simply unbearable. What can I do if I can't bear it? The day-based weapon is like a sword hanging over everyone's head. Who would dare to provoke the Tamron Group now, unless it's dying? Seeing that the United States was beaten directly by the Tamron Group and behaved better than the grandson, the entire internet began to laugh. Ha ha ha, age-old anecdote. Isn't the US Emperor very arrogant? Is it always stationed in ports of other countries? What happened this time? Why is it so terrible? Ha ha, US Emperor, you continue to seduce. Hey, don't be too optimistic. The Tamron Group is strong, but it is all walking on the blade. We do not know the background of the American emperor. How could we be suppressed by a newly emerging small company and wait for the god of the American emperor? The scepter is launched, and the general trend will follow the American emperor. TSK Tusk. The analysis upstairs is right, +1. While Yitan looked at the comments on the internet, there was no trace of ripples in his heart. He knew what he was doing now. He only had a super killer, and now he was not an opponent of the American emperor. And that super killer space-based weapon, how terrifying every time it uses energy. What Yitan is doing now is to make the US emperor afraid, make all countries afraid, and give Yitan ample time to develop. And that god scepter, Yitan didn't dare to move. If the god scepter of the US emperor was blown up, wouldn't America be crazy? In case of all the power and destroy Yitan at all costs, then play a big deal. Yitan's eyes were cold, and the pirate camps were a little bit ready to move these days. It seems that they don't want to wait any longer. But it's good, it's time for you to use it as a performance item. Yitan's eyes flashed with murderous aura, with the arrogant contempt of the Tamron Empire. Although the United States did not dare to take a breath and be true to the Tamron Empire, it still made small moves. New York Times, what will happen to the Tamron Empire without Yitan? American People's Daily, Yitan's Tamron Group has been controlled by some illegal personnel. Did a generation of geniuses just give the Tamron Empire to a group of cavities? Yitan, a genius like Einstein, but unfortunately, everything disappeared so quickly, just a short-lived. The US lavishly reported Yitan's death, directly causing the Chinese to blow up, and everyone commented angrily. My Nima, is it really okay for you to say that? Yitan is not dead. You American emperor can hardly fall asleep. The US emperor said is simply shameless. When Yitan is resurrected, he won't scare you to death. Yitan, show up, slap Mady once in the face and let them shut up. Yi Tan smiled disdainfully when he saw this kind of news. The American emperor is still scared now. If he wants to see if he is dead, he will wait until he will give you a shocking debut. The United States has directly arranged a big drama, which may directly affect the Tamron main base. In the United States, a message was sent directly. The United States is about to hold a large-scale military exercise, which requires all countries to conduct it together. And the location of the performance is set to be the pirate concentration camp, which is very close to Yi Tan's base. So let's use the High C-368 as the name. The leaders of all countries were taken aback when they received this message. What nerves did the US Imperial have made? It was not time for the military exercises, and the whole country was invited to participate in the military exercises. It was still early. What happened? When Huaxia's leaders saw this message, they all snorted coldly. Others didn't know the purpose of the American emperor, but they did. In the 368C area, there is the Tamron group stationed there. This place was purchased from the American emperor. Some people don't know it, but the American emperor must know it. Have ulterior motives this time. Although other countries don't know it, this is the only exercise in the whole world, but it is broadcast live globally. Every country does not want to miss a good opportunity to promote their own national force. Therefore, they have no reason not to go. This news reached Yi Tan's ears, and Yi Tan was immediately furious. Right? The US Emperor gave you too much face. You want to die and make you perfect. Immediately, Yi Tan immediately let the base develop at a high speed, and directly built another 20,000 engineers, asking them to fully construct the 4 islands. That towering wall made Yi Tan feel safe. Of course Yi Tan knew that this was a conspiracy of the American emperor, but he couldn't escape from this conspiracy. Could he be launching a space-based weapon at the American emperor? It used to be revenge against the American emperor. Now everyone knows the power of space-based weapons. They are all guarding against Yi Tan. As long as they launch space-based weapons, all their countries will send troops to take Yi Tan. In China, for this exercise, I must bring all of China's new weapons. This time it may be up and down, but it will be broadcast live all over the world. No disturbances can occur. The Supreme Chief looked at the men and said, Chief, what should Yi Tan do? This American emperor's thief heart is too bright. They must be trying to force Yi Tan out, living to test Yi Tan's reality, and Yi Tan we. The general did not speak yet, and was directly interrupted by the chief. This time we sent all the trump cards. One is to shock, and the other is to protect Yi Tan, even if Yi Tan is not a thing in the pool. One day, Long Xiang, 9 days. But we also have to be his backer. His potential is too great. There can be no loss, said the chief majestic. All the people below were shocked, and there was a burst of fierceness in their hearts. Yi Tan alone could pull the US emperor from the altar. If he helped Huaxia, Huaxia would also rise everywhere. Countries all over the world are preparing for this military exercise. They all brought out new weapons and new technologies they secretly researched. In order to become famous in this military exercise. Even the reporters went crazy. In order to compete for the live broadcast rights of some of their own countries, they played extremely lively and turned upside down. August 26th. This day was originally a press conference for anti-gravity sports cars, but because of being attacked, the press conference was never mentioned. Although there was not that huge press conference, it also ushered in the world's only national military exercise. This performance was unprecedentedly powerful, and representatives from all countries came to watch it. In the pirate concentration camp, the pirates who were eager to attack originally wanted to attack the 4 islands, but it was unexpected that countries all over the world participated. The warships and aircraft carriers that came this time could instantly destroy them. Immediately all the turtles huddled on their respective islands, obediently and quietly hiding, for fear that those actors would use them as acting targets. As for Yi Tan's base, he was also preparing nervously. In just a few days, the entire base changed and became more like a military base. An unprecedented crisis is coming. Chapter 87, Chapter 85. Fuck, what happened? In the 368C area, many battleships, frigates, and huge aircraft carriers have gathered here. These are all warships of various countries, and each warship has its own national flag hung on it to prevent accidental injury. Hundreds or even thousands of people have gathered on the deck of a U.S. aircraft carrier-class battleship. There are all kinds of people, journalists from various countries, representatives of various countries, etc. They seem to be waiting for something. Below this aircraft carrier, there is a huge conference room, inside which is the commander of the various fleets. In front of everyone, there was a small national flag of their own. All of them are wearing military uniforms from various countries. Therefore, none of the people sitting in this conference room are civilian officials. They are all generals. Blanche, what exactly does the United States want to do? How can such a ridiculously large military exercise be held? The commander of the Sun Nation said to the blue-eyed Blanche. All country commanders looked at Blanche to see how he explained. Ahem, this military exercise is to enhance the feelings of various countries, and we can also see some shortcomings of various countries from this military exercise. Why not do this? Blanche stared at the people. Everyone stared at Blanche. They wanted to see something in his eyes, but let them down. They couldn't see anything. But they won't believe that the shit increases the feelings of various countries. It is simply bullshit. Don't look at the commanders of various countries sitting here quietly. If there is no one to control them, they will definitely beat you to death. Although they didn't believe it, they had to do it. This time all countries exercised together, but it was broadcast live worldwide. This is an opportunity for military comparisons among countries. Which country is willing to give up this opportunity? The meeting continued. According to the US Imperial Plan, they directly set the exercise site next to the 4 islands. There was an open sea with only the 4 islands of Yitan. After setting the goal, the warships of all countries began to set out to advance towards the goal. This exercise also used empty shells, etc. Each country can only send 6 battleships, including battleships, cruise ships, and frigates, with aircraft carriers equipped with aircraft carriers. The rule of the exercise is that 2 equal countries compete. Reporters from various countries all took a huge armed transport plane and followed the densely packed warships. Chinese reporter, dear viewers, the place we are looking at is the 368C area. This military exercise with countries around the world is unprecedented. Can we in China achieve detached results in this exercise? Let us continue to watch. Do you see it? That is our country's warship, the Jiayuan aircraft carrier, the second aircraft carrier built by our country, and its displacement has reached 70,000 tons, but there are few ships in the world. Look, next to our Jiayuan, there are our Aegis battleships, frigates, etc. They are our sea protectors. Whether we can win this battle, we have to look at our protector of China. We have to trust them and come on. The Chinese audience looked at the reporters' excitement, which also inspired their blood. Come on, we, Huaxia, will definitely blow their ass. I believe in China. Come on, we believe in you. Those who offend China will be punishable even if they are far away. Kill them. Come on. The people of Huaxia are proud of this group of warships. Cheering up. Huaxia has finally revealed its sharp sword for many years, and reporters from other countries have followed the example of Huaxia reporters and are cheering for their own countries. Woo! All the warships in the waters below made a huge warning. Dear viewers, we have come to the exercise site, which is 368 high seas. This area is extremely vast and very suitable for military exercises by all countries. After the Huaxia reporter finished speaking, he pushed his eyes to make the camera look at the thousands of warships below. The dense, magnificent battleship group made people all over the world take a breath. It's spectacular, mighty. It's a sea lion. If any country has so many fine warships, it can dominate the entire sea. Look, Umakers, there are 4 islands there, and there are cities on the islands," a foreign reporter exclaimed among reporters. When many reporters saw it, their expressions changed abruptly, and they took a breath of horror. "Fuck." The Huaxia reporter whispered in a low voice. Although his voice was low, people from all over the country heard the name. "What happened?" "Turn the camera, turn the camera." "Damn, I feel that something big has happened, which can shock a reporter. It is absolutely necessary." "My Nima, fast turn the camera, let us all have a look." A word of humiliation directly lifted everyone's hearts. No one knew what the reporters saw. The commanders of warships from various countries all gathered together and looked at the big city wall in the distance with binoculars. "What is this? A city? How could it be built here?" All the foreign commanders muttered to themselves. Yitan's base is only known to the United States, China, Eiffel and others. As for the last time Yitan posted the news about the recruitment engineering team on the official website, before it was sent out, there was an attack, which caused Yitan to forget about it. Therefore, all the foreign commanders present did not know that this city was actually part of the Teng Kong group. If they knew, they would have to weigh and weigh if they wanted to come here. Seeing the emergence of a city, the warships of all countries have to stop. They have to redefine their goals and cannot continue military exercises here and in a room on an American aircraft carrier. "How about, are you ready?" a slightly old voice said. "Get ready, everything will be replaced with live ammunition, and then we will launch at the Teng Kong group and let them fly to annihilation." If someone is here, he will definitely be able to hear the owner of this voice, that is the American commander this time, Blanche. And as soon as their conversation ended, a man standing at the door suddenly gave a bloodthirsty smile and disappeared in secret, as if no one had been here. And on the armed transport plane, reporters from all over the world are still staring at the huge city dumbfounded. The battleships below may not be able to see what's inside, but they can. These walls directly include 4 huge islands. This is a terrifying project. The Huaxia reporter kept looking inside the city wall. "Fuck." The Huaxia reporter glared and roared. That voice and expression simply lacked any image. Let alone him. Reporters from all over the world are all the same. Let everyone watching blow up. "My Nima, what have you seen? Why don't you switch the lens?" "Ah, my Nima is also drunk." "Reporter, I'm kneeling for you. Can I change the lens?" "I will wipe it." "Damn. I killed this reporter." I was surprised for a long time. What did I see? Tell me, are you a reporter? What did you see? Make reporters from all over the world look the same. Chapter 88 Chapter 86 Brother reporter, you are crazy. Fuck, dare you switch cameras? I really want to punch this reporter to death. Who can make this product in human flesh? This time it's over. I must send him the film. Mardan, quickly switch cameras, let me also see what makes you reporters scared. The people all over the world are boiling, everyone is yelling and screaming, asking reporters to switch cameras quickly. But it seemed that the reporters were shocked by what they saw. They didn't realize that they were still broadcasting, but were shocked. And the commanders of various countries are all agreeing on plans. They were all surprised by the sudden appearance of the city. There was no such city here before. Could it be private? In the US aircraft carrier conference room, the commanders of various countries are arguing non-stop. If the location is relocated, the confidence of the people of all countries will suffer a little bit. After all, this is a disadvantage to the mission. Everyone, stop arguing. Have you thought about it? What is this place? Blanche looked at everyone and said. When the quarreling commanders heard Blanche's words, they all frowned and were stunned. This is not the 368C area. No, this is a place where pirates are rampant, isn't it? Seeing everyone's expressions, Blanche smiled and said, yes, this is the pirate concentration camp. Don't you have any doubts about the city that suddenly appeared? What if they are the pirate headquarters? This time our military exercise will not be enough. Can you really compete with each other? Wow! Everyone was stunned. And then they all began to discuss fiercely. Let me just say, we are here. Why are we changing places? Since this is a place of pirates, then we might as well use them as the target this time. A Russian commander said with uprightness. Yes, yes, no change of place. Right here. Other small countries all agreed with the Russian commander. Blanche watched everyone agree, and then continued, very good. Then we will target this city to see who will fight for this pirate concentration camp first. In addition, we will use real guns and shells for this military exercise. Also, you can't tell reporters to shut up, no matter what they see. You can't let them say it. Regarding Blanche's words, the commanders didn't think there was anything wrong, after all, as long as they knew about this kind of thing, and the people, what they saw was the result. At the scene, commanders from various countries were gearing up. Only the Huaxia commander looked at everyone with a look of disdain. Whose place these 4 islands are? That is Yitan's headquarters, the United States. Your calculations are really good. After everyone set the goal, the commanders of all countries reported the situation to their home countries. In the Huaxia commander's room. Yes, Chief, they are now targeting the 4 islands as this military exercise. What should we do? Please instruct the chief. The commander kept short, wearing a military uniform while making a red phone call. The majestic voice came directly from the phone. Don't worry about them. As long as the 4 islands can't hold on to one burden, you will find ways to move behind them. Let them come around Y and save Zhao, and let Yitan and them leave quickly. The chief said without any doubt. The matter this time is no trivial matter. If Yitan had a problem, the entire Huaxia would be ruined. China's future hopes are pinned on Yitan. After the commanders of various countries set the target, they told the reporters about the plan one by one. The reporters turned their cameras over. Standing at a height, they had already seen some incredible things, but they hadn't spoken yet. They were directly shut up by the commanders of the various countries, preventing them from speaking out. These reporters can only continue to live broadcast obediently. Huaxia reporter, dear viewers, we were unable to broadcast live to you just now because of some military secrets. Now countries are ready. The target is a city. Yes, it is a city. The reporter with eyes said in the video, and the brothers and sisters of China, can't wait. Who wants to look at this man with glasses? Speed, you go away. We don't want to look at you. I want to see what shocked these reporters. Quack, I'll take a look at Zhao Rishan. When the video screen turned around, the huge open sea area had thousands of warships on it, steadily stopping on the sea area. In this sea area, such a huge maritime warship does not seem crowded at all. What the hell is it? All the audience is watching attentively. What is it that makes the reporters fucking fuck? What is that? Damn, the city. That's not right. It seems to be a military base inside. Damn, have you seen it? Anti-gravity sports car. My Nima, what exactly is there? Is it Yitan's base? Dear audience, what you see is the goal of our acting this time. I don't know why, their goal is actually that city. The glasses man said in a melancholy, vicissitudes of life. All the Huaxia audience looked at the reporters in the video screen with puzzlement. The man in glasses pushed his eyes and pressed the fire in his heart. Everyone has seen that there are hundreds of anti-gravity sports cars in that city. I believe everyone is very familiar with anti-gravity sports cars. We were researched by Yitan on the first day of China, and no one in the world owns it. Only the Tamron Group owns an anti-gravity sports car. Now, in this tall and mighty wall, there are hundreds of supercars. I really don't understand. Commanders from various countries have been kicked in the head by donkeys. You are not allowed to report, cow. It's a peculiar thing to designate this military exercise as that city, saying it's a pirate. Hi Moo. Have you ever seen a pirate driving an anti-gravity sports car? Beep the dog. These damn foreigners. She shouted with foul language. My Nima. All the audiences in Huaxia could only spit out such a sentence. This reporter is simply too cute. It turns out that this is the headquarters of the Tamron Group. Damn, they actually took this as a goal. Do they want our Yitan to die? Cow. They are so insidious and paralyzed. Brother reporters, good scolding. their heads were kicked by donkeys. Mardan, I think this reporter is also a man of temperament, I like it. Is the man upstairs. In the video, the warships of various countries began to move, and they began to encircle and prepare to attack the 4 islands, which made everyone worried and daring. Chapter 89. Chapter 87, Kill. Seeing the warships of various countries starting to move, everyone felt nervous and watched the video attentively. Other countries, like China, were all told one by the reporters. When they reported to the military just now, they were kicked out without saying anything. They were only allowed to broadcast live and could not participate in any military operations. This caused many reporters to take a sigh of relief and split directly into 2 factions on the plane. One faction supports Yitan, and the other faction slanders Yitan. Those who slander are journalists who were bought by the US military. All countries have arrived in their respective regions, and each fleet must not exceed 7 swishes. Satellites in the sky are not allowed to monitor, and submarines are not allowed. These are the rules agreed by the United States. They don't want the commanders of various countries to see what is going on inside, otherwise the plan will not succeed. Flying Shark reached its goal. Cancer is ready. The fleets of various countries began to report to their commanders, and the commanders of those countries returned to their warships to take command. As you can see, the group of dogs is already encircled and surrounded the entire 4 islands. Can Yitan create another opportunity? The Huaxia reporter shouted excitedly, letting a group of foreign reporters nearby use it, looking at him with hatred eyes. How do I feel? Reporter brother seems to be crazy. Damn, it's the first time I feel like a reporter is a man. I support you, come on, and scold those dogs. Reporter brother, take your time. I see the eyes of those people, it's a bit unfriendly, be careful. The first exercise of all countries in the world, begin. Blanche shouted in the communication equipment of the warships of various countries. In an instant all the warships began to act. The little hen is about to launch a conventional bomb. The rocket has been loaded. The left wing is ready, please give instructions. The right wing is ready, please give instructions. All the warships started to operate, and all the commanders were calm, making plans step by step. Do you want to start? All the audience clasped their hands and looked at the silent warships and the silent city. Even the head of Huaxia had a heavy face, worried about looking at the screen, and the group of generals behind him also struggled to breathe, staring firmly. Combat. Start. Commanders from various countries all issued unified orders. Received. The conventional missile has been loaded, ready to launch. Received. The torpedo will focus on the target in 7 seconds. The right-wing rocket is loaded and ready to launch. Boom. The entire 368C area was filled with the sound of gunfire, and the densely packed missiles rushed towards the dark city wall. All missiles are launched normally. As news of normal launches spread to the ears of all commanders, they suddenly became a little excited. This time the glory of the empire should be allowed to bloom. And many countries launched, but China Xia did not launch missiles. Launched. All the people who supported Yitan clenched their fists angrily and made a creaking sound. The heartbeat almost jumped out. At this moment, those missiles had just entered the 4 islands, and they were detonated in the air by something unknown inside the city wall. What? All the commanders who fired the guns were blinded, and none of the missiles entered? What kind of deflated missile is this? So scary. All the commanders suddenly felt unusual. As soon as the Huaxia reporter saw this situation, he suddenly raised his head and laughed crazily. Ah ha 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 ha, you bunch of idiots. What kind of existence does Yitan exist? That's a genius. You just want to fight the dragon group with such strength, right? Ha ha, the reporter's brother said. Well, I support you. Yes, let them eat shit. Brother reporter, look behind you, those foreign reporters are behind you. Ah, the reporter was kicked over, and the reporters who supported Yi-Tan were beaten up by the group of reporters who vilified Yi-Tan. The photographers continued to live broadcast silently. All the commanders are bewildered, they have never encountered such a situation before, but this is thousands of missiles, different brands of shells. Nima can also stop them. At this moment, the four islands suddenly shook the sky with dragons. Roar, 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 one louder than another. The roar was full of anger, disdain, and murderousness. Stunned. Swish swish. Thousands of anti-gravity sports cars and more than 20 armored soldiers rushed out of the four islands. This situation directly caused all the commanders to shrink their eyes suddenly, and shouted subconsciously in horror, Tenglong Empire. In the air, a person is standing on an anti-gravity roadster. Who is that? Yi-Tan. It's Yi-Tan. Yi-Tan has recovered. My god. Ha ha ha. Yi-Tan, I love you. Tender them to death. Of course, Yi-Tan couldn't hear the crazy voices of the audience. Yi-Tan's eyes were cold and he looked at the warships surrounding the four islands with a murderous look. Trample me, Tamron. What should I do? Yi-Tan roared angrily. Kill, kill, kill. On the four islands, no matter in the sky or underground, there is that crazy shouting killing character. Kill, kill, kill. I have to say that no one knows how many subwoofers Yi-Tan installed on the four islands. When the commanders of various countries saw this situation, their faces suddenly became pale, as if they had eaten them. They were distorted. Kill. Roar. Following Yi-Tan's icy killing order, all anti-gravity sports cars made crazy dragon roars, and the soldiers on the ground roared to the sky and vented. Thousands of anti-gravity sports cars, on the roof, front, and sides of the car, are installed with Vulcan Gatling. One car is loaded with at least 6 Vulcan Gatling, and the anti-gravity sports car is equipped with a huge launcher. Fort. This is simply a mobile arsenal. DADADA. Thousands of anti-gravity sports cars were surrounded by inside, shooting outwards, as long as the sergeants standing on the deck were directly swept into meat. Quick, quick counterattack, counterattack. The commanders of various countries gave orders palely. The horror of the Tamron Empire, they have not seen it, every weapon is high-tech, and they also fight Nima. Although the reputation of the Tamron group is infiltrating, all countries are gathered here. If they don't believe in a small Tamron group, they can't deal with it. But fantasy is always the opposite of reality. P.S. Thank you brothers for your reward. Thank you. I will update it. Well, don't be too slow. What is required is quality, right? Chapter 90. Chapter 88. The Glory of the Empire. For the Rudder Master who returned to the boss 10 years ago, +1 the commanders of all countries looked pale. They knew the horror of the Tamron Empire. Counterattack. The commanders yelled from the command cabin. And Yi-Tan looked at the battleship group coldly. If he didn't get the energy stone, could his base be blocked? Since you are looking for it, it will fulfill you. Kill. Yi-Tan scolded coldly. Suddenly all the fighters and anti-gravity sports cars screamed sharply. The voice is sharp and angry, and it makes the scalp numb. Thousands of Gatling crazily turned, highlighting the golden trajectory, and strafing towards the thousands of fleets around the base. The rocket bombs under the anti-gravity sports car did not stop, and were bombarded continuously. Commander, no, their firepower is too strong, and our fort has been blown up by them. In the command channel, the soldiers roared anxiously. The commanders of various countries are also sweating coldly. Thousands of large warships are gathered together, closely surrounding the four islands. Originally, they wanted to fire the artillery and directly razed the four islands to the ground, but now, what a special, so many warships squeezed together, let alone turn. As long as you go backwards, you will be killed by the Tamron Empire. The US Commander Blanche had a gloomy face. He didn't expect this to be the case. Commander, what do we do? Now that the battleships are crowded together, the Tamron group's firepower is too fierce. Sooner or later, our armor will be torn apart. A deputy shouted at the rudder. Blanche was also restless in his heart. His aircraft carrier was in the middle of the battleships. If it turned around, it would be fantastic. let the warships behind me back up and let them all evacuate me slowly from the battlefield. Blanche roared in the communication. The warships crowded behind felt aggrieved. They also wanted to retreat and leave here, but the warships in front, can you not retreat quickly? You will hit me when you are going backwards. Everyone is finished together. The anger is anger, but they can't do anything about it. They are on the battlefield as soon as they make a mistake, and the situation will be even worse if they make a mistake. So they slowly retreated towards the sea behind. Yitan looked at the crowded warships coldly, snorted disdainfully, and then made a gesture in the air. At the base, the Red Dragon was monitoring and saw Yitan's handed gesture, and immediately gave orders to the terrorist robot underwater on the island. Under the water of the 4 islands, the hundreds of black and lacquered objects suddenly opened the scarlet haze. The eyeballs were cold and infiltrated, and these objects moved. They were like octopuses, but their claws were sharp and iron cut like mud, and they looked very gloomy under the sea. Of course, the reporters who broadcast live saw the crazy battle. Those sports cars, driving Gatling, and shooting wildly, directly shocked all the reporters. I did not expect Yitan's anti-gravity to be so terrifying. Unexpectedly, this is actually the headquarters of the Tamron Group. I didn't expect Yitan to exist intact. All this is like a dream. Audiences around the world are staring at this battle. Dear viewers, the foreign warships like idiots have all been defeated. Have you seen them? They are retreating backwards. With such military forces, they want to exercise and test. Are you kidding me? The Huaxia reporter was full of redness and swelling, his right eye was swollen and he couldn't see the eyeballs, his mouth was full of blood, and he grinned frantically at the battleships below and shouted. Then behind him was a group of foreign reporters sitting slumped on the ground, all of them with injuries, colored, and looking at the terrible Huaxia reporter with a look of anger. The audiences all over the country took a deep breath and watched quietly, withstanding the beating heart. The Tamron Group is too strong. Boom. There are many turrets that have not been destroyed by anti-gravity sports cars. Continuously fired cannonballs at the arsenal-like sports car in the air. The ferocious anti-gravity sports car didn't have any fear of the shells at all. It was suspended in the air and bombarded the warship with firepower. But these shells hit the anti-gravity sports car, and there was no damage at all. It was just that the Vulcan Gatling was damaged, but it did not hurt the anti-gravity sports car at all. When Blanche saw this scene, his heart suddenly became restless. He pulled up the communication equipment on the table and shouted directly, "Get me a fighter jet, and all combat units will operate for me. If the warships behind can retreat, they will retreat. Don't go out. Fight to the death. God bless America." Blanche raised his right hand and shouted. Suddenly on the aircraft carriers of several major powers, on the second deck, countless fighter crews ran toward their fighters, and all kinds of staff began to act. Swish swish. Countless groups of fighter jets quickly emerged from the aircraft carrier and rushed directly to the anti-gravity sports car in the sky. The undamaged turret below is still firing continuously. The entire battlefield has slowly entered a fever pitch. Damn, this damn American actually lied to us. This is the headquarters of the Tamron Group. Isn't this provoke the hornet's nest? The commanders of several major countries shouted in private channels. Be quiet. Our first task now is to evacuate here. These warships are the essence of our country. If you lose here, it will be too worthwhile. When other big countries heard this sentence, they all nodded. They saw that it was the Tamron Group, and they didn't want to engage in evil at all. They were still afraid of the Tamron Group's space-based weapons to provoke this crazy tiger. Isn't this looking for death? In the air, fighter groups from various countries are constantly interspersed in the battle wave. A Russian combat pilot, Aro, saw that his partner who was talking and laughing with him just now died directly under the fire of the coalition forces. This scene made the young pilot unacceptable in his heart. Farewell, my family. Hiro closed his eyes, 2 rows of tears flowed out, and the fighter jet accelerated sharply and slammed into the anti-gravity sports car that spurted bullets wildly. Wow! Boom! The fighter jet collided directly with the anti-gravity sports car, and a huge fire cloud appeared in the air. Two huge charred iron blocks fell directly from the fire cloud and fell into the sea. When the commanders of various countries saw this situation, there was a trace of terrible glances in their eyes. Each of those fighters carried a large number of conventional missiles. If they collided with an anti-gravity sports car, it would have launched several conventional missiles. If so, Blanche's eyes flickered and he said directly in the channel, "All combat pilots, I am the commander of this battleship. Because of the foreign army, the target is set here to provoke the Tamron group, and let us fall into disaster. Now we have to fight the Tamron group to the end, but we have all seen their strength. Now we need warriors, warriors who are not afraid of life and death, to defend our American honor." Chapter 91 Chapter 89 A fierce battle added more to the rudder master who returned to the reward 10 years ago. Having said this, Blanche paused for a moment. His language carried some grief, and he roared with blood. "For the Empire, for the glory. Fight to death, fight to death." In the American aircraft carrier, all the pilots heard Blanche's tearful moving words, and their hearts were full of blood, and they all shouted in the channel, "For the glory of the Empire, fight, fight, stand." Swish! A group of American fighter jets glided in the air, making bursts of braking through the air, and rammed into the suspended sports car one by one. They know that their fighters are not the opponents of anti-gravity sports cars at all, and it is not like being wiped out. Commanders from other countries have also seen this scene, standing in place a little at a loss, admiringly looking at the group of fighters in the distance. Soldiers, we commanders from various countries spoke on their channels. Perhaps because of the grief and indignation of the United States, the pilots of various countries have been directly infected. Men have dreams of battlefields all their lives, and it is time for them to dedicate themselves. The pilots of various countries roared passionately, "For the glory of the Empire." Thousands of fighter jet groups dispersed and rammed into the anti-gravity sports car suspended in the air. When Yitan saw the scene, he knew that they would make this move, and immediately caused the anti-gravity sports cars to attack the fighter group in the sky. "It's time." Yitan squinted, staring at the retreating warship in the distance, muttering to himself, "Dead." A pilot shouted in the channel at the moment of the collision with the anti-gravity sports car. Another anti-gravity sports car was blown up, and more anti-gravity sports cars in the sky were blown up. In such an instant, hundreds of them were directly lost. The rest are still bombarding by all means. The attacker. Blanche and other commanders were ecstatic in their hearts when they saw this situation. The Tamron group was not invincible, and they had weaknesses. However, there were fewer and fewer fighter jet groups in the sky, and countries directly took out their newly researched drones, loaded a large number of missiles, and hit them against gravity. This battle has entered a fever pitch, and even the reporters who are broadcasting live in the air have a dumbfounded look. This is even crazier than the Second World War, and it is directly with bombs. After the last anti-gravity sports car was destroyed, all the commanders and soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, and it was finally over. Blanche stared at Yitan above the city with a look of anger. Just now, he made people bombard Yitan in the wall, but the wall defensive missiles were too weird. As long as they entered there, they would be attacked. There was nothing at all. Method. Commander, a large area of water is leaking from the bottom of the cruiser behind us. When Blanche heard it, his whole body shuddered. The news was like a bolt from the blue. There was a hole in the bottom of the battleship at the rear, and it would take less than half an hour for the battleship to sink to the bottom of the sea, and this half an hour was simply blocking the back of all battleships. What's so special? How come these idiots take the helm behind? Damn it! Blanche roared wildly, originally made upset and irritated by the anti-gravity sports car. But there is another situation like this, which is simply deceptive. What are the battleships behind? Why are they only discovering now? Blanche roared in the channel. The soldier over there who was waiting for the commander's instructions was almost not deafened by Blanche's roar. He also shouted loudly, "Commander, our radar has scanned underwater targets. They are very small and fast. Very fast. Now another frigate has broken its warehouse." What? Blanche shook his head suddenly, and his body was shaking. "It's over, it's over. There is no retreat," Blanche said blankly with his eyes blank. Not only did the US rear warships break their positions, more countries' rear warships followed them, and they still couldn't find the target of the attack, which made many invincible naval commanders cool and cool. Blanche looked at the wall in the distance. Now there is no anti-gravity sports car. The new army seems to have never appeared on the wall, and he doesn't know what the hell is going on. "Blanche, what a dog said, if we can go out this time, I must sue the military court." In the channel, more and more commanders were yelling unwillingly. Blanche gave a bleak smile. Although many of his plans were successful, he did not expect the Tamron group to have such a powerful firepower. This simply means that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. No. It's wrong. Blanche suddenly thought of something, his eyes flickering at the wall. Suddenly, Blanche slapped the table and said loudly, "Yes, the Tamron group has no troops anymore. They may still have them, but they can only shrink in the wall. They don't know what to use to sink the warship. Let us be scared. They think our navy will not land, but will fight at sea, and then surround us here, sinking one by one to death." Blanche said little by little, and the commanders of the various countries on the channel fell silent instantly, and they thought about it. All warships, set off towards the 4 islands and land. Blanche roared in the channel. Military orders were like a mountain, and instantly all the warships were approaching the 4 islands. The reporters in the air also saw this scene. Now that the warships in the rear of the countries are sunk by something, they have blocked the way back, and those idiots want to land now. "Will Ethan wait for you to land?" the Huaxia reporter said with contempt in front of the camera. As for the foreign reporters behind, the murderous look in his eyes could literally crush the Huaxia reporter. The audiences around the world don't know what their mood is at this moment. They love every technology of the Tamron Empire. They don't want this talented Ethan, but they don't want their military forces to be destroyed by Ethan. "I don't want them to kill Ethan." All the warships slowly approached the 4 islands, and they could land only a kilometer away. But at this moment, Ethan, who was standing on the city wall, gave a cold snort of disdain, and slammed his hand fiercely again. Boom! In an instant, a wave of hundreds of meters high was directly blown up at a kilometer outside the 4 islands, and many warships were also destroyed. This bomb circle surrounds a whole 4 islands. All many warships were directly destroyed by this powerful explosive, and there were tragic wailing sounds everywhere. "Kill!" Yeetan roared furiously on the city wall. What instantly responded to him was the tens of thousands of soldiers gathered inside the city wall. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" I don't know when. Hundreds of engineers and soldiers set up huge drums on the wall. Beat rhythmically. Boom, 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 boom. The rhythm is very fast, so that everyone can feel the feeling of blood. The decisive battle is coming. Chapter 92. Chapter 90, The Domineering Armor. Kill, kill, kill. There was a dull drum, and a thunderous killing sound. The faces of all soldiers from various countries participating in this military exercise suddenly paled. Blanche stared at the city wall in the distance. Thousands of battleships were present but couldn't attack an island. This was the greatest shame in history. "It's over." Blanche closed his eyes resigningly, and slumped on the ground. The way to attack the island has been blocked, and the way back is blocked. This is the death of them. Those who trample on my Tamron group will kill without mercy. There was a huge roar in the air, and everyone looked up and saw dozens of Iron Man flying in the sky at some unknown time. Their appearance is the same as Iron Man, but the difference is that they carry barrels one by one on their backs, and how shocking they are in the sky. Kill. Boom. A steel crew descended from the air fiercely, directly on a frigate, and 2 deep holes appeared in the steel half a meter later, and even the entire frigate shook. In this case, You can imagine how terrifying the armored soldiers are. The icy armored soldiers rushed directly into the warship. Their task was only one, and that was to kill everyone dead. A Russian soldier who was guarding behind the door with a gun was suddenly blown to his head by an iron fist that suddenly appeared outside the door. It splashed all over, and the clean cabin was covered with red, white blood stains. "They're here, let's fight back." The headshot of the Russian soldier instantly frightened everyone in the cabin, and all yelled at the cabin door. Da. The bullet hit the armored soldier, but it did not cause any damage at all. The armored soldiers stared at the group of soldiers who were not disconnecting their guns with crimson eyes. Kill. The armored soldiers rushed to a soldier. Two mechanical phones grabbed the shoulders and tore them fiercely. Shit. The man was torn in half in an instant, and all the bloodstains and internal organs were scattered all over the place. Oh, several Russian soldiers saw this situation and instantly nauseated and vomited. They hadn't seen a dead person, but had never seen such a brutal method. The compatriots who were torn in half were still not dead on the spot. The two halves of the mouth are joined together. The Russian soldiers present looked at all this with numb scalps, and had forgotten any counterattack. What? A scream interrupted the distraction of the Russian soldiers, and saw a Russian soldier rushing towards the armored soldier with a small C4 explosive bag on his body. The Russian soldiers were terrified in their hearts. It was the brother of this crazy man who had been torn in half just now. Now the brother is trying to avenge his brother at all costs. While the armored soldier watched the Russian soldier rushing with the explosive bag, a white fire spewed directly from his feet, and rushed to the soldier's side. The thick mechanical arm severely pinched the Russian soldier's neck. Suddenly he lifted it up, and then one arm ejected a steel knife, severely slit the soldier's stomach, directly stuffed the explosive bag that was about to detonate into his stomach, and then kicked it towards the group of Russian soldiers who were stupefied. Do not. The Russian soldiers gathered here yelled in panic. The explosives in their stomachs were extremely powerful and could instantly kill everyone on the scene. But when they encounter this invincible existence, they have no way. They can only watch the explosive bag fall in the crowd. Boom. The explosives package exploded in this frigate, and the entire frigate was broken at the waist. I saw a bloodless armored soldier floating out of the firelight. How hideous in the sun. And this situation is happening on all warships. Basically every 3 minutes, a warship will sink. The reporters were also shocked by the crazy fighting and bloodthirsty Tamron group. Even the leaders of all countries are a little bit shy. The armored soldiers only appeared once in the eyes of the public last time, but this time it was a real appearance. If Yitan has this kind of robot army, will there be other countries? Many people are thinking inside. And the entire Huaxia boiled. The Huaxia battleship and some allies had separated from the large army at the beginning of the military exercise, so they were no longer in the battle circle. And what is the Chinese people boiling? It's the invincible Iron Man, it's high-tech beyond the future. These are all made by one person, Yitan. Fuck. Did you see that? The Iron Man just pierced the aircraft carrier just built by Sun Nation. Cut. Can you compare the things built by the Sun? Do you know what I saw just now? The fort wanted to fire. I didn't expect that an Iron Man would twist the gun tube directly and explode it directly. Incredible. Seeing them is really passionate, so excited, I can't wait to rush to do it. But the battle was not over yet. Yitan had only 10 armored soldiers, and it was still a bit difficult to deal with these less than thousands of warships. So he was still waiting for the opportunity and wasting. But Blanche saw that the general situation was gone. They were already powerless, and they could only ask for the help of the motherland. On the wall, Yitan looked at the armored soldiers who broke through the 10th Army and was sighing whether they wanted to build this kind of warrior in the future. The sound of the fire dragon sounded in Yitan's ears. Master, 36 countries request video calls. Yitan was taken aback. 36 countries? What does this mean? It means that the 36 powerful countries on the planet have all come to seek Yitan's call. Cut me all the videos of everyone in the world and receive them under the wall. In addition, send all the soldiers to encircle the entire island for me. As long as anyone dares to move, it will be wiped out. Yitan's eyes were filled with cold murderous aura, and all the spectators who watched this exercise in the world were suddenly taken aback by the camera switching in front of them. What happened? Hacked? No, it's the video, the red border, Tamron Empire. Everyone looked at them in horror, for fear that it was them in the lens. As the camera appeared, everyone was taken aback. The place where it appeared turned out to be the Four Islands, Yitan's headquarters, where he was still fighting. How come? Does Yitan want to annihilate the warships of all countries in one fell swoop? Isn't it that you are dead to none? Everyone wondered in their hearts, but the situation was not what they thought. In the video, a thin and tall figure suddenly appeared. The figure looked so lonely in the sun, and it made people feel pain in their hearts. The hearts of audiences around the world are jumping wildly. They clenched their fists tightly. They know who it is. Chapter 93 Chapter 19 Cruel Methods. Added to the rudder master who returned to the reward 10 years ago. The man in the camera turned around. It was Yitan. He stared at the video channel with a slight smile. And beside him, there appeared a group of figures. It was the leaders of those 36 countries, and among them was the newly competent President of the United States, the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Your Excellency Yitan, you must stop the attack now. Otherwise, our country will not forgive. The Russian president's strong nose twitched fiercely. Yitan smiled disdainfully, and did not speak. The leaders of other countries spoke one after another. Your Excellency Yitan, I admit that your group is very powerful. But do you really have the confidence to resist our country's S.H.I.E.L.D.? Director said coldly. It was the first time that he had dealt with Yitan, and he had dealt with Yitan for the first time. It was dealing with that stupid red police soldier and didn't piss him off. But seeing Yitan's childish face, he immediately despised it. Your Excellency Yitan, our 36 countries order you to stop the attack immediately. Otherwise we will use force to make you disappear. The Sun Nation Prime Minister shouted, and everyone in the world was confused. Many people in various countries could not understand what they were saying, but with the Red Dragon subtitles, they immediately understood. When everyone was shocked, the French long-haired president spoke gloomily. Your Excellency Yitan, I advise you to release our excellent warship as soon as possible. Otherwise I will take a nuclear strike. Wow, beeping the dog, you are also an excellent warship, and use nuclear bombs in particular? You try. I think this president's pretense is a bit too much. Don't you know that people's hearts are all toward Yitan? And every time you people go to get Yitan first, Yitan never provokes you. But even so shameless. It's over. The French president expects to see the news of his resignation tomorrow. After the French president finished speaking, he seemed to hear something. His face suddenly changed and his face twitched. Yitan. The French president roared. The video that Yitan and them received was a kind of LCD screen, and they didn't even know that Yitan had already announced the meeting to the world. At this moment, the French president was completely ashamed. What he said just now will have such a huge impact, he knows. At least he will not be better tomorrow. The French president yelled in his heart, your uncle, the leaders of 36 countries have received the video with you. This is simply unprecedented. Isn't ordinary people more attentive and careful to deal with? You are so special to let the world watch you directly have a meeting. What are you special about? The French president's face twitched, and the leaders of other countries seemed to have received the news, and their faces changed. This is a meeting under the eyes of the world, and the words must be weighed, otherwise, with the French thinking about it, the leaders of many countries have looked at the French leader with sympathetic eyes. Ahem, Yitan, this war is due to misinformation. In addition, we are holding the world's first military exercise. We accidentally attacked your island. It is our fault. Can you stop the attack? How much have you lost? Let's compensate. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said, squinting. Well, I agree. Leaders of other countries nodded in agreement. And Yitan sneered disdainfully, looking at everyone's incomprehensible expressions. Are you shameless, or me? Everyone was stunned, and they were blinded by Yitan's words. Is the intelligence really wrong? Yitan looked at the SHIELD director coldly. The director of SHIELD Bureau was stared at by Yitan's gaze, and his heart was a little hairy, angrily thinking about who was going to shame him in private. The leaders were all surprised. What do you mean? Could someone use them to deal with Yitan? The global audience is also shocked. This is huge inside information. If this is really something that someone is doing in private, then it's a joke. Bring it here. Yitan shouted coldly on the wall. Immediately afterwards, only a group of warriors came up with Blanche, who was pressing down on a disheveled hair. And the battle outside the city wall has ended. Tens of thousands of soldiers have controlled the entire battlefield. No one is resisting. This is why the leaders of the country received the video. If you don't find Yitan, these troops will be completely ruined. It's here. When everyone saw Blanche with the blue eyeballs, they were suddenly shocked. It turned out that it was America. The director of SHIELD trembles and almost faints. When he saw Blanche, he almost had the idea of going to death. This time he jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clean it. Behind Blanche, there are some adjutants, the commander who passed the sun, etc. Seeing the people in their own country, those leaders are slowly angry in their hearts. Could their own people also participate? Yitan looked at everyone with cold eyes, and said solemnly to Blanche, say, who is it that made you attack my resident? Blanche shook his whole body suddenly. He is now in a state of confusion. Just now his soldiers were torn apart by armored soldiers in front of him, torn into pieces, making his nerves close to collapse. Hearing what Yitan said, and thinking of those dead people, his head went blank and his whole body trembled. Seeing that Blanche was not speaking, Yitan asked Blanche's adjutant again. When the adjutant heard Yitan's question, he turned his head and looked far away steadfastly, with a heroic temperament. But kill. Yitan spit out an icy command. Then the armored soldier standing behind the adjutant suddenly raised two large hands and slapped the adjutant from the air. Crack. In an instant, the adjutant's whole body was directly photographed by the armored soldier into half-meter-high fleshy mud. The head sunk directly in his stomach, the head opened, the body burst, and the bones all over his body were poked out with bloodshot blood. Hiss. Let everyone take a breath. It was too cruel, and it was patted directly into mud. Many people even vomit in front of their computers and mobile phones. This cruel scene suddenly caused those people standing behind the adjutant to tremble violently, looking at the half-meter-high mud in horror. Their faces were covered with blood from the adjutant just now, who instigated it. Yitan said solemnly. Before the commanders who had passed by the sun had time to speak, they heard Yitan shouting to kill. The armored soldier who stood behind immediately held two long thumb-sized steel bars in his hand. Dead. Two steel bars slammed into the head of the Sun Country and penetrated in an instant. Then the soldier grabbed one with one hand, and violently pulled at both sides. Directly tore the sun-passing soldier in half. That pleasure. The blood and intestines flowed all over the floor like a leaked water bag, and the commander of the Sun Nation was completely dead at this moment. Chapter 94. Chapter 92, Obey His Madness. Finish. Seeing that the commander of the Sun Nation was directly torn in half, it instantly made everyone's hearts afraid. It was a living life, and it was torn in half abruptly without even speaking. It simply didn't take human life into consideration. Yitan also had nothing to do with these brutal fighters. I don't know why. Yitan liked the pleasure of seeing the soldiers tearing people apart. This was even cooler than tearing the devil, even though it was a devil just torn. Few commanders participated in this conspiracy, only Blanche and Russian commander were left. As soon as Yitan's eyes contacted the Russian commander, the Russian commander screamed, "Don't kill me, yellow liquid." Yitan looked at the Russian commander disgustingly and said, "Say, who is behind the scenes this time?" "Abai, it is Abai." The Russian commander yelled in fear. He is now more afraid of death than anyone else. No, not death. He is afraid of dying in the hands of those crazy fighters. That is simply not treating people killed. So he directly screamed out the messenger behind the scenes. What everyone heard was a silly comparison. Isn't this Obahi crazy and taken away? I'm rubbing it. Isn't Obahi's insane? How could he come to plan such a scene? Are you sure you didn't tease me? Mom asked me why I was kneeling on the keyboard, and I said her bar was blown up. When the director of SHIELD heard these words, the expression on his face was like a roller coaster. He used his own plan to get Obai down, but he did not expect to give him a bite. Could it be that the dragon who had just sat firmly has the chair been driven off like this? The secretary roared frantically in his heart. How do you explain the United States? Yitan said coldly. The director of SHIELD was stunned. This plan could not be recognized. If he did, his dragon chair would really disappear. No, it's impossible. Do you have any evidence? Just rely on the words of a person who was frightened by you, the director yelled unwillingly, and instantly lost the presidential temperament. You can't blame him. He was going crazy by Yitan. Yitan sneered and made a gesture in the air, and a segment of recording appeared instantly. How about, are you ready? A slightly old voice said. Get ready. Everything will be replaced with live ammunition. And then we will launch at the Tenkong group and let them fly to annihilation. Wow! Everyone was shocked when they heard this. That's right, the slightly old voice was just the spirited Obi a short time ago. Unexpectedly, he had already rubbed it like this, and the other speaker was Nabu Ranchai himself. With such iron evidence, the director of SHIELD looked ugly. Yitan sneered inwardly. The moment he received the global military exercise, he knew that something was wrong. When they were just approaching the 4 islands, Yitan arranged for someone to go to each commander's team to eavesdrop some secrets. The fighters, as the king of soldiers, were able to capture these. That's why Yitan planned this scene. Bring here! Yitan shouted loudly. Suddenly, an armored soldier flew up with a black man directly on the ground. Everyone saw that it was the Oba. Obai looked at the people around him in fear, as well as the phantoms of the leaders of the 36 countries. When he saw the director of SHIELD, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, Churchill, you have today too. Ha ha, go to death with me. Roaring, Oba rushed directly to the ghost of the SHIELD director, and suddenly penetrated. Seeing that it was Yitan's high-tech role, not a real person, Oba smiled miserably. That smile was very crazy, and lines of black blood dripped from the corner of his eyes. He hates why Yitan is not an American. He hates why he attacked Yitan. He hates why he was born at the same time as Yitan Xing. He hates everything and everything. The blood and tears flowed out. How wronged it is to make this scene. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a little pity for Oba, and most of them guessed 1, 2, 3. Kill me, kill me. Obai stood there, howling with his eyes closed. He has nothing to remember. It is all worth it to pull the director of SHIELD into the water before he died. Fulfill him, Yitan said coldly. Suddenly, the armored soldiers standing behind Obai moved, holding 2 long, shiny swords in their hands. It was a slash towards Obai. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could see traces of it. All I could see was Obai standing there and laughing to the sky, and the blade of light flickering beside him. The light knife stopped, retracted, and the armored soldiers stood there calmly, waiting for the master's order. And Oba still kept that wild laughing expression, making everyone puzzled. What's wrong? Didn't you start? But at this moment, a faint sea breeze blew, only to see Oba's body disappear little by little. Everyone was shocked suddenly. Fuck. Is this chopped into minced meat? No. It's lighter than minced meat. Even blood can be chopped and evaporated. Is this Nima still a human? I will only serve Tamron Group in the future. Even the leaders of the 36 countries were stunned. For the armored soldiers' sword technique, they didn't almost stare out their eyes, if they were on the battlefield. The leaders of the 36 countries shuddered suddenly. It was too terrible to imagine. The Tamron group is no longer what they can guess. They can only immerse themselves in development now. It is estimated that this period will never happen again. Someone is going to provoke Ethan. Seeing a pie drifting away in the wind, Yitan stared blankly. He was lonely for 2 lives and had never felt the warmth of his relatives. Now he owns the Tamron group, but someone has been blocking his footsteps. This is unacceptable. Even if it is a god, it must be slaughtered. Yitan suppressed the hatred of the 2 generations, and it broke out at the moment when he met the Red Police. This is why he likes to see the brutal beauty of armored soldiers so much. This time our Tenglong group lost a lot, Yitan said calmly, and the leaders of the 36 countries were taken aback. They were not stupid, and hurriedly said, "We are willing to compensate for the losses of your group this time. We only hope that you can return our warships." Yitan pretended not to hear it. He looked up to the sky and muttered to himself, "Hey, you said that the sky has dropped a hammer. Can your warship be kept?" The leaders of 36 countries look hard on their faces. Can they not understand what this means? Nima, don't we just want our battleship? You just want to use space-based weapons to attack us. Cow. The audience was stunned, and then they swept up the screen with excitement. My brother is amazing. In this life I pretend to force me to serve Yitan only. Ha ha ha. The leaders of those countries are as ugly as Jixiang, really frustrated. Ha ha. TSK. The space-based weapon is just a hanging. If I have one, I will throw one if I see someone upset. Ha ha ha. 6666. Chapter 95. Chapter 93, The war is over. Thank you, Killer, the rudder master who rewarded him, for adding more to him. Fuck. Everyone looked at Yitan, who was talking to himself. Suddenly, I was madly complaining in my heart. I can't be too Yitan, this is forcing people to death. In the crowd's powerful onlookers, the faces of the leaders of the 36 countries were unpredictable, and they really had no way to resolve the rogue Yitan. Russia, will exchange a lot of supplies for our warships, okay? The Russian leader combed and said. Yitan was still the same, looking at the sky, shook his head and said, "Hey, the mallet may sometimes go out of style. If it falls in Russia, the sight will be spectacular." When the Russian leader heard this, his face suddenly twitched and he cursed fiercely in his mind. Cow. Don't you just want a battleship? Here you are. Peeping dog. The Russian leader turned his head away and stopped seeing Yitan. And other leaders didn't dare to come forward to touch the stabbing. They were very confused at this moment. Since Yitan was born, the whole earth seems to be no longer theirs. It belongs to Yitan, and the earth is almost destroyed by Yi. The day is broken. I didn't see that the US president was killed by Yitan. This Nima has been a bit longer, and it is estimated that everyone in the world will be killed by Yitan. Tucow returns to Tucow. Finally, the leaders of 36 countries used their sharp tongues in exchange for the lives of all soldiers in their country, but none of the warships were exchanged back, and a lot of resources were lost. Yitan said that these resources were used to repair the battleship. On the spot, many of the leaders of the countries that were not on the list vomited blood. They are all small and weak countries. It is not easy for them to build an aircraft carrier fleet. Now that they are robbed by Yitan, I won't say anything, asking if we need to fix it. This is just a beeping dog. In the end, the 36 countries looked aggrieved and left unwillingly. This conspiracy exercise was just as shattered. Among these 36 countries, only China Alliance has not suffered any damage. But Yitan directly asked the soldiers to start collecting the spoils. The thousands of warships were all captured by Yitan. Although they were damaged in a large area, they could be repaired. What Yitan lacked was this kind of thing. Looking at the calm sea, Yitan was agitated. A battle of this scale could push the base to its limit. What about the battle? But Yitan was very confident, and he could see from this battle that the Red Police simply crushed everything. When the Red Police develops at a high speed, what a huge empire it will be. Master, this time we lost 1,000 anti-gravity sports cars, more than 3,000 fighters, and 1 armored soldier. In addition, we captured 4 aircraft carriers, frigates, and cruisers. But the energy points lost this time are huge, and now the base has 0 income. Red Dragon said while standing behind Yitan. And Yitan on the wall had already disappeared. Yitan wouldn't be so idiot. He was the primary goal. How could he stand on the wall and pretend to be a bullpen? Standing on the wall is a projection, and the body is in the base. Hearing Honglong's report, Yitan frowned. He now has a huge advantage. Now when countries see him, they have to think carefully and make decisions. But the base is too lack of energy points. The entire base has a big killer, a space-based weapon. The biggest advantage of the Red Police is the violent soldiers. But the lack of energy points is the most deadly. Yitan has a headache. Energy points are too scarce on the Earth, and there are no shortage of people who can't keep up with the red alert. It would be great if you could have a lot of power stones. Master, the anti-gravity sports car is very mature. Do you implement the original plan? Honglong asked in Yitan's ear. Yitan was stunned and almost forgot. His original plan was to sell anti-gravity sports cars, and then he bought a lot of rare ores in a fair manner, but the plan was delayed because of the attack on Yitan last time. The original plan was implemented. Huaxian must go. Some things must come forward, Yitan said solemnly. In addition, all the confiscated warships will be optimized and modified, and the unusable warships will be discarded, and the first space exploration warship will be built for me immediately. Yes, Master. Promised to complete the task. As he said, the Red Dragon disappeared without a trace, and was completing the task arranged by Yitan. When Yitan repaired the entire base, the outside world was already boiling. The overwhelming news revolved around Yitan, and the Tenglong group was discussing. Sina News. Yitan recovers, Tenglong claws, 36 countries are defeated. This is a war of destruction and skill. Yitan is too terrible. It is the great fortune of China. Penguin News. The Tamron Empire is so powerful that it is already comparable to the gods. The day-based weapons make all countries afraid to act rashly, and these are all from the hands of Yitan. People's Daily. This global military exercise was a conspiracy of Obama, but it was easily dismantled by Yitan. Even the warships of the countries participating in the military exercise were detained by Yitan. On the internet, all people today are not discussing which celebrity is doing, which game is doing. They are all discussing today's unprecedented battle. All the excellent warships of 36 countries have failed to win a base that covers less than 1 province. This is a shame for all countries. Today's battle is even better than the movie, that Iron Man. I really like it. I prefer anti-gravity sports cars. Haven't you seen them? Fighters are hard to smash that sports car. It is too powerful. When will Yitan release it? I must buy one. Hee. Don't think about it upstairs. How could Yitan sell anti-gravity sports cars? Once they are sold, won't they be cracked by foreigners? I have a pen upstairs. If it can be cracked, will those countries gritted their teeth and want Yitan to be tender? It is better to let Yitan sell anti-gravity sports cars to crack it, but they can't crack it and don't want to see us. The rise of China will be so shameless. Agree upstairs. In the pirate concentration camp, all the island owners and cave owners gathered for a meeting. They all saw the shocking battle today. What made them even more terrified was that they actually lived next to the Tamron Empire, and they even thought about it. The idea of fighting the Tamron Empire is simply not bad. Not bad. In the pirate meeting room at this time, everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. Even the Ghost Master was angry. His eyes were full of hostility, and he roared wildly in his heart. What's so special? What's so special? I wiped his second uncle. Why him so cheap and put the treasure on his island? Isn't this a gift for someone else? The Ghost Master sat on the chair, trembling constantly, not afraid, but angry. There are also factors of fear. To be continued. Here, the baby said something. The baby is busy with work, and there is not much time to update for you. But the baby has never forgotten your support, encouragement, rewards, and recommendation tickets. Sometimes, I even want to code for you all night, but it's really exhausting. I slept in an internet cafe without noticing it last night. I just hope that everyone can support me more. Give me more rewards, and support me more. Thank you all. Chapter 96. Chapter 94. Pirates take risks. The rudder who rewards killer adds more. The pirate concentration camp, the island owners, and the cave owners all bowed their heads in thought. Everyone said, "What should we do? We live next to the Tamron group, which is like a national weapon, and we are just some incompetent pirates. Sooner or later, it will be swallowed by the Tamron group." A fat bald man grinned. Big Mouth said, that voice was so loud that it buzzed throughout the room. "Shut up, Big Mouth. Can you stop the meeting?" A man with long hair said gloomily. With his bloated body floating with his big mouth, he returned to his seat, leaned on it, and looked at the people and said, "You guys said something. What should I do now?" When everyone heard the rumbling sound of the big mouth, their brows wrinkled impatiently, and their faces suddenly became grim. It was because the Tamron group was upset that you couldn't stop having a broken voice. Just when everyone was about to show off their might, the Ghost Master sitting in the first place spoke. "Everyone, we can't start the Tamron group. You haven't watched the live broadcast of that battle. Their strength is far higher than us. We are not their opponents at all." "Then what do you say?" a cave owner said anxiously. The other island owners also echoed, "That's right. What do you think?" The Ghost Master stared at them with immense resentment in his heart, really wanting to stuff them all into the pit one by one, tenderly killing them. Although resentful, there was no slight change on his face, and he looked at the people blankly and said, "We don't want the treasure. Once we enter the 4 islands, we will be discovered by Yeetan and the others. Then we can come back alive. It's all a problem, let alone grabbing treasure." When everyone heard this, they felt a little angry. How could the treasure be said to be no more? But it is a treasure that unifies all the pirates. It is extremely valuable and can buy several aircraft carriers. They don't want to miss such a good opportunity. Seeing the unwillingness of everyone, the Ghost Master suddenly became a little excited, and his plan was about to succeed. "But," the Ghost Master said while looking at everyone. "But what? You say it." Suddenly a group of people were scratched by the greed in their hearts by the Ghost Master. The Ghost Master touched his chin and figured out, but their Tamron group is strong enough. But they have just gone through a great war and their vitality is greatly damaged. If we attack their base, there may still be a chance. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. But none of them were fools. The Big Mouth Urn said, "Ghost Lord, are we fools?" No matter how vital the Tamron group is, there are a lot of trump cards we don't know, as well as the space-based weapons that we have to talk about. Let's finish playing together. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they all agreed with this rebuttal. This Ghost Master has never been kind enough. The Ghost Master smiled disdainfully and said, "Everyone, I just give you a reference. It is your business whether to fight or not. As for the basic weapon you mentioned, will Tamron Group launch this weapon to its base? They are fools, or we are fools. And even if they have their whole cards, everyone knows how many of us pirates, and I don't believe in one by one." Everyone bowed their heads and did not speak, but their hearts were like a cat scratching. The Ghost Master's words are not unreasonable. How could space-based weapons fire at their base? This is simply a death-seeking behavior, an idiot. 36 islands and 72 holes. The total number of pirates is 1 million. And an island that occupies less than a province can be killed even if it employs people. Fuck. His mother, I was born on a steel blade, always walking on steel blades. I have never had any danger. That is my life. If it succeeds this time, I don't need to be a pirate. The long-haired man said fiercely. That's it. His mother. The big deal is death. 18 years later, he will still be a good man. This group of pirates are all from various countries, with fierce expressions and determination. They are afraid of death, but they have greed in their bones. For this huge property, they will take risks madly. Yeetan, on the 4 islands, woke up at this time and watched the base had been restored to its original state and returned to normal orbit. A few days ago, in order to defend the group of warships from various countries, all the armed forces were built day and night. The entire base's armed forces have more than doubled. Master, the team has been arranged. Shall we set off now? On the side, the projection of Red Dragon looked at Yi-Tan and said. Yi-Tan was not surprised to see the thousands of anti-gravity sports car fleets in the distance. Last time there were hundreds of fleets, including a team of 300 people, all being attacked. I don't know how to die. Moreover, with so many teams, driving out to pull the wind is dying, and they can perfectly interpret the meaning of the outfit. These anti-gravity sports cars are all made of equipment imported from abroad and transformed by scientists, and the sub-factory is a theory. The sub-factory is to build Tamron mobile phones, and the daily output has reached 1 million. Every month, there are 300 million Tamron mobile phone products. And it only takes less than 2 years to build a global demand. And these 300 million Tamron mobile phones can bring many billions of recycling to Yi-Tan every day. Yi-Tan has never calculated it. He only knows that he is already the richest person in the world. The anti-gravity sports car can only create 5,000 finished products every day. Yi-Tan is already hoarding goods. He plans to plan hunger marketing so that he can make more money. And Yi-Tan went to China this time to be a prodigal, pretending to be forced, and another important purpose. As early as when the anti-gravity sports car was released, Hong Long monitored an important message on the internet, that is, there is a rich man in the hands of a stone very similar to the Power Stone, but it has been uncertain. Although soldiers were sent to find him, the man seemed a bit unusual, because he lived in a prison. Or China's most stringent prison, where all 5-star criminals lived. Kill countless wicked people. The soldiers couldn't get close at all, so they were delayed. Sitting in a convoy of thousands of vehicles, Yi-Tan quickly left the base, and everything in the base was handed over to Hong Long to manage. He believes that Red Dragon will not make any mistakes. As long as those powerful nations do not commit 2 crimes and do not attack by force, the base will be safe. As for the influential pirates, they have been monitored and never discovered. Roar! The convoy uttered a loud dragon roar and rushed towards China. There were bursts of white light in the air. Chapter 97. Chapter 95. The convoy that blasted the sky. The rudder owner who rewards killer adds more. On the high seas, there was a crazy convoy sailing fast in the air. Master, I expect to enter Huaxia within 5 minutes. When Yi-Tan squinted his eyes to think about something, Red Dragon appeared on the sports car screen and said to Yi-Tan. Yi-Tan knew that it was coming to China, and stretched out for a while, making a clicking sound, waiting for the sports car to reach its destination. But Yi-Tan didn't send a message to Huaxia's senior management this time, and went directly to the sky above Huaxia. Suddenly the alarm bell of the entire air defense base rang loudly. What's the matter? The head of the air defense department said, standing behind the inspector. The inspector kept pressing some weird buttons and said without turning his head, Minister, an unknown object has entered the territory and the speed has exceeded the speed of the fighter. Unidentified object? The minister muttered to himself, and then frowned. Is it a rectangular object? The inspector was stunned. He was a newcomer. If the inspectors were the last group, they would have known that the unknown object was an anti-gravity sports car. Yes. Minister, how do you know? The inspector asked puzzledly. The minister smiled helplessly and patted the inspector on the shoulder and said, if you see this kind of object in the future, you don't need to press the alarm bell. It is estimated that after a while, this kind of thing will bloom everywhere. When he said that, the minister turned his head and walked away, and took out a pen from his pocket. It was the Tamron mobile phone, and the minister was going to report to it. What does it mean that the inspector is blinded in the distance? Bloss everywhere. That is an unknown object that is faster than a fighter jet, except for the anti-gravity. The inspector seemed to have thought of something. His eyes shrank suddenly, and he shouted excitedly, Yi-Tan. Yes, that's right. Yi Tan's motorcade has flown through several major provinces and rushed directly towards the capital of China. In the capital, the hazy sky, I don't know why, suddenly became very sparse today, no longer so serious. At least I looked up and could see the blue sky. In the endless stream, the busy crowd suddenly uttered a dragon roar in the sky. Although the sound was not sharp, it rang through the entire 9 days, making countless people subconsciously look up. Tamron Group, anti-gravity sports car. Anti-gravity sports car, I saw it with my own eyes. Wow, a fleet of thousands of vehicles. Is this Yi Tan coming in person? Many people looked up to the sky, looking forward to Yi Tan's return to his homeland, so that they could meet the unsettling geniuses of the countries that had disturbed them. Thousands of vehicles came to the capital, and the whole China was boiling instantly. It is beginning to spread on the internet. On Sina News, there is a huge headline that directly dominates the list. Thousands of anti-gravity sports cars suddenly come to China. Is Yi Tan also in the team? As this news came out, the click-through rate and rebroadcast rate soared. Everyone in Huaxia was excited about Yi Tan's arrival. This was the first person in the world. No one had ever embarrassed all the great nations. Only Yi Tan did it. Many people are rushing to China by plane, and some people are not even afraid of the long distance and drove to China overnight. In Huaxia Zongnanhai, all high-level executives have arrived in the central conference room. Chairman Yi Xiozi is almost here, but he is a bit exaggerated this time. A chief was laughing and crying aside. Others also had helpless expressions. Yi Tan was too much this time, and he simply cheered up China, and the new year was not so lively. Oh, well, we can't blame him. Every time he comes, he can be attacked. When he is attacked, I guess he dare not come out. This time he comes, there must be some action. What he needs, be sure promise him. In addition, his safety measures must be in place. There can be no mistakes, understand? The chairman calmly said on the side. Yes, chairman. After the group finished speaking, the meeting broke up and dispatched designated personnel to hand over with Yi Tan. At the capital airport, Yi Tan's thousands of anti-gravity sports cars landed directly at the airport, and a group of more than 2,000 bodyguards got out of the car and walked outside around Yi Tan. If you ask Yi Tan why he didn't start off with an anti-gravity sports car, you know that the anti-gravity sports car has a magnet function. The closer you are to the gap on the ground, there will be huge pressure, which can instantly crush a car into a discus. This is also one of the shortcomings of anti-gravity sports cars. The minimum cannot be less than 3 meters, otherwise it will become automatic driving, except for getting off the car. But this time, hundreds of luxury cars have been parked at the airport gate, and there are thousands of armed police guards on the sidelines. As soon as Yi Tan took more than 2,000 heavily armed soldiers out of the airport, he was startled by the sound of the shocking waves. Yi Tan, I love you. Yi Tan, I want to marry you. And I want to give you a monkey. As soon as Yi Tan heard this, he immediately fell into the trap. The celebrities of other people's houses are all women. What's the matter with your group of men? If you want to give me a monkey, I will beat the dog. It turns out that this group of men are relying on their 5 big and thick bodies, abruptly squeezing the weak girls behind. They admire Yi Tan's craziness, but they are crazier than those women. Is Yi Tan a monkey? Yi Tan he was so frightened that he hurriedly got into the middle car. This kind of car was researched by China and is generally only used by high-level people. Although this car is not comparable to an anti-gravity sports car, it is also modified at any cost. Yes, it can defend against rockets, etc. Sitting in the car, Yi Tan calmed down the turbulent mood just now. He was really beeping, and he was liked by a man. It was horrible and he would never come again. Seeing Yi Tan's constantly changing expression, the man sitting opposite Yi Tan smiled. Yi Tan gave him a face. Sitting in front of him was Li Song, who was following him in Bai's city. You are amazing. How long has it been since you have not seen you? You have already done this step. It's not easy. Li Song smiled bitterly. Hey, you don't understand. This feeling is very lonely. Yi Tan shook his head, slightly sad. Li Song almost poured into his throat with a sudden mouthful of old blood, staring at Yi Tan with staring eyes and panting. I don't understand? I just beat the dog. You don't pretend. Can you die? Li Song really didn't want to talk to Yi Tan anymore, so he was afraid that if he went on, he would be mad at Yi Tan. If others pretend to be forced, Li Song can go up and beat him half to death. But Yi Tan, Mr. Yi, what are you doing this time? Li Song straightened his back and looked at Yi Tan with a serious face. After Yi Tan heard this, his face was also straight, and he looked at Li Song with majesty. Li Song saw that Yi Tan was so serious, and suddenly he looked at him with piercing eyes. "I'm coming. Yi Tan said cautiously. Li Song's body was still slightly forward listening, his voice was too small. He really couldn't hear it. You guess. Li Song's eyes stared like an ox, and his heart felt like being trampled on by 10,000 grass mud horses. Suddenly Li Song's heart exploded, and he kept roaring in his heart. Beat the dog, Nemas, let me guess. Guess your sister, your uncles. Chapter 98. Chapter 96. Death Prison Yellow Spring. Li Song was so speechless that Yi Tan choked, so he could only obediently follow the convoy of the red police soldiers in front and head towards the destination. In the suburbs of the outer ring of the capital, there is a huge military engineering base below which few people know. But everyone who knows is full of fear for this base. Not why? Because this base holds China's most terrifying criminals. Every criminal is a high-level killer who has killed countless people and escaped for many years. Li Song really couldn't understand why Yi Tan came here. What are you going to do? While thinking about it, they came to the underground base with Yi Tan. But Yi Tan was accompanied by dozens of soldiers, and everyone else was guarding them. Entering the underground base, there is some dim, humid air with a touch of blood. As soon as I entered the door, I saw dozens of armed men standing at the door with guns in their hands. The leader was a young man, very thin, wearing a suit, and looking very straight. But Yi Tan could feel an unprecedented sense of threat from the goods, and Yi Tan looked at the man in the suit seriously. Li Song and the man handed over the documents to each other, and then led Yi Tan to the base. Mr. Yi, this is the warden of the first prison. Liu Taniu, Li Song said to the side. Yi Tan was a little shocked. He didn't expect such a young man to be the warden, so young and terrifying. Yi Tan. Yi Tan reported his name and shook hands with Liu Taniu. It's an acquaintance. Mr. Yi, what are you doing in prison? Are you looking for someone? Liu Taniu said as he walked. Yi Tan smiled and said, yes, I'm looking for someone named Huang Quane. Huang Quane? Liu Taniu's eyes narrowed. Who was Huang Quane? He was one of the 4 prisoners. Seeing Liu Taniu's expression changed, Yi Tan asked, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Liu Taniu looked at Yi Tan. If someone asked, he would have been imprisoned in this prison for stealing state secrets. But Yi Tan personally appointed him. Had to come out one by one. Huang Quane is a terrible desperado. He was born in Shaolin and trained a whole body of iron. In this death row, he has killed unknown desperados. He also has a group of men who are not afraid of death. The gangster. I'm afraid we'll go to him. He won't necessarily save face. Yi Tan couldn't believe it. He could feel the threat from Liu Taniu. So why couldn't he be a desperado? Aren't you the person in charge in this death jail? How can you make them disobedient? Yi Tan asked his doubts. Liu Taniu smiled bitterly. Mr. Yi, we are just defending this space. And for this group of desperados, we can't manage it. We just need to throw rice in it regularly every day, or wait at the door to pick up the corpses. In a word, it's a desperado paradise inside. Yi Tan frowned. Unexpectedly such a situation inside. I don't know that the soldiers can't infiltrate at all. It seems that spies are still needed, and I don't know when the spies will appear. Mr. Yi, please here. Liu Taniu took Yi Tan through many checkpoints and came to a tall and huge iron gate. This iron gate was very heavy. According to Yi Tan's visual observation, it was 6 meters thick. With such a thick iron wall, those desperados could not escape. Mr. Yi, This is the death row. The space inside is very large. There are cameras everywhere in it, and molten iron is injected into the wall layer inside to form an iron house. The inside is divided into 4 areas: east, west, south, and north. And the yellow spring belongs to the west, and it is called a death god. Liu Taniu took out a tablet and kept introducing it to Yitan. Even some details were told to Yitan. Liu Taniu didn't know why, but the above asked him to fully cooperate with Yitan. Yitan answered whatever he asked. Liu Taniu couldn't get the answer for a long time. Don't blame him either. As the warden of Death Row, he rarely has time to return to the ground, so he doesn't pay attention to news on the ground. This seems to be a completely closed underground base. In China, I don't know how many such underground bases there are. Go in, Yitan said suddenly from the side. Everyone who listened to Li Song was stunned. They said so much just to let you retreat. I didn't expect you to go in. What are you doing, Mr. Yi? Before Li Song finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yitan shaking his hand and looked at Li Song steadfastly. Li Song was really helpless by Yitan's eyes, so he had to say a few words to Liu Taniu, and the armed soldiers guarding the death cell immediately became vigilant. Holding the gun, aiming. Mr. Yi, are you sure you really want to go in? Liu Taniu said to Yitan as he watched the iron gate slowly open. Yitan smiled slightly and said, don't worry. I'm not a fool. I can't go in without the ability. Since you can't get him out, I can only go in. By the way, killing people in it is illegal, right? Liu Taniu was stunned by what Yitan said. He didn't know what to say. Regarding the murder and lawlessness inside, Liu Taniu was really afraid that those thirsty desperados would see Yitan. Meeting. Crack. The heavy iron gate opened a human-shaped tile, and the red police soldiers took the lead in walking in. And then Yitan followed closely. But Liu Taniu and Li Song didn't come in, and returned to the monitoring room, keeping a close eye on Yitan's whereabouts. Yitan could not make any mistakes. In the death cell, the inside was very bright, with countless small lights installed above the head, making the entire base in a daytime state. In the death jail, it was not like Yitan imagined that criminals were asleep everywhere, but the scene was like a small town, with simple houses everywhere, and many people were hungry and skinny, lying on the ground panting. In this death cell, there are black blood stains everywhere on the ground. The smell of blood. And Yitan and his party have a total of 16 people. The red police soldiers all held weapons. One of the fighters also carried a huge package. Yeah, a newcomer is here. Still a group of soldiers. Behind Yitan, a word of teasing came out suddenly. And that voice contained a feeling of crazy bloodthirsty. The hearts of Yitan and others bulged and turned to look. I saw a man with a disheveled hair chewing on something like a large intestine. His face was covered with bright red blood, and his eyes looked at Yitan slightly fiercely. Under his feet, there was a man who had lost his breath. The belly of the man lying on the ground had been ripped apart. The internal organs were scattered all over the floor, and a lot of red blood was spilled. Eat Human. Chapter 99. Chapter 97. Yitan's crazy cannibalism. The idea appeared directly in Yitan's mind. Yitan suddenly took a close look at the man below. That's right, it was the man's intestines, and the disheveled man in front of him actually ate him. Although Yitan had seen many dead people, he didn't expect to be lucky enough to see cannibals. It was not easy. Yitan looked at the man with great interest. Ho ho. I actually met a group of people who are not afraid of death. Great. Brothers can have a big meal again. After the cannibal man finished speaking, he grabbed a big hammer and banged towards the iron gate. Knock it off. Boom boom boom. With the sound of the percussion, countless men swarmed in this small town-like house, all dressed in tatters, with scarlet A's, like beggars on the street. They all had some sharp weapons in their hands. Knowing where they were found, and seeing their looks, you know that they have all eaten people, and they are no longer normal human beings. In the surveillance room, both Liu Taniu and Li Song took a deep breath. They didn't expect Yitan to encounter this scene as soon as they entered, and they happened to appear in front of the eater. The devils are the most disgusting type of people in the base. They are all criminals with mental breakdown, and they become very cruel and cruel. They worship the more cruel people and the more cruel people. And that eating demon is exactly that kind of person. He has to eat one person every day. It is very cruel, but he doesn't like others to appear in front of him. If someone appears in front of him, he will become directly his food. But now it is the current situation, and Liu Taniu and the others have to take a breath, and they all want to rush in to rescue Yi Tan. Just now, Li Song told Liu Taniu all the information about Yi Tan, and Liu Taniu was shocked. Yi Tan turned out to be China's future hope. That's why he was anxious. And their base used to have defensive weapons on the wall, but since the Northgate nigger came here, they taught the desperados how to crack and dismantle those weapons, causing Liu Taniu and the others to dare not place fire weapons. But there were also a lot of fire weapons left in it. Only a few of them were in the hands of the four big brothers. So although Li Song is worried, he also wants to believe that Yi Tan can subdue this group of cannibals, because the 15 people around Yi Tan are all soldiers, and they are all fully armed. Others don't know, Li Song doesn't know it himself. In death row, the evil eater lowered his head, bloodthirsty looking at Yi Tan and the others. What are you doing here? Eater licked his lips bloodthirsty. Yi Tan smiled disdainfully. Cruel? See who is ruthless. Kill. Yi Tan ordered the soldiers to start shooting frantically without saying a word. Da. The soldiers didn't hesitate at all, and shot wildly at the fanatics surrounding them. Fuck, Nima. The evil eater was shy, and yelled at Yi Tan, and ran away. He has to run. He has long been used to the cold weapon era. Even if he has fire weapons, they are all treasures. Who would play with them? But when he encountered Yi Tan's neurosis, he shot without saying anything. Does this Nima still have logic? The group of crazy fanatics had already forgotten the power of the fire weapon. The moment they shot, they rushed towards Yi Tan and the others frantically, not afraid of the crazy bullet. Those lunatics. If one died in the front, the people behind would grab the dead on the ground, stand in front of them, and rush towards Yi Tan and the others. Fuck, there is potential for zombies. Kill. Yi Tan said coldly. Suddenly, the soldiers saw this group of lunatics rushing in front of them, flicking their guns behind them, and pulling out two long and sharp scimitars from their waists. There was a blood drop on the scimitars. As long as they cut people's skin, it will cause them to bleed. Puff. The madman who rushed to the front was instantly cut into a layered cake state by a soldier with two scimitars. The flesh and blood of the face were layered layer by layer, and the eyeballs were cut in half and flowed out from the eye holes. What? The madman grinned and wailed, and the mad howling could be heard throughout the death cell. Dead. Before the madman finished roaring, he was severely cut off by the soldier with a scimitar. At the moment the head fell, the soldier violently kicked the madman who was running wild in the distance. In an instant the head fell on a madman. The other fighters guarded Yi Tan firmly, cutting the lunatics crazy and fast. It seems that what they are cutting is not a person, but a piece of tofu, and every time a knife falls, a large piece of flesh and blood will fall. Around Yi Tan, there have been a lot of bodies without heads. And the intestines, internal organs, cervical vertebrae, brain plasma, etc., flowed all over the place. Yi Tan's eyes were full of excitement, with a slight blood red. Seeing the crazy murderous pleasure of the soldiers, he slowly became addicted, and he wanted to do the same. At this moment, more and more madmen flocked to them. Like the zombies in Resident Evil, it's crazy to not live or die. Boom. A warrior with blood all over his body directly inserted his fist into the lunatic's mouth and penetrated the back of his head, revealing his brain full of white blood plasma. Master, there are too many people, shall we evacuate first? The soldier said, like a bunch of candied whores, and penetrated another lunatic. Yi Tan exhaled and slowly closed his eyes, quietly listening to the crazy calls, roars, and fighting around him. Call. Yi Tan prepared in his heart. He wants to become a true Scarlet Commander, not a civilian. Kill. Yi Tan suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. The blue veins on his arms suddenly protruded. His eyes rushed towards the crowd of lunatics with a crazy look. The soldiers were also infected by Yi Tan, All of them stared frantically, yelling up to the sky, making the base shook by the sound of blood. Evil kill. Yi Tan had never exercised his martial arts skills, relying on his strengthened body to bombard these lunatics. Boom! Yi Tan slapped a madman's forehead fiercely with a fierce expression. Suddenly, the madman's head shrank in an instant, and the eyeballs slammed out, with traces of soft tissue, flesh and blood receiving huge pressure. Losing his brain, the madman went limp to the end. Yi Tan felt the thrill of killing. It was so cool. This was also the first time Yi Tan was crazy, the first time he was so cruel, but I don't know why. Yi Tan just felt very refreshed, and there was no guilt at all. Maybe it was because of the resentment of two lives that caused it. Chapter 100 Chapter 98 Crazy Killing. Yi Tanman smashed the head of a madman with a punch, and instantly burst out the red and white flesh. Yi Tan didn't feel sick at all, and was very intuitive, just like playing a game. Those crazy lunatics all yelled up to the sky, as if they were afraid of being killed, but they were not. Their eyes were all red, and the red evil spirits seemed to be impossible without tearing Yi Tan and them to pieces. A thank you smile hung at the corner of Yi Tan's mouth. His long hair was soaked in blood, and his bangs blocked his eyes, and he looked very evil. And everyone in the monitoring room, seeing this scene, took a cold breath. They didn't have seen killing and eating people every day, but they didn't expect that Yi Tan, who seemed to be weak in writing, would be murderous. People are so cruel. Kill, Yi Tan said coldly. The soldiers behind them all stepped on the right abruptly, which was a standard sign of obeying orders on the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers rushed towards the few hundred lunatics. Drink. A warrior raised a knife and slashed towards the lunatic. Puff. The soldier became two segments in an instant, and the red intestines in his stomach all fell out in an instant. The splashing blood turned everyone in Yi Tan into blood. Yi Tan raised the knife with their hands, their heads blasted with fists and fists, and the entire ground was filled with brains and blood clots. The whole air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people just vomit. Yi Tan was already numb to death. He just fisted when he saw people. He didn't know how long he had been killed. Time passed slowly. Yi Tan's eye couldn't see the standing lunatics. They all became piles of rotten meat lying on the ground, with missing limbs and legs. Go. Yi Tan's eyes, blocked by blood bangs, let out a cold expression, said. After passing through the small town, Yi Tan could feel that there were people in the house, but they seemed to be afraid of being killed by himself, so they did not dare to come out. And in one of the rooms, the eater lying by the window was staring at Yi Tan and the others in fear. The reason why he can be the leader of the madmen is because he still maintains his sanity and is not the same as the group of neuroses. But he acted more cruelly than those lunatics. But now that I see Yi Tan, this Nima is nothing short of a witch. Grass. Eat. The devil bitterly chewing the human intestines that he had just touched from the battlefield. As he stared at Yi Tan carefully, he suddenly felt a dark shadow appear in front of his eyes, heading towards his eyes. His pupils shrank suddenly with fear. Fuck. Puff. Eating demon was instantly blown to his head by a warrior, and he penetrated through the eye holes, and did not penetrate the back of his head, but his brain was constantly agitated. Eater was twitching all over his body, and the pain was even more terrifying than the lower 18 layers of hell. Puff. The arm was pulled out, still carrying warm white brain plasma and blood clots. Eater used his only right eye to look at his brain at the last glance, and then lay softly on the ground, twitching constantly on the ground until there was no more breath. It was a warrior who pierced the brain of the demon. He had been staring at this stuff as early as the beginning, and the will of the master represented his will. Killing never leaves a curse, lest the wind blows and the grass regenerates. If you want to kill, you must kill it cleanly. Isn't one kill? You know, poor people must be hateful. The soldiers returned to the team, followed Yi Tan closely, and walked towards Huang Quan camp. As soon as I left this town, I saw a large group of shirtless men with bald heads in the distance. Bald gang. It is one of the forces in this camp. They are bald every year. Whether young or old, Why do they become one of the forces? It is because they have the most cold weapons. It can be seen from the weapons in their hands that they are the richest cold weapon force in this camp. Compared with the bald-headed gang, that neurotic force is simply far behind. The neurotic bald boss, Photon, stared at Ethan with gloomy eyes. Just now the younger brother told him that there were a group of heavily armed soldiers. The equipment on their bodies is extremely sophisticated, even better than the guard equipment of the guards. Suddenly, Photon became greedy. But as soon as I arrived here, I heard the horrible howling and the sound of fighting in the distance, and everyone was waiting here, ready to come to Amantus to catch the cicada or oriole. But I didn't expect that these soldiers came out intact, and looking at the blood soaked in their bodies, it simply slaughtered all the lunatics. And Yetan looked at the bald head in front of him with disdain. He hated the bald head standing in front of him very much. The look in his eyes made Yetan very disgusted. This brother, Photon, stepped forward, preparing to get close to Yetan, and then inquired, "But, brother, you are paralyzed." "Fuck him," Yetan shouted directly in the distance. The soldiers behind were shocked and rushed towards the bald gang with their scimitars. Nima, Photon roared with staring eyes. This Nima is playing cards with uneasy logic. It is Nima teasing me to play? The swear word turned to the swear word, and the Photon hurriedly backed away. This is not a joke. That biting scimitar was hit by a knife, and it was either dead or wounded. But the bald gangs were so loudly screamed by Yetan that they didn't even react before they were killed by the soldiers. Puff! In an instant, a bald head was directly cut in half, and cut horizontally from the eye, like an opened pot lid, and the steaming blood sprayed out like a pillar of blood. When a person is highly stressed, the blood flow is accelerated, and huge blood pressure is generated. When a soldier cuts this way, the pressure is released in an instant, and the blood will soar into the sky. Wow! The blood poured directly on many bald heads, and their heads were filled with blood everywhere. Many bald people have seen this kind of formation. Just stand there in a daze, motionless, not motionless, but unable to move at all. Puff puff. The sharp machete, the knife flashed with blood. The brain flew. Lying on the ground, the Photon I was looking at was damned too. This group of people are simply not humans, they are robots. Nima. I have seen someone whose power can directly split a person in half from head to toe. I have seen it before. This Nima is like a dog. Kill. Yetan's bangs were hardened by the blood, and under the light, he looked even more evil. Imkau Nima, don't play anymore. Photon saw that the people on his side were not the opponents of the warriors at all, so he fled with the wind. Yetan's eyes were cold. He was alone for 2 lives. He was an orphan. He hadn't even seen his mother before. You said that, not wanting your life. I'm drafting it. Yetan held a machete and moved towards the bald head. Want Yetan to kill more explosively? Then come for a reward. Waiting for you.